Chapter 930, A Speech to the Whole World. One wrong move and the game is lost. At the Gaius divination house, Jean's phone suddenly rang. Aaron glanced at the screen, sneered, and let it go to voicemail. He'd already arranged for Jane to drag Jean off to the studio, ostensibly to teach her how to brew the simplest yet most time-consuming potion to keep her out of whatever storm was brewing. Fox cocked his head, his bright eyes curious. "Master, shouldn't we tell the mistress what's happening?" Aaron shook his head. "Precisely why I whisked her away from the Mutant Academy. I don't want her caught up in the chaos until we know what's at play." Hala frowned. "She's bound to find out sooner or later. Do you really think she won't be upset you kept her in the dark?" Aaron feigned innocence, hands spreading wide. "Upset? Blame me? I barely know who that caller was." "Unbelievably petty," Hala muttered under her breath. Aaron shrugged. "Call it what you like. In this universe, you survive by being ruthless, even in small things. You can scorn my methods, but you can't argue with results. This is the simplest, most effective way I know to protect her." Hala rolled her eyes, at a complete loss for a comeback. Scott paced the length of the conference room, phone pressed to his ear. "I still can't get through," he muttered, anxiety pulling at his voice. "Maybe she doesn't have her phone with her." Piotr leaned back in his chair, arms folded. "Or maybe she simply doesn't want to answer right now. If Aaron sees you calling her constantly, he'll get the wrong idea." Scott's stomach tightened. It hurt more than he cared to admit. "Oloro, try her again." Oloro nodded, pulled out his own phone, and tapped the screen. His brow furrowed. "No answer. Her line's dead. Maybe she really did leave it behind." Hank glanced from Scott to Oloro. "Keep at it. We have to reach her before we confirm Charles's location." Scott closed his eyes for a moment, took a slow breath, then opened them with a reluctant resolve. "There's another problem. I'm certain she's not alone. She must be with Aaron." Hank's eyebrows shot up. "Then call Aaron." Scott managed a bitter smile as he scrolled through his contacts and dialed Aaron's number. On the other end, Aaron glanced at his screen, lips curling in amusement. "Persistent, aren't you?" He sneered and let the call ring until it dropped to voicemail. With that, he tossed the phone between the couch cushions and walked away, leaving Scott's unanswered call to echo in silence. Scott slammed down the phone with a sharp curse. His shoulders slumped and a haunted look crossed his face. "Damn it," he muttered. "I'm sure he did it on purpose." "If there's no proof," Piotr replied calmly, his brow furrowed, "it's better not to leap to conclusions." He eyed Scott warily. Perhaps his friend was overthinking things, or maybe he just hated the idea of Jean spending time with Aaron. Cairo, Egypt. High atop a craggy cliff, Apocalypse surveyed the vast city sprawling below him. A mild wind stirred the desert sands far beneath, but here at the precipice, the air was eerily still. Charles Xavier, weakened but resolute, knelt beside him. Despite his recovery, Charles's efforts to probe the minds of Psylocke and Angel met with stubborn resistance. Neither Psylocke nor Angel wore telepathic shields, no helmets like Magneto's to guard against intrusion. Charles had hoped that would give him the advantage. Yet every attempt to breach their thoughts fizzled out, his mental power dissolving into nothing. Frustration flared in Charles's eyes. "You're blocking me," he said, voice low but crackling with anger. "How are you doing it?" Apocalypse turned to him, his expression unreadable. His voice carried the weight of centuries. "I have learned to shield minds from invasion, one of the many abilities I've acquired over the last 1,000 years. Entering and controlling minds, however, remains your exclusive talent." Charles's lips curled into a contemptuous sneer. "My talent?" he repeated. "Then what is yours?" "Seizing other people's bodies and powers." Charles Xavier's voice was calm, but the question struck like thunder in the cavernous chamber. Apocalypse inclined his head slightly, a faint, knowing smile on his lips. "At least I've elevated the status of mutants to unprecedented heights." "But at what cost?" Charles pressed on. "How many of our own have perished at your hands?" Apocalypse's gaze darkened. "Sacrifices must be made for the greater good." He paused, letting the weight of his words hang in the stale air. Then he added, "You've seen it yourself, the transformation that's about to sweep the world." "The end of days," Charles murmured, a shiver running down his spine as he pictured cities crumbling and oceans boiling. He turned to Eric Lenscher standing beside him. Do you truly intend to join this massacre and usher in global destruction? Eric's eyes gleamed with fierce conviction. I've tried your peaceful methods, Charles, but they've failed. My way demands a force strong enough to shatter the old world, and Apocalypse wields that power. Charles took a step closer to Eric, lowering his voice. I wanted to show him a better path, a world where humans and mutants could coexist. Eric's expression hardened. No, you ensnared him with your pity and your fear. You offered nothing but anger and regret. He shook his head. I remember the day we first met. I told you then that you had a good heart, Xavier. That was years ago, Charles said softly, yet I never stopped believing it. Eric smiled bitterly. That you still believe it is almost touching. But Charles, you must wake up. Your faith in humanity is as naive as ever. He turned away, his metal-clad hands flexing at his sides. The apocalypse is coming, and this time we will make sure it's truly the end of an old world and the beginning of a new one. Professor Xavier's pale blue eyes stared blankly into the emptiness before him. His voice was little more than a whisper. Any good intentions I've ever had died with my family. The towering figure of Apocalypse inclined his head, amusement dancing in his ancient features. It seems you still resist me, he murmured. He stepped closer, his voice growing firm. Charles, I require you to broadcast a single message to every mind on Earth. Tell them their world will be destroyed, and that I and Sabah Nur am its destroyer. Charles's jaw tightened. I would, but how? The neural amplifier is broken. I can't reach that many people. Apocalypse let out a soft, scornful laugh. You don't need a machine to magnify your power. You have me. He placed a massive hand on Xavier's shoulder. Allow me to help. Charles recoiled at the contact. He had no desire to serve this ancient tyrant. Yet he knew his telepathy alone stood no chance against Apocalypse's might. Better to cooperate now, and if fate allowed, slip in a warning of his own. The air around Apocalypse's eyes shimmered, shifting between iron gray and pearl white. A tide of energy surged through Charles's mind, unlocking pathways that had lain dormant. Across every nation, in every city, every man, woman, and mutant, that vast sea of minds now lay open, receptive to a single thought. Apocalypse inclined his head, and Charles felt the command lodged in his mind like a bullet. Then, in perfect unison, Mentor and Pawn spoke aloud. Listen, inhabitants of this world, hear the words of your destroyer. Your end is nigh. Chapter X, The Awakening. A booming thought swept across the world, invading every mind. You have been adrift, but I have returned. The day of awakening is upon you. Your fortresses will fall, your temples crumble, and a new era will dawn, one you cannot halt. In living rooms and street corners, people froze in panic. Some fell to their knees, clutching loved ones in terror. Others simply stared into the distance, stricken by a power beyond comprehension. But for those who understood the stakes, those gifted with extraordinary abilities or hardened by secret knowledge, this voice carried a darker promise, the return of an ancient force and the end of all they had built. High above Manhattan, in the gleaming lab of Stark Tower, Tony Stark was deep in conversation with JARES, running simulations for an anti-magneto armor. His mind raced with possibilities, super-dense alloys, magnetic field dampeners, exotic composites. Just as he was about to lock in a final design, a cold, detached voice whispered in his thoughts. Tony, Pepper Potts, watching monitors along the lab's edge, froze. Her hand flew to her earpiece. Tony, did you hear that? He paused, eyes narrowing. I heard it, he said, voice low, but I've got it under control. Without another word, he tapped a series of commands into the console. In an instant, a shimmering lattice of magnetic energy unfurled from hidden emitters, forming an invisible barrier around the entire lab. The eerie resonance that had filled their minds as if erased. Pepper exhaled a shaky breath. That was something else. Tony leaned back, arms folded, watching the field stabilize on the readouts. Let him try again, he said with a half smile. Nothing's getting through this. Tony frowned at the silent comm channels in his helmet. Jarvis, check audio. Always at your service, sir. Jarvis's calm tone barely steadied Tony's nerves. Then Apocalypse's voice crackled over the frequency, no longer a private telepathic link, but a public broadcast gripped on every screen. Jarvis, add one more item to the build schedule. Anti-psychic control armor. It should be simpler than the anti-magneto prototype. As you wish, sir. Inside the Triskelions' command center, Nick Fury watched Apocalypse's declaration on a giant holo display, his jaw tight. "How brazen," he muttered. "I half expected a carefully worded revelation of mutant kind to the world, not this blunt intimidation." "It's impossible to counter a global broadcast," Agent Coulson sighed. "With Professor Xavier in Apocalypse's thrall, we have no way to cut him off." Fury slammed a fist on the console. "Exactly. We can't start an all-out war with mutants, but Xavier's telepathy is so immense he could wipe out millions in a single thought. He won't. At least, we hope he won't, but even the possibility is a threat we can't ignore." Nick Fury studied the holoscreen, his expression tight. "And Eric, his power is off the charts. We'll see what he can really do when push comes to shove." He sighed, fishing an old-style pager from his coat pocket and absently stroking its worn edges. He hovered his thumb over the activation button, then thought better of it and slid the device back inside. "Agent Hill," he said, turning to his second-in-command, "what's the status?" Maria Hill tapped through data on her tablet. "We've got eyes on them, sir. Satellite feeds confirm Apocalypse, Psylocke, Angel, Magneto, and Professor Xavier are all in Cairo." Fury's jaw tightened. "Get word to the X-Men at once. Have Captain America assemble the team and move out immediately, but make it clear, we only get one shot at this. No mistakes." Meanwhile, in the mystic sanctum of Kamar Taj, Mordo shook his head. "Sorcerer Supreme, shouldn't we be doing something about this?" "There's no need," the Ancient One replied, lifting a delicate china cup to her lips. "Kamar Taj cannot tamper with the fabric of reality on a whim. If Apocalypse goes too far, someone will intervene." Wong let out a low sigh. "Master, the mutants have held the balance for so long at great cost. After today, that fragile peace could shatter. If Apocalypse inflicts too much damage on Earth. When the time comes, I will be there to clean up the mess," the Ancient One said calmly, setting her cup back on the saucer. Mordo and Wong exchanged relieved glances. So long as the Ancient One stood watch over Kamar Taj, the sky could not fall. Somewhere else, Aaron slammed his fist on the table. "Damn it! There's always a catch." He ran a hand through his hair. "I never thought Apocalypse would make such a public spectacle. Wouldn't he want to stay hidden?" "It's too elaborate to conceal," Hala murmured with a wry smile. "He's daring the world to notice." Aaron drew in a slow breath, forcing himself to calm down. "You're right. It won't be hidden." He stared out the window, already weighing their next move. At least Apocalypse's broadcast revealed almost nothing about mutants. What he didn't suspect was that Jean Grey, perched in the studio's control booth, heard another voice as well, Professor Charles Xavier's, addressed solely to her. "Jean, if you can hear me, listen closely. In Cairo, find us. Jean, find us in Cairo." Apocalypse continued his proclamation over every channel. "I have only one purpose in delivering this message, and that is to summon the strong." Immediately, Xavier's voice rose in perfect harmony. "O people of great power, the earth belongs to you." Repeating Apocalypse's words with cold clarity, Xavier added, "People of great power, protect the weak. This is my message to the world." As soon as those final words echoed across the airwaves, Apocalypse's eyes snapped back to their normal hue. He glared at the skies, furious that Charles had hijacked his mandate. With no intention of granting Xavier any further influence, he turned his full attention to Eric Lensher. "My child," Apocalypse said, his tone both solemn and inexorable. "For the sake of what has been and what is yet to come, I need you to descend deep into the earth. Tear every structure they have built from its foundations, and thus cleanse this world. Then we will guide those who survive into a better world." Apocalypse's voice rang out, cold and certain. Eric remained motionless, mask obscuring any sign of emotion, yet inside, he was seething. He understood the necessity of overthrowing the old order. Chaos, sacrifice, even bloodshed would be unavoidable. But total annihilation? A scorched earth reset that would plunge civilization back thousands of years? That was beyond extremism. Eric shared Apocalypse's dream of a world where mutants finally unshackled would claim their rightful place. But he did not, and could not, endorse the wholesale destruction of the planet. So many innocents would perish, and among them, countless mutants. He refused to betray his own kind. Charles Xavier could not peer into Eric's thoughts while the helmet sealed his mind. Yet decades of friendship had honed Xavier's insight. He saw the tension coiled in Eric's shoulders, the unspoken resistance flickering behind those steel blue eyes. His oldest ally was in turmoil, and Apocalypse's plan, however grand, was starting to fracture. "This is going to take some time," Charles said evenly, turning to Eric. "And during that period, no one must interfere. If they do, he won't succeed." "No one can stop him now," Apocalypse declared with certainty. "Even before, our weapons couldn't harm him, let alone human arms. And I have my 2 knights here. They're not just for show." Charles gave a flat nod. "And what about me? Do I get a part in this endeavor?" "Your role," Apocalypse said, meeting his gaze, "is the most vital of all." In another part of the sanctuary, Chin's face drained of color the moment Charles's message pinged on her communicator. She spun and raced for the door. "The potion isn't ready yet," Jane called after her, but Chin waved her off. "I can't wait. Something urgent has come up." She darted down the corridor toward the divination hall. Inside, Aaron was studying runic charts. Hearing her approach, he looked up. "Did you hear that sound just now?" Chin paused by the threshold, steadying herself. "I heard it, and this wasn't someone's prank. Professor Charles has been captured. He's in the hands of whoever's behind that voice." Aaron's composed expression faltered. Together, they exchanged a tense glance, aware that whatever came next would test them to their limits. "He just messaged me. He's in Cairo, Egypt." Aaron's heart hammered in his chest as his anger toward Charles surged. How dare he build a plank road in plain sight, secretly ford the Chenkang River, and spring this trick on him? Hala couldn't suppress a lull. Ugh! The sound, cool and mocking, stung Aaron more than any insult. After all his meticulous planning, one misstep, and everything was lost. This was no harmless prank. It was calculated to wound. "Is this amusing to you?" Aaron asked, his voice low and tense. Hala threw back her head and laughed again, tossing her hands in the air. "Oh, come on," she said, grinning. "Believe me, I've had professional training. I don't laugh unless it's absolutely necessary." Chapter 931. Even the wisest man can make mistakes, and he ultimately couldn't stop it, one half. "Stop joking around." Chin stamped her foot, anxiety crackling through her voice. Then she paused, suddenly aware. "Where's my phone? I need to warn Hank and the others." "I'm afraid they already know as much as you do," Aaron murmured under his breath, giving Abe a pointed look. Shenglong caught on immediately, feigning a search before fishing Chin's phone out from the crack of the sofa. "Why do I have so many missed calls?" Chin stared at the screen, swallowing hard. "Hank, Aurora, Scott, Piotr, they've called me dozens of times." "They know Professor Xavier's been kidnapped," Chin realized, panic flaring in her eyes. "They're already at the school. They must have found out before I did." She exhaled sharply. "Those calls were warnings. There's no time to waste, Aaron. I have to get back right now." "Chin." Aaron's tone turned apologetic. "Cairo, Egypt. By the time you arrive, it'll be too late. I'm sorry, but we've lost our window." "It's not over yet," Chin said, forcing calm into her tone. "Hank arranged a plane under the school. We can still make it if we move now." "The jet's top speed isn't any slower than the Quinjet's," Chin said impatiently, pacing the deck as her heart thudded in her chest. Aaron ran a hand through his hair. "Still, even if we push her to the limit, it'll be at least an hour before we reach Xavier's school." Chin stopped and glared at him. "But Fox could get me there in seconds." She pointed at the Phoenix perched on a nearby branch. "Phoenix can teleport people through space." Aaron forced a tight smile. "I'm sorry, Kin. Fox is about to undergo its rebirth cycle. It simply can't handle teleportation right now." Chin's brow furrowed in confusion as she turned to the bird. The creature that had radiated energy only moments ago now drooped its wings, its golden eyes brimming with apology. Fox understood perfectly well. It adored its mistress, but its loyalty to its master, and his wishes, came first. It would never endanger Chin, even if that meant denying her the quickest route back to Professor Charles. Instead, it bowed its head, resigned to wait until it was whole again, and able to serve her properly. Chin stared at him, heart pounding as relief and disbelief warred in her eyes. You didn't do it on purpose?" Aaron forced a calm smile. "Of course not. I'd never lie to you." He paused, then added in a softer voice, "The fox has been reborn countless times, but none of its forms can send you back. So you're just going to leave me here?" Chin's frustration flared. "You can walk away and abandon me?" He bit his lip, scrambling for an excuse. "Well, the car's almost out of gas. I never got around to refueling after I brought you here. Chin rolled her eyes. Fine, I'll fill it up myself. Just lend me the keys. Aaron's face tightened. He knew he'd lose this round too. In a low voice, he uttered an unfamiliar, raspy syllable. At once, Abe, the hidden dragon, pricked up his ears and slipped from Aaron's coat, landing silently on the ground between them. Aaron counted off a few silent numbers on his fingers, then sighed in resignation. All right, he said. Forget the car. Abe and I will take you back. Relief flooded Chin, mingled with a sudden, inexplicable guilt. Thank you, she whispered. I promise I'll come back safely. He gave her a reluctant nod, then led the way to the parking area, Abe padding quietly at his side. Chin stared in disbelief at her car's rear tire, completely flattened, and then at her motorcycle, its front wheel gone. Her head spun. Whoever had done this was either incredibly bold or hopelessly reckless. Damn it! Aaron snarled, pacing beside the wrecked vehicles. Which kid pulled this stunt? Don't think I can't track you just because there's no CCTV here. You'd better hope I don't pull strings with the people above me. Abe, the holy dragon in his griffin form, nodded approvingly in response, his way of saying, well done. Snacks for you tonight. Chin's eyes filled with tears of frustration. I don't have time for your games, she snapped. Fine, if my ride's wrecked, I'll just grab a taxi. Aaron paused, chin tilted. Go ahead. Want me to have Stark buy up every cab in the city block? Money talks, after all. I'll pay 10 times the meter rate, but don't expect to make it home on foot. He turned to Abe and murmured in the dragon tongue. Within seconds, Abe's scaled head bobbed twice as he flew off to relay Aaron's message to Stark. Chin crossed her arms, her voice low and icy. Try stopping me again, and you'll find out just how dangerous a holy dragon can be, especially one I've befriended. I didn't really stop you, Aaron blurted, his heart thudding in his chest. It was just a coincidence. Coincidence, Chin repeated, her gaze razor sharp. Let's make sure we never have one of those again. Nearby, Abe froze beneath Hella's incredulous stare. With a quick flick of his dragon-clawed finger, he swiped through Aaron's phone, found Tony Stark's number, and shot off a terse text. Moments later, Tony, already grappling with news of the coming apocalypse, rolled his eyes. Watford, he muttered, reading the message. I've got the world ending on my plate, and you're still out hitting on girls? Pepper, standing beside him, let out a small laugh. At least he's acknowledging the prophecy. He's actually asked us for help, and promised to cover all expenses. Tony sighed, pinching the bridge of his nose. Fine. Jarvis? Yes, sir? Shut down every taxi within 3 blocks of Gaius's location. No pickups. Understood, sir. Outside, Jin stepped onto the curb and flagged down the nearest car, ready to set their plan in motion. Aaron fell into step behind Chin, determined to derail her plans the moment she wavered. I can't let her walk away today, or I've lost. Chin spun around, hurt and frustration in her eyes. Go back. I don't want to see you right now. This isn't about me, Aaron protested for the 3rd time, but Chin, having seen straight through him, didn't buy it. Unless you plan on making this entire street vanish, I can walk just fine on my own 2 feet. Even if it's pointless and I can't help, that's on me. If only he could, poof, disappear the pavement with a vanishing spell. He cursed his lack of magic under his breath, though his face remained calm. Fine, he said, forcing a neutral smile. I'll go with you. Chin's eyes stung as tears threatened to spill. You, she started, but her voice caught. A wave of helplessness washed over her. Aaron opened his mouth, ready to argue, then thought better of it. Without proof, he had no reason to admit the truth. So he fell silent. Minutes dragged on. 7, 8 taxis coasted by, engines humming, drivers preoccupied or already full. Chin pounded her fist against a lamppost in growing frustration. What is going on? Hey! A yellow cab at last screeched to a halt beside them. The driver leaned out the window. Are you two flagging me down, or just window shopping? Yes, Chin cried, relief flooding her voice as she flagged the cab for real this time. It's so strange, Aaron said, feigning puzzlement. Maybe that sudden noise just now scared everyone, and that's why this happened. Chin gave a reluctant nod, but the doubt in her eyes remained. Impulsively, and against every school rule, she reached out with her mind, tapping into the driver's thoughts. What she discovered shattered her tenuous calm. Tony Stark was secretly organizing a multi-block taxi competition. Every participant would walk away with $10,000 and the winner would take home $1 million. Her eyes flew open, her heart racing. She stared at Aaron, disbelief etched on her face. "You are unbelievable." Aaron raised an innocent eyebrow. "Where did I go too far this time? You know Tony Stark, right? Iron Man?" Chin exhaled slowly. "Who doesn't? You two are friends?" Chin hesitated. "Not exactly." Aaron shrugged. "Doesn't matter. One text from him and suddenly every taxi in the area is booked solid." Chin's pulse thundered in her ears. She had her fists. Then, with a snap of realization, she chastised herself out loud. "Crap, I forgot telepathy is Jean's power, not yours." Aaron cursed under his breath, then squared his shoulders and declared, "By every ancestor of the Gaius line, this has nothing to do with me. If it does, may one of them appear in my dreams and chastise me." He was determined to rule his own dreams, and if the Horn dared show up, he'd meet force with force. As for the other ancestor, well, a stern scolding wouldn't hurt. After all, respect goes both ways. Seniority demands polite treatment, but no one said he couldn't dish out a little hell, either. Jean watched him for a moment, lips pressed into a thin line. She snorted, turned on her heel, and strode off. It might not solve much, but at least she was doing something. Aaron fell into step beside her, trying to convince himself that a few hours of fresh air would smooth everything out. Then a roar ripped through the sky above them. Aaron stopped dead in his tracks, craning his neck at the still clear heavens. The faint pride in his expression vanished, replaced by a rush of panic. There was a trick out there he couldn't defend against, and this time he was truly helpless. Jean caught his gaze and, to his surprise, let a relieved smile play at the corners of her mouth. "Is this the plane of the mutant school?" Aaron asked, his voice hollow. Jean simply nodded. The invisible jet hovered in midair. A moment later, its ramp descended softly and came to rest at Jean's feet. Storm hurried forward and waved urgently. "Jean, Professor Charles needs our help." "I know," Jean replied, already climbing a few steps up the ramp. "He contacted me just now, alone, and said he's in Cairo, Egypt. I was about to tell you." Scott strode up with a duffel bag slung over his shoulder. "We've got your combat uniform ready. Come on, let's move." Jean paused and glanced back at Aaron, who stood just outside the ramp's reach. "We need to stay calm," she said quietly. Aaron stepped forward, fastened the moonstone bracelet around her wrist, and gave her hand a gentle squeeze. "Just promise me you'll come back safe." Jean managed a small, tense smile. "I will." He sighed, then turned and walked away. Jean took a deep breath and boarded the jet. As she disappeared inside, the ramp retracted, and the plane shimmered into invisibility once more. Scott shot a look at Piotr. "Did you see anything odd back there?" Piotr shrugged. "I thought Jean seemed distracted. Is there something going on between her and Aaron?" Jean's calm voice crackled through the intercom. "There's nothing you need to worry about." Scott bristled. "Of course there is." Jean's reply was cold. "This is none of your business." Scott pressed his lips into a firm line and didn't speak again as the jet lifted off, bound for Egypt. He couldn't help grinning to himself. Even if Chin and Aaron hadn't formally broken up, the outcome would almost certainly have been the same. It was as if fate, perhaps even God, had taken pity on him. Knowing how much he cared for Chin, it had arranged this very opportunity. "Didn't you stop her?" Hela demanded, her brow furrowed in frustration. "It shouldn't have come to this. Even if your methods were underhanded, they were supposed to be flawless." Aaron pressed his palm to his forehead and sank onto the sofa with an exhausted sigh. "Even the wisest can slip up," he admitted. "I blocked every path she had, but I never expected someone else to build a new one right under my nose." Hela froze for a moment, her eyes widening as the truth snapped into place. She gave a soft tut, half amusement, half reproach. "Honestly, I can't even laugh at you." "Really?" Aaron sat up, trying to catch her eye. "I thought you were here to console me." Before Hela could answer, Fox's anxious voice drifted in from the doorway. "Master, is the mistress in danger?" Aaron looked from Fox to Hela. "You think she's in danger?" "She's certainly at risk," Hela said, a sneer playing on her lips. "But you don't fully understand how bad it is. Even if you did, there's nothing you could do to help. At least, not without using magic. Against Apocalypse, you'd be hopelessly outmatched. And the moment you tap into your powers, you'd better pray you have time to vanish before someone comes looking for you." You don't have to remind me, Aaron snapped as the system's notification ping echoed in his mind. New tasks available. Please review your mission panel. He summoned the panel. 2 assignments glowed before him. 1. Rescue Charles Xavier, reward 600 magic points. Failure, no penalty. Accept? Yes. 2. Eliminate the mutant progenitor, Ansaba Nur, reward 3,000 magic points. Failure, no penalty. Accept? Seriously? Aaron thought, scowling at the offers. The payouts were tempting. 3,000 points was especially hard to ignore, but both missions demanded that he step into the fray himself, risking exposure every step of the way. He couldn't guarantee success, and he wasn't ready to reveal his hand. With a mental shrug, he closed the panel and set it aside. His priority was clear. First, get a handle on what was happening in Cairo. Aaron drew in a steadying breath. System, open the store. Affirmative, host, the voice replied, and a translucent interface flickered to life before him. 3 tabs lined the top: spells, materials, and artifacts. Aaron tapped each in turn, scanning the offerings. Spells 1. Star Chart Grimoire, 1000 Adrian Pits, a supreme celestial incantation. By channeling the power of 88 stars, it conjures an all-encompassing seal that locks down targets from every direction. 2. Demon Seal Wave, 1200 Mapix, unleashes a sweeping wave of binding energy. Requires a suitable container to anchor the seal. 3. Mirror Projection, 600 Mapix, projects real-time events onto any reflective surface, allowing for long-range surveillance. 4. Corpse Theater, 100 Mapix, reanimates corpses into slow, obedient zombies that follow simple commands. 5. Spirit Channeling, 300 Mapix, opens a communication channel with the departed, necessitates a piece of the deceased's flesh to establish the link. Materials: Serpent Bone, 1 Mps, Traint Root, 30 Mps, Wind Demon Chi, 3000 Mps. The pure essence of the Wind Demon Xiaofeng grants control over hurricanes, the ability to swallow clouds and mist, and precise manipulation of air pressure. Rumored to be tied to the legendary 8 demons and the Panku Reliquary, enabling dominion over the demon realm. Fire Demon Heart, Hurts, Human-Faced Rose, 50 Mengs, and precise manipulation of airquare Thinkin realm. Artifacts 1. Compass of Remorse, 500 Mepists, a confession extractor once wielded by the Time Lord, emits empathic feedback that compels victims to speak the truth. 2. Shiva's Temple Bracelet, 300 Mep, grants the wearer 2 additional, fully functional arms. 3. Flesh Flower Band, 300 Mepis, heightens the body's regenerative abilities. Blood and flesh will knit themselves back together so long as the bearer remains alive. Side effect: gradual loss of rational thought and self-control. 4. God War Armament, 500 Mep, the sole relic of Kui, the earth-conquering god. Upon activation, it fuses into a living, full-body suit, imbuing its wearer with titanic strength. 5. Mummy Scarab, 10. Aaron let his eyes glide over the list a second time, weighing each choice. The hum of latent power behind the interface was almost palpable. One carefully selected purchase could turn the tide of everything to come. Chapter 932, Long-Distance Surveillance and the Birth and Destruction of an Apocalypse, Part 1. Mirror Projection, 600 mana points. Effect: projects real, ongoing events onto a mirror for remote observation. Aaron read the spell's description and felt his pulse quicken. This was exactly what he needed. By casting Mirror Projection, he could watch everything happening in Cairo in real time, even from halfway across the world. It was vastly more reliable than the usual divination mirrors. Still, 600 mana points was a steep price. Aaron sighed inwardly. At his current rate of recovery, he'd need at least 5 months of steady cultivation just to afford the spell. But in a crisis like this, there was no alternative. He had to find a way to marshal those resources, and fast. System: open the personal panel. Affirmative, host. A translucent window hovered in midair, listing his credentials. Host: Aaron Gaius Magic Power, Body, 18,911 Mage. Thought Body, 18,911, Intermediate Grand Mage. Total 37,822, Intermediate Holy Mage, Subfather Peak, Lord of the Shadow Dimension. Talent: once in a lifetime. Magic +4 day, Body +2 day, Thought Body +2 day. Items: Magic carpet, Captain Jack's compass, Book of prophecies, Wei Zhang's jar, meditation basin, icebox. Magic points, 1,244. Aaron grinned to himself. With roughly 12,000 magic points at his disposal, he'd have to be economical. He tapped a command and instantly purchased the mirror projection spell. The arcane formula flowed into his mind in a blink. After confirming his home's barrier was fully operational, he touched the black ring on his finger. "Jane, fetch me a mirror, big enough for 2 people to stand side by side." "Yes, master." Jane bowed and hurried off to the studio. She returned moments later, pushing in a tall, freestanding mirror that gleamed even under the low lamplight. Hela leaned forward, eyes alight with curiosity. "What do you intend to do with that?" "I need to see exactly what's going on, or I won't be able to relax," Hela admitted, her tone edged with worry. "Magic, then?" Jane offered with a hint of curiosity. "What else can I do?" Aaron sighed. "This divination hall is warded to contain any magical auras, and I still have Horn's ring on. Unless someone actually sees me channeling a spell, no one will detect it." "All right, but be careful," Jane warned. "If you get caught, you'll be in even more trouble than I am." "You have my word, Your Highness," Aaron said solemnly, bowing his head slightly to Hela. "I honor our contract. Even if my true identity is exposed, I will protect you until you've fully regained your divine power." With that, he extended his hand and released a beam of blue light into the large mirror before them. The glass surface rippled as though struck by a raindrop, then resolved into a sweeping view of a distant city, towering spires, bustling streets, and winding canals, all laid bare before their eyes. "True magic is astonishing," Jane breathed, her face alight with envy. Hela leaned forward, eyes narrowed. "You can cast scrying spells like this?" Aaron gave a mock-offended harumph. "Please, I'm a man of principle. I would never stoop to such dishonorable methods." He flicked a glimmering lock of hair from his forehead, though the smug curve of his lips said otherwise. "I can only say that I know a great deal of magic. There's very little in this world I can't accomplish," Aaron declared, utterly unabashed. He gave a modest shrug and changed the subject. "But even I am still leagues away from the god of magic." Hela said nothing. To her ears, the title, God of Magic, in Aaron's mouth carried even more weight than father. Their ranks might be comparable, but in sheer power, everyone had their doubts. Cairo, Egypt. From high above the sprawling metropolis, Apocalypse looked down with cold contempt. "This should have been the center of the universe," he muttered, voice dripping with scorn, "yet they betrayed me. Very well, this will become the center, all right, T." With those words, he raised his arms. His pupils turned a steely gray as an invisible force rippled outward. At his command, every building, every vehicle, even the tarmac beneath them began to disintegrate into fine sand. Skyscrapers crumbled in an instant, streets vanished under swirling dunes. Earth and rock were torn from the ground, pure sand transforming into a tempest that blotted out the sky. Countless grains converged at the city's core, a devastating prelude to the apocalypse yet to come. On the fringes of Cairo's desert, the sands convulsed with a power that defied reason. In an instant, a colossal pyramid, more splendid than Khufu's own, erupted from the golden dunes. Its sheer sides were carved with glowing runes that pulsed like living fire in the midday sun. Chaos exploded through the city. Citizens everywhere screamed as walls buckled and streets disappeared beneath swirling sand. No one could tell which way to run. Men, women, and children were swept into the shifting dunes, their bodies torn apart in a spray of blood and bone. In the blink of an eye, they turned to ash, merging into the very fabric of the new monument, rising from the earth. Those farther from the epicenter fled into basements, makeshift shelters, even sewers, any place to hide from the unthinkable force. But the refuge lasted only seconds. The panicked cries slowly faded, swallowed by the relentless tide of sand. When the tumult ended, Cairo lay in ruin. Every building, every street, every life had been washed away. As the last swirl of dust settled, the desert revealed its terrible masterpiece, a vast pyramid towering over the devastation. Before this impossible sight stood Magneto, Psylocke, and Angel, 3 figures rooted to the scorched earth, their hearts pounding in stunned silence. Not one of them could find words to capture the horror they had witnessed. The raw force of creation and destruction, no wonder Sabah Nur dared to call himself a god. He had earned the title. Charles Xavier's fists clenched at his sides, knuckles whitening, as his bloodshot eyes stared at Apocalypse's retreating back. Through his telepathy, he felt the survivor's despair like a physical blow, a despair so deep it shattered the soul rather than the heart. If only his legs had not failed him, he would have launched himself forward in a frenzy, telekinesis or not, to bring Apocalypse down, even if it cost him his life. But paralysis held him fast as he watched the city of Cairo fall under a storm of annihilation, a massacre so thorough it might as well erase the city from the map. Never before had a mutant shown such merciless cruelty. Those capable of ordering such slaughter had been restrained by conscience, those who wished it lacked the power. Apocalypse answered to no one. Merely revealing mutants to the world was not enough for him. He wanted humanity to tremble at the very thought of their existence. Charles knew all too well that this horror had been beamed live to every corner of the globe via satellite. He could already anticipate the fear and hatred that would now chase mutants across every nation. A cold fire of determination kindled in him. The world needed hope, and he would not let it perish. S.H.I.E.L.D.'s command center, the military, and every allied agency were glued to the live feed of the unfolding disaster. "Damn it!" Nick Fury barked into his headset. "This is an outright declaration of war on humanity." "Sir," Agent Coulson replied, eyes fixed on the screen, "Apocalypse doesn't care about innocent lives. He's not even sparing mutants. His sole goal is to remake the world from the ground up." Fury's jaw tightened. "That ancient prophecy had better be legit, or we're in deeper trouble than I thought." Coulson swallowed. "Or else." "Don't ask questions you don't want the answers to," Fury snapped. Despite Fury's brusque warning, Coulson couldn't shake a flicker of hope. He sensed Fury had a contingency plan. Then it hit him. "Sir, if we can tap into this feed, so can others. William Stryker, for example, or the Pentagon." Fury met his fist on the console. "Damn it. Call Maria Hill immediately. Tell her to notify the World Security Council that S.H.I.E.L.D. needs their backing to curb any rogue military action. Make it clear, we're already on the move, and they'll be enlisting under our banner." "On it, sir," Coulson said, already reaching for the comms. "Sir, what's the situation?" the general barked, slamming his fist on the table. "Are the mutants really declaring war on us?" "Please, General," his aide replied, voice calm but urgent. "Colonel Stryker has just finished translating the three-sided tablet. This declaration isn't from the entire mutant population, only from their ancestor." "Ancestor or not," the general snapped, "any declaration of war demands a response." "And what response would you suggest?" the aide asked, though he already knew the answer. The general straightened his uniform, eyes blazing. "Do I really need to spell it out? Mobilize our carriers, scramble the fighters, arm everything we've got. Show them that humanity rules this planet." He didn't know that Apocalypse had once come within hours of launching every nuclear missile on Earth. Had he known, he might have thought twice. The aide hesitated. "With all due respect, sir, our conventional weapons haven't even scratched that blue-armored figure." "How would you know if you don't try?" the general thundered. "We've poured billions into our arsenal, trained hundreds of thousands of troops. Was it all for nothing? You won't win a battle if you're already convinced you'll lose." He glared down at the aide. "Prepare the task force. At dawn, we strike." "Hold on a moment, gentlemen." The door slid open, and a young lieutenant stepped inside, clutching a steaming fax. "Colonel Stryker has instructed us to stand down for now." "On what grounds?" General Maxwell demanded. The lieutenant inclined his head. "His orders come from the latest prophecy. Our target mutant is destined to fail." Meanwhile, the X-Men from the Mutant Academy have already mobilized. This is rapidly becoming a civil war among mutants, and Stryker believes there's profit to be made from the upheaval. At the same time, a S.H.I.E.L.D. jet just departed. Nick Fury has sent reinforcements, Steve Rogers and his team. "Avengers?" Maxwell's voice turned cold. "Only Captain America, Black Widow, and Hawkeye," the lieutenant replied. "Iron Man, Hulk, and Thor all declined the mission." General Maxwell let out a short, humorless laugh. "Those so-called heroes are unpredictable. Wild cards we'll have to deal with eventually." He turned to his aide. "Prepare the nuclear warheads. The moment the fighting stops, we launch. No exceptions." A junior officer raised a hand. "Sir, what about Captain America?" Steve Rogers is our only successful super soldier and the very symbol of our troops' morale. We can't simply have the military eliminate him." Maxwell's eyes narrowed. "Captain America is irrelevant if he stands in the way of our objectives, but keep me apprised. I don't relish making an enemy of every soldier in the United States Army." General Radcliffe glared at the briefing officer as the room fell silent. "Sir, S.H.I.E.L.D. just relayed a message from Nick Fury," the officer reported. "Fury says he has full confidence in his team and expects the military to stand down. That's also the Council's position." A harsh laugh escaped the general's lips as he slammed his fist on the table. "Nick Fury really thinks he can push me around. Alexander's gone, and he's using the Council to suppress my command." "General," his aide interjected carefully, "I believe Stryker's proposal warrants a closer look. We should assess the situation before making any hasty moves." Radcliffe paused, seething, then nodded. "Fine. Inform Stryker that the Sentinel service will proceed, but this force won't answer to the Pentagon. It'll be under police and FBI jurisdiction, solely to placate the public. Any captured mutants go straight to his labs for research." Across town, in Gaius's house of divination, Aaron, Hala, Jane, Abe, and Fox circled a darkened, scrying mirror. The glass shimmered with images of Apocalypse's latest assault. Aaron's brow furrowed. Chin's next battle would be critical. Hala leaned back on the velvet settee, an amused smirk playing on her lips. "I have a feeling things are about to get very interesting." Abe sat cross-legged on a low table, clutching a soda can twice his height and gleefully slurping the sweet juice through its straw. Nearby, Fox preened itself, flapping its wings now and then and smoothing its iridescent feathers. Only Jane Volturi stood frozen in the center of the atrium. Her face was ashen, her whole body trembling from the shock of what she'd just seen. "Impressive," Hala said coolly, folding her arms. "His mutant powers are both practical and staggering in scope. But remember, even a mutant at the peak of level 4, brushing against level 5, is still a level 4. Unless he inhabits a level 5 host body, his ceiling remains that of a top-tier demigod. All those flashy abilities won't change his inherent limit. That said, mark my words, any god who hasn't awakened true divine power wouldn't stand a chance against him. It's exactly why he held a place in this atrium thousands of years ago." "Do you really think Thor could beat him?" Aaron asked, tilting his head. Hala offered him a sardonic smile. "If Apocalypse is a grown man, then ordinary humans are ants, the so-called Avengers are children, and Thor, he's just the strongest kid in the sandbox." Jane bristled. "He's your brother. You don't have to talk about him like that." Hala shrugged, her eyes distant. "I've wandered this world for over 1,000 years, and my own divine power still slumbers." Loki glared across the hall, his patience wearing thin. Having a brother like Thor was more mortifying than anything. At least Loki had learned to unlock his own divine power. Thor still needed Mjolnir to guide him. And what was truly absurd was that the dwarves had originally forged that hammer for Loki, yet it now belonged to that oaf. Odin must be blind to miss this. No, blind wasn't the word. Deluded, perhaps. From beside Loki, Aaron let out a low, contemptuous chuckle. "Poor Thor," he murmured. Jane's eyes were wide with awe. "Master," she stammered, "did you feel anything watching that? Weren't you impressed?" Aaron replied with cool brevity. "Impressive." "Just impressive?" Jane protested, arching an eyebrow. The calm detachment in his voice made her wonder if he'd truly grasped the spectacle she'd witnessed. Standing a step behind Aaron, Hala offered a sly smile. "Jane, you haven't yet grasped the real measure of his power," she teased. "But don't worry, knowing won't change anything." Aaron unfolded his hands in a shrug. Even if she understood it fully, could she do more than brag about it? He asked, eyebrows rising in a challenge. Hela's lips curved into a provocative grin. "Want the details?" she asked Jane softly. "I can tell you everything, if you dare to hear it." Jane hesitated, her heart pounding as she glanced anxiously at Aaron. "Master?" "It's nothing to worry about," Aaron said, dismissing her concern with a wave of his hand. Jane still looked uneasy, but curiosity sparkled in her eyes. Whatever secrets Hala might share about that unknown power, Jane felt she had to know. "I'm telling you, you can't just wander off spouting nonsense." "Try telling that to him," Hala replied with a soft laugh. "Yes, Apocalypse can obliterate a city in an instant. It's a breathtaking sight. But in reality, any modern nuclear warhead could do the same. To your master, it's barely a challenge. All he needs is to sketch the right magic circle. If he wanted, he could blend several elemental magics at once and level every pyramid in Egypt. That's before you factor in his control over the shadow dimension. He's practically its sovereign. His power far eclipses Apocalypse's. Taking him down would be only a matter of time. Is Master really that strong? Jane asked, eyes wide with a mix of disbelief and pride. She leaned back against the broad trunk of an ancient oak, savoring the cool shade, an indulgence she'd learned to appreciate over her centuries as a vampire. Good heavens, Hela, your words humble me. Aaron shrugged casually. So I'm all that? And yet you still drive me away? Hela's expression grew serious. I wouldn't be so confident about defeating you these days. Your growth has been astonishing. It's as if Providence itself is shepherding you toward something extraordinary. Aaron fell silent, absorbing her words. Chapter 933, It's Not the End of the World, Rescuing Charles Xavier, Part 1. Aaron lounged casually on the obsidian throne in Helm's Hades, a smug smile tugging at his lips. How gracious of your Royal Highness to admit I'm currently your superior, he teased. Hela's emerald eyes flashed. Don't get cocky, she shot back. If I admit you're stronger right now, it doesn't mean I can't surpass you later. He straightened, intrigued. And why wouldn't that be possible? She swept her gaze over the cavern's ancient runic seals, Odin's wards designed to stifle her divine power. This cursed realm keeps me from tapping into my true strength. Once those seals fall, I'll break through the demigod tier. When I return to Asgard, I'll ascend fully. My power will be limitless. Aaron's smile faltered, but he held his ground. Hela continued, her voice cold with purpose. Then I'll make Odin pay for shackling me, and I'll show you the might of the one you call your betrothed. He raised an eyebrow. Speaking of our betrothal, if you want to marry me, she said, leaning forward, you'll first need to defeat me in combat. If you fail, you'll kneel and surrender. Still, I must admit, your forces are impressive and well-trained. Aaron's polite grin hardened into a silent vow. He could not and would not let her have the upper hand. Back in the depths of Heim Hades, he had wielded only half of his magic and mastered only half of the shadow dimension. But now the entire realm of shadows bowed to his will. Reclaiming his ethereal thought body, he felt ready to face a lesser celestial father one-on-one and win. First, he addressed more immediate concerns. Magneto secured his psychic helmet and donned his bronze-red battle armor. With a slow, deliberate motion, he rose into the night sky. Hovering there, he closed his eyes and summoned the full force of his mutant gift. The atmosphere around him quivered as an invisible magnetic field twisted outward, molding itself into a transparent shell of fine, gleaming metal, his personal shield. But a shield was merely the beginning. Magneto's focus shifted downward. He released a pulse of magnetism that radiated through the Earth's crust. Metal at molecular scale answered his command. Buried pipes, reinforcing bars, subterranean cables, everything ferrous lifted skyward in a silent procession. Even the ocean's depths gave up their iron and nickel, the tide of metal rising toward him. Panic erupted below. Streets trembled. Concrete and steel groaned until they split. Walls cracked and buckled. Buildings collapsed in clouds of dust. Icons of human achievement, the Bird's Nest Stadium, the Golden Gate Bridge, the Eiffel Tower, all shattered in an instant. The death toll climbed by the thousands. Entire cities spilled onto the streets in chaos. And this, Magneto reflected with grim satisfaction, was only a beginning glimpse of his true power. The devastation was spreading hour by hour, consuming land and sea in what felt like a prelude to the apocalypse. Inside a fortified conference room, a circle of generals and military advisors gathered around a central holoscreen. At their summons, Professor Haywood, one of the world's leading geomagnetics experts, stepped forward and tapped the controls. Instantly, a three-dimensional projection of the Earth's magnetic field flickered to life, its colors pulsing ominously. What you're seeing, Haywood began, voice tight with urgency, is an electromagnetic cataclysm of unprecedented scope. Our planet's crust, and even the ocean floor, is saturated with iron, cobalt, and nickel. Those materials are being drawn into a massive surge. Continental plates will slow it down only briefly. If we cannot stop it, every city, Every civilization built since the Bronze Age will be wiped off the map. The death toll would reach into the billions. A stunned silence filled the room. Far from the military high command, deep within his clandestine citadel, Magneto stood at the epicenter of his power. Silver strands of liquid metal swirled around him, obeying his slight, scent gesture. Aaron watched the spectacle through the mirrored visor of his helmet, eyes alight with fascination. "Spectacular," he whispered, teeth flashing in a grin. "Absolutely grand." But wonder gave way to suspicion. He frowned, voice low and bitter. He must be insane. What twisted logic drives him to destroy the world? It all feels ritualistic. From the shadows of the chamber, Hela, the Asgardian goddess of death, emerged. Her dark eyes reflected the molten sheen of Magneto's metallic fortress. She studied his display with cold approval. "Remarkable for a fourth-level mutant," she conceded, tone tinged with grudging respect. "But it's agonizingly slow. The moment any resistance disrupts his field, all of this will collapse, and he'll have to start from scratch." In both rooms, the desperate War Council and the silent throne of metal, the same dread settled on every heart. The world balanced on the edge of annihilation, and only an extraordinary force could tip the scales back toward survival. Besides, Aaron added thoughtfully, that procedure was prohibitively expensive. There's no way he could afford to do it again anytime soon. Jane's lips twitched. "Master, that's not the point. This really is the end of the world. Aren't you worried?" "Not at all," Aaron and Hela replied in perfect unison. "We've already arranged our escape. If everything goes south, we'll beam straight to Star Bohart." Hela shrugged, her tone cool. "I don't see this as an apocalypse. It's more like a massive culling, a survival of the fittest scenario. The weak will fall like ants, the strong will carry on. Luckily for me, I'm very strong." Aaron chuckled. "If anybody's immodest, it's His Highness Hela. But he does have a point. Whether triggered naturally or by tampering with the planet's magnetic field, these colossal quakes might wipe out billions of humans, and yet life above ground would barely skip a beat. Jane, do you think earthquakes could kill vampires?" Jane hesitated, then shook her head. "No, I don't think so. Vampires are swift enough to outrun the tremors, and if they can't escape, they can simply shield themselves with their own strength. Even buried beneath the earth, a vampire's life force can endure for centuries, long enough to break free when the time is right." "Then you see my point," Hela said, her lips curling into a sly smile. Aaron considered her words. "I do. What Magneto is doing now isn't true world destruction, it's a purge of humanity." "Exactly." Hela snapped her fingers, and in the flicker of shadows her eyes gleamed. "For the Heavenly Father, obliterating a planet is trivial. He could tap into its core, trigger a titanic explosion, and turn every last molecule into stardust. But that's boring. He'd only gain raw energy." Aaron nodded. "I couldn't agree more. If Earth is still habitable, I'd rather stay and live in peace than flee to some other world and start over. Let's see how it unfolds." Hela's grin grew colder. "Soon enough, your girlfriend will appear on screens everywhere. Here's what truly intrigues me. Will you step into the open for her sake? No magic. No shadow dimension tricks. Just you, Aaron. Vulnerable. After all, you're hardly Apocalypse's match." Aaron's face darkened, and his eyes narrowed with irritation. "Maybe they can team up to handle Apocalypse," he muttered. "If they pull it off, I won't have to get involved." Hela snorted. "You're deluding yourself. Do you really think the odds are in their favor?" She paused, then shifted her tone to something more conspiratorial. "But I do have a plan. One that lets you protect your woman without ever revealing your own identity." Aaron's curiosity flared. "What's this plan? I wouldn't mind heading to Cairo myself. My divine power may not be at full strength, but I'm confident I could deal with Apocalypse." Hela chuckled softly, but there was no real amusement in her voice. "You're missing the point, Aaron. Freeing me might solve your immediate problem, but it would create far greater ones afterward." He leaned forward. "All right, I'll bite. What's this brilliant scheme of yours?" "Listen closely," Hela said, her tone smoothing into something almost persuasive. "I need your help to ensure no one in Asgard, or anyone in the Middle Court with the power to detect me, can sense my presence." Aaron raised an eyebrow. "For instance?" "Lend me Horn's ring," Hela replied. "It's designed to mask your aura completely, and it will do the same for mine. Unlike you, I have no qualms about wielding such magic. Aaron stared at her for a long moment, weighing the risk. At last, he gave a curt nod. Very well, but if this backfires, you'll wish you'd never made the offer. I don't care if anyone sees, Hela replied coolly. In fact, I think you should take more risks. Aren't you being overly cautious? Aaron ran a hand through his hair, exasperated. Is that really your plan? You want my ring so you can go out and show off your skills. But your highness, you're overthinking this. You're not Gaius. This ring might not even work for you. Hela's eyes flickered with reluctance. Maybe. Our connection could be more complicated than you imagine. Do you expect me to believe that? Aaron shot back. I refuse. My instincts tell me it's far safer for me to face the enemy myself than to unleash you on the battlefield. Fine, Hela said with a dismissive shrug. If you're so confident, I'll just sit back and watch the show. Without another word, she swept Abe into her arms, her movements growing increasingly intimate. Aaron pressed his lips together, then turned to Jane. Bring me a bottle of the blessed elixir. I need all the luck I can get. At once, master. Jane bowed and hurried away. Hela leaned forward, a mocking smile playing on her lips. Tell me, Aaron, don't you think it's a bit late to be arguing about life or death? Silence, your highness, Aaron retorted, his gaze as sharp as a drawn sword. She's undeniably gorgeous, but my God, can she talk? Someone murmured in the dimly lit studio. Master, Jane replied, stepping forward with a small glass vial of fortune elixir. Aaron uncorked it and drank the shimmering potion in one gulp. Almost instantly, a warm surge of energy coursed through him, banishing fatigue and sharpening his senses. His thoughts whirled, hope, doubt, desire, before settling into a single, earnest wish. If luck can truly alter fate, then let it guide Jean safely through whatever lies ahead. Deep within the heart of the pyramid, Apocalypse had transformed the central chamber into a grand temple. A colossal statue of the ancient conqueror loomed on its throne, flanked on both sides by figures bearing the titles of his horsemen, Psylocke, Angel, Magneto, and others. Angel knelt beside a cold stone slab and gently laid Charles Xavier upon it, then bowed and stepped back as Apocalypse entered. Charles strained to lift his head and took in his surroundings. His eyes fell upon a second, unused slab nearby, and a chill of apprehension ran down his spine. Do you see that empty pedestal? Apocalypse's voice resonated through the hall as he gestured toward a pillar behind Magneto's effigy. It was meant for you. I intended to make you one of my 4 horsemen, cure your afflictions, restore your body, and elevate you as a leader in the new age to come. Apocalypse's voice rang through the vast torchlit chamber. But Charles Xavier, my son, you have failed me. You squandered the chance I offered, then abandoned it. With a sudden shove, he forced Charles down onto a cold stone slab. Chains erupted from girders in the floor and walls, snapping around Xavier's wrists and ankles and locking him fast. You fancy yourself a god, Apocalypse sneered, crimson eyes burning, but you're nothing but a hollow idol. When this is over, the few who still follow you will betray you, just as you betrayed me. Charles thrashed against his bonds, desperately reaching outward with his telepathy. But Apocalypse's overwhelming will crushed every attempt before it could form. Apocalypse leaned in close, savoring the fear in Xavier's eyes. You're wrong, Arl. For the first time in my thousands of lifetimes, I have you in my grasp. I possess every power under heaven, except one. Your gift of omnipresent mind, telepathy, is the final piece I need to dominate all existence. A cold dread coiled in Charles's chest. He understood now. Apocalypse intended to absorb his psychic abilities, then enforce absolute mental control over every living being. No rebellion would ever ignite. Any spark of dissent would be stamped out in thought, in intent, in dream. The world would become an unending empire of dead souls, immortal but devoid of freedom. Footsteps echoed in the corridor. A cloaked figure materialized at the threshold. Master, the ritual in Chin's domain is prepared. Shall we proceed? Apocalypse's lips curved into a cruel smile. Tell Chin to begin at once, and be punctual. I want every moment of this to unfold exactly as planned. As the doors sealed shut, Charles lay panting, bound by cold iron and even colder dread, watching the distant march of feet that would seal his fate and the fate of every mind on Earth. Beast tightened his grip on the fighter's controls. There, 12 o'clock, the Great Pyramid. Below them, the sprawling city of Cairo glinted in the late afternoon sun. The rest of the X-Men pressed against the cockpit's canopy, speechless. Jean's telepathic voice trembled in their minds. Charles is inside the pyramid's central chamber. Apocalypse is preparing to transfer his consciousness into our father's body. If he succeeds, he'll have the power to dominate every mind on Earth. Hank's blue-furred face hardened. We must stop him. During the transfer, Apocalypse will be at his weakest. That's our best, maybe only chance. Storm folded her arms, eyes narrowed. But Magneto is guarding the site. We'll have to get past him first. Beast sighed. Eric, I've known him for decades. If he ever saw a path to wiping out humanity, he might take it without hesitation, but he won't destroy the world. Too many mutants would perish alongside them. Colossus shifted his massive shoulders. So, can you persuade him to stand down? Hank shook his head. No, I don't believe he'll unleash global annihilation, but he needs this moment to show the world his supremacy. Words alone won't change his mind. Silence fell over the cockpit as the fighter hurtled toward the desert sands. The X-Men braced themselves for the battle to come, against Magneto's iron will and Apocalypse's unearthly power, knowing the fate of Professor Xavier, and perhaps the world, hung in the balance. The sky above the ruined city boiled with crackling energy as the heroes gathered on a shattered rooftop. Dr. Hank Pym stood at the edge, staring into the roiling clouds. Only by letting the world see mutants as a real threat can ordinary humans begin to treat us rationally, he said, voice low. Jean Grey frowned. A deterrent? You could call it that, Hank replied, glancing at the tremors racing across the ground. Jean's eyes darkened with concern. Is that really enough? He's already destabilizing the planet's magnetic field. How many people must die before he's satisfied? Colossus, Pyotr Rasputin, stepped forward, his metal form gleaming. We have to stop him, but I can't. My strength can't even scratch someone who can warp the Earth itself. Hank's jaw tightened. All right, Pyotr, Jean, go find Charles and get him to safety. Jean, use your telepathy to pinpoint him. The rest of us will engage Eric Laneshire and his 2 horsemen. Once Charles is secure, rendezvous with us on the jet. We'll evac immediately. Apocalypse is beyond what we can handle right now. A calm, familiar voice crackled through their comms. Do you read me? Steve Rogers here. Hank exhaled in relief. Shields on scene? Your jet's right behind me, Steve replied. Natasha Romanoff watched with cool intensity as steel bars whirled into the sky at Magneto's command. I've never seen anything like this. They all braced themselves. The fate of both humans and mutants hung in the balance. It's amplified. 100 times over what we saw with the alien army, Hank muttered, eyes glued to the display. The energy readings pulsed in bright colors, each spike more alarming than the last. Steve Rogers leaned forward, jaw clenched. We need to get Charles out of that pyramid, he said, voice low and steady. I'm counting on S.H.I.E.L.D. to help us pull this off. Before he could elaborate, Natasha Romanoff cut in, her tone as sharp as a blade. Going inside that thing is suicide, but we can hold Psylocke and her horsemen at bay. Magneto, that's another story. Steve's gaze flicked to Natasha, his expression grim. If you can't handle him, let us, he said quietly. Beneath that controlled calm, a fierce anger simmered. Ever since learning Magneto had been manipulating the Earth's magnetic field, triggering storms that killed civilians, Steve had been itching to stop Eric Laneshire for good. Natasha nodded once. We're on it. Hank cleared his throat and leaned over the table. Here's the plan. My team, Scott and Storm, and I will work with you. We'll intercept Magneto and the others, Jean Grey and Pyotr Rasputin, and keep them from reaching Professor X. Agreed, Steve said, tapping his comm badge. Falcon, move in to secure the airspace. Widow, you and your team prepare to engage. Beast, you have the pyramid approach. The Quinjet banked low over the desert plain, its repulsors whispering against the thinning atmosphere as Hank maneuvered them toward the makeshift runway. Steve, Natasha, Scott, and Aurora braced themselves inside, each lost in silent preparation for the battle ahead. Touching down, they leapt from the craft and sprinted toward the cover of rocky outcroppings. Moments later, a squadron of S.H.I.E.L.D. stealth fighters sliced through the sky, their engines emitting barely a whisper. Outnumbering the jubilant X-Men by a slim margin, they formed a silent, ominous wall in the sky. Natasha checked her widow's bite pistol. They're more numerous than I like, but we have surprise on our side. Steve gave a curt nod. Then let's give them something to remember. On my mark, and go! With that, the Avengers and X-Men surged forward, converging on the pyramid's jagged silhouette. Beneath its shadow lay Professor Xavier's fate, and the world's salvation depended on what happened next. Leading the mission was Steve Rogers, flanked on either side by Natasha Romanoff and Clint Barton. Behind them stood over 20 senior agents, each one a seasoned operative, every hand gripping a specialized firearm, ready for whatever lay ahead. Chapter 934, Part 1. Captain America's jaw tightened as he surveyed the shimmering magnetic field at the heart of Magneto's staging area. "Professor Hank," he called to the disguised beast, "we don't have time for pleasantries." From his belt, he withdrew 5 compact earpieces. "Put these on." Natasha stepped forward and pressed a unit into each of the X-Men's hands. At her touch, the devices clicked on. "We'll stay in constant contact," she promised. Hank McCoy gave a curt nod, then turned to the 4 younger X-Men beside him, Northstar, Aurora, Sunspot, and Wolfsbane. His voice dropped to a low rumble. "When we reach the pyramid, Angel and Psylocke will inevitably try to stop us. Don't bother searching for them or engaging in side skirmishes. Just push straight ahead." With a quick flourish, Hank's body shifted and rippled, blue fur sprouting over his limbs and face. In his beastly form, he bounded toward the ruined pyramid entrance, leading the 4 mutants like a hunting pack. Captain America addressed the contingent of Special Ops soldiers arrayed behind him. His voice was firm but low. "Find concealed positions and keep your distance. Once the X-Men have Charles, once they've freed Professor X, Apocalypse himself will emerge. At that point, you'll follow orders and strike decisively. No improvisation." A young sergeant raised his helmeted head. "Captain, what if the rescue fails? What if they can't get Charles out in time?" Steve turned his gaze to the ancient pyramidal structure before them, its limestone apex chipped away, revealing jagged stone beneath. He hesitated only a heartbeat. "Then we destroy the pyramid, whatever it takes to interrupt Apocalypse's transformation ceremony." He brushed a lock of dark hair from his forehead. "Understood?" The sergeant saluted smartly. "Yes, sir. Understood." Captain America sheathed his shield and performed one last sweep of the battlefield, every muscle coiled for the coming storm. The battle to save Professor X and stop the birth of a god was about to begin. Based on our surveillance footage, the golden triangular cube and the sunlight illuminating it are the 2 key factors driving Apocalypse's transformation ceremony. By monitoring their interplay, we can tell exactly how far along he is. Any questions? No, sir? Good, Natasha added, her voice low but firm. Remember, our ammo is extremely limited. Only the first alchemical bullet is powerful enough to kill Apocalypse. If that shot doesn't take him down, or at least deal him crippling damage, you pull back immediately. I don't want to dampen morale, but every other round in our magazines is strictly for covering our retreat. The Special Forces teams melted into the shadows, each man and woman seeking the best vantage point. Steve Rogers checked his gear, then looked to Natasha and Clint Barton. "Clint," he said quietly, "find a hidden position and cover the X-Men while they move into place." "With pleasure," Barton replied, slipping away into the gloom. Natasha gave Steve a final nod before vanishing herself. The only sounds were the distant hum of shield comms and the rising tension in the air, because when that first bullet fires, everything changes. Don't let their fighting prowess slip, especially Jean Grey. Fury ordered that nothing happen to her. "Sir, I think you're overthinking it," Barton replied, sounding more amused than concerned. "From everything I know about Aaron, Jean's probably the safest person here." "Still," the captain insisted, "treat her with the utmost caution." "Understood." Natasha shifted her weight impatiently. "We're here to stop this madness, not babysit each other. We need to find Magneto and make him pull the plug on whatever's happening inside." She drew a pistol from her belt, no metal anywhere in its design, and began loading special rounds. "I just hope Aaron did his homework. If he cut corners, we're as good as blind." Meanwhile, deep within the Egyptian pyramid, Apocalypse felt the ripple of events beyond its walls. "Go," he commanded, voice like grinding stone. "My knight, go to them and keep them at bay until the transfer is complete." His angelic guardian inclined its head, unfurling colossal metal wings. With a single powerful beat, it burst upward, piercing the pyramid's ceiling. Apocalypse lay motionless on the black stone dais beside Charles Xavier, one hand raised. The golden tetrahedron hovering above his palm floated higher, drifting toward the pyramid's apex. At that very moment, Hank McCoy and his team reached the entrance. A gust of wind heralded the angel's departure as it streaked across the desert sky, leaving the columned interior trembling in its wake. "Jin, Piotr, hurry inside. We'll hold them off," Aurora called, her voice cutting through the roar of the storm. Jin and Piotr leapt forward, sprinting toward the gaping entrance of the pyramid. At that moment, a winged angel, its metallic plumage shimmering in the flickering lightning, dove after them, intent on cutting them off. Aurora's eyes glowed pure white. With a whispered incantation, she unleashed a raging tempest. Gale-force winds howled across the courtyard, buffeting the angel and forcing him to beat his wings just to stay aloft. Jagged streaks of blue lightning lanced down from the heavens, dancing across his metal feathers and leaving him momentarily staggered. Unable to close the distance, the angel resorted to long-range attacks. He beat his wings like a battering ram, sending razor-sharp metal quills hurtling toward Piotr and Jean at lethal speed. The storm's turbulence barely altered their path. In an instant, Piotr's flesh glimmered and transformed into solid silver metal. He planted his feet firmly, and the quills pinged harmlessly off his armored hide, spitting out sparks. Beside him, Jean Grey levitated a colossal boulder above her head, using it as a shield. Each blade-like feather struck the rock with a metallic clang and fell away in harmless fragments. Jin and Piotr reached the pyramid's threshold, ready to slip inside. But before they could move, a crackling whip of violet light exploded from the shadows, slicing across the courtyard like a viper's strike. The storm faltered for a heartbeat. Aurora's gaze snapped toward the new threat. What fresh danger had emerged from the darkness? Piotr, who'd been leading the attack, was flung aside the moment the glowing whip lashed out, and Jean, taken completely by surprise, dove forward to evade it. But before she could regain her footing, another arc of brilliant energy descended from above. "Jean!" Scott shouted, ripping off his visor as he prepared to fire. Hank leapt into motion too, but neither man could match the whip's blinding speed. With a sharp crack, the beam struck Jean's position, yet no scream of pain followed. In its place, a pale yellow field blossomed around her, absorbing the strike and sending ripples dancing across its surface. Clint Barton, who'd been watching the exchange, let a victorious smile spread across his face as he quietly lowered his bow. Psylocke, standing nearby, frowned in astonishment. So Jean not only possessed telepathy and telekinesis, she could conjure a personal shield as well? Before she could dwell on it, however, Psylocke forced herself to compose her features. A flashing barrier or not, her own powers had been amplified by Apocalypse. Compared to her enhanced telekinesis, Jean's talents were still raw and far too unpredictable. Psylocke surged forward, amplifying her power and speed. Her glowing purple whip lengthened and thickened as she lashed out. Snap, snap, snap! The whip's crackling strikes hammered against Jean's psychic barrier. Though the attacks couldn't break through, they forced Jean into increasingly awkward evasions. Suddenly, a scarlet beam sliced across the chamber, cutting off Psylocke's assault. Perched on a ledge above, Cyclops adjusted the tiny ruby in his visor and held his aim steady. His uninterrupted laser gouged red and black scorch marks into the pyramid's sandstone walls and drove Psylocke back, away from the entrance. Hank McCoy dashed forward and gently helped Jean to our feet. "Jean, are you all right?" She shook her head to clear it. Yeah, I'm fine." Hank frowned. "That last power surge, did you manifest a new mutant ability just now?" Jean opened her mouth to answer, then glanced down at the moonstone bracelet on her wrist. Thin cracks spider-webbed across its surface. She lifted a trembling fingertip to the fractured gem. "I think I know what's happening." "Professor, this isn't a mutant power," Jean called up to Hank. "Think of it more as technology." Hank McCoy's eyes flicked to Jean's bracelet, and he instantly understood. How long will that barrier hold? Jean glanced at the sky, where Betsy Braddock, Psylocke, was regrouping for another assault. "I don't know exactly, but she won't crack it quickly." "Good enough," Hank said with relief. "As long as it keeps her busy, I can breathe easier about you going in." He turned to Piotr Rasputin. "All right, you two, move. I'll cover your flank." John gave Piotr a determined nod, and together they sprinted toward the pyramid's entrance. Psylocke saw them dart forward and gave chase, but the searing laser beam that had been trailing her abruptly winked out. Scott couldn't sustain his optic blast forever, and Storm had withdrawn to bring down the celestial angels harassing their allies. Seizing his moment, Hank launched himself at Betsy. His fist drove into her abdomen with enough force to send her twisting across the cracked pavement. She rolled twice before coming to a gasping halt, clutching her midsection. Panting, she glared up at the hovering figure of Magneto, her eyes daring him to step in. But he remained motionless, arms folded, as if to say, "I had my reasons." From the battered plaza, Jean and Piotr vanished inside the pyramid's yawning mouth. Outside, Hank rose slowly, brushing dust from his fur. He scanned the horizon as Psylocke struggled to her feet, every inch as furious as ever. But for the moment, at least, their path was clear. Magneto offered a wry smile and a casual shrug, then nodded toward Steve and Natasha as they hurried over. It simply wasn't the right moment for him to make a move. He had no wish to destroy the world or to kill Charles Xavier. And though Apocalypse's grand designs were alien to him, Magneto lacked the power to openly defy the Mutant Herald. All he could do was let Jean and Piotr press forward first, hoping to stop Apocalypse from within. If that failed, he would strike from the shadows. He might not be Apocalypse's equal yet, but he knew he possessed enough power to bring down the pyramid if need be. Psylocke said nothing. With a sinuous motion of her hand, her telekinetic energy condensed into a shimmering violet blade. Across the shattered marble floor, the beast-like Hank McCoy snarled and sprang toward her. Confronted with a lightsaber of pure psychic force, he dared not meet it head-on. Instead, he darted and dove with inhuman agility, lifting a massive chunk of debris now and then to hurl back at her. For the moment, their clash remained perfectly balanced, her precision against his raw power. "Absolutely marvelous," Hela whispered, her eyes shining as she watched the confrontation reflected in her enchanted mirror. "I gifted her that blade without ever expecting she'd need to use it so soon." Aaron stood beside her, shoulders sagging in relief. "She has such promise," he admitted softly, "but her body is still so vulnerable. I would rather she never have to draw that blade again." Human lives shouldn't be risked on something this dangerous. If I were in your shoes, I'd simply knock her out cold and call it a day. "That's the spirit," Aaron said, giving Hela a thumbs up. "Odin only sealed you in Hell's realm because he couldn't rein in your ambition, but the moment you escaped, you zeroed in on him before anyone else." Hela's expression went icy. "Are you trying to lecture me?" "Lecture? Hardly," Aaron replied smoothly. "I'm just pointing out that Odin's approach is flawed. Think about it. If I'd really knocked Charles unconscious and something went wrong, she'd hate men, forever. I'm not willing to destroy that bond, so I let her walk away." Hela rolled her eyes, speechless. She scowled inwardly at her father's cowardice instead of voicing a reply. At that moment, Steve Rogers and Natasha Romanoff reached the edge of Magneto's shimmering force field. "Eric Laneshire," Steve called. Magneto turned, his steel-gray eyes assessing them. "Avengers, I've heard a great deal about you. Why have only 3 of you come?" "That's beside the point," Steve said. Silence stretched between them as they braced for whatever came next. "What matters is that you stop using your powers right now." Eric arched an eyebrow and let out a low laugh. "I have no intention of destroying the world," he said, voice teasing. "But if you insist I halt, does that mean I must?" He tipped his head back and scanned the sky as if expecting an audience. "There are plenty of onlookers out there. If you can't talk me down, how do you plan to actually stop me? Maybe we'll prove once and for all that so-called superheroes are powerless against true mutants." Captain America's fists clenched at his sides. Through gritted teeth, he barked, "Natasha, do it." Natasha Romanoff hesitated only for a heartbeat. "Are you sure, Captain?" Steve didn't waver. "We can't let him continue." She drew in a steady breath and leveled her golden-tipped pistol at Eric. "Stop now, and nobody else has to get hurt." Eric grinned. "With that little toy?" At his mockery, Natasha's eyes narrowed. She squeezed the trigger. The gilded bullet streaked forward like lightning, yet Eric barely batted an eyelash. A single bullet, after all, was nothing to the magnetic barrier he'd erected. Even a cannonball couldn't breach it. Then, in that instant, everything changed. The moment the slug struck the force field, its energy multiplied explosively. The bullet flared into a roaring red fireball that swelled far beyond the barrier's bounds. Eric's smug confidence snapped into shock as the blazing orb grew, casting an eerie glow over the battlefield. The fireball struck the barrier with a staggering force, compressing its walls inward and driving Eric to abandon his manipulation of the Earth's magnetic field. Instead, he had to concentrate every ounce of willpower on holding back the searing heat racing toward his face. Crack! 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 The barrier's outer layer began to buckle, only to mend itself almost instantly. The blast sent Magneto hurtling across the chamber. He skidded to a stop dozens of meters away, panting, his once pristine armor mottled with charred black patches. Natasha exhaled sharply as she watched him struggle to rise. "Well," she said, voice tight with restrained awe, "that's surprisingly effective." Steve Rogers allowed himself a brief nod. "Nothing comes cheap when Fury's involved," he replied. "But man, it's good to see it works." As Magneto finally regained his footing, the ambient magnetic fluctuations that had ripped through the room moments before snapped back to normal. Equipment rebooted, power readings steadied. S-Shield agents exchanged relieved glances. In the adjoining conference room, a half-dozen generals leaned forward, eyes gleaming. "S-Shield has a weapon capable of pushing Magneto back?" one of them asked incredulously. "Who built it? Stark Industries." Steve shook his head, glancing through the observation window at the still limping master of magnetism. "I don't know," he admitted. "We'll need to get Nick Fury on the line before we can answer that." Natasha brushed a fleck of debris off her suit and turned to Eric. "It looks like we're not completely helpless after all. Now that we've got your attention, maybe we can talk." Eric flexed his armored gauntlet, scuffing the metal against his shoulder. "I was careless," he admitted. "Don't expect that opening to come again." Only moments ago, he'd been caught unprepared. Natasha's strike had landed square on his face. If he'd treated them as serious threats, he wouldn't be conceding so easily now. Steve stepped forward, hands open in a gesture of peace. "We're not here to make your life harder. We need everyone we can get to stand a chance against Apocalypse. You know what happens if he succeeds." Eric snorted. "So you want me to rescue Professor Xavier?" "And defeat Apocalypse," Steve corrected. "If he lives, it won't just be Charles who pays the price. It'll be the whole world." Eric laughed, harsh and hollow. "You think I can beat him? Among the fourth-tier mutants, Apocalypse is the pinnacle. He's closer to a fifth tier than any of us." "Exactly why we have to work together," Natasha said, her voice urgent. "None of us can do it alone, but united, we might actually stand a chance." "Cooperate?" Eric echoed with a sneer. "You've spent years hunting mutants. The second we finish this mission, your guns are on my back again." Natasha stepped closer, her gaze unwavering. "Don't you care about Charles? He's your mentor. His mind is the key to fighting Apocalypse. 2 of his students are already inside, trying to rescue him. If they fail, what then?" Eric's jaw clenched. For a long moment, only the hum of distant machinery filled the silence. Then, very slowly, he uncrossed his arms. "Fine," he said, voice low. "I'll help. But once this is over, we finish our business." Steve nodded. Agreed. And with that, a tenuous alliance was born, one forged not by trust, but by necessity. Together, they would try to halt Apocalypse before it was too late. "You're more protective of him than I am," Eric said, his lips curling into an inscrutable smile. In the next instant, the plates of his armored suit slid free of his body, clinking together as they rose on a current of magnetic force. Before Steve and Natasha could react, he pitched upward, streaking away from the rooftops of Cairo like a silver comet. "Son of a," Natasha muttered, watching his silhouette shrink against the dusty horizon. Steve let out a slow, steadying breath. "Let's go. Now." Natasha glanced at him. "Where to?" "Anywhere but here." Steve checked the small bandolier slung over his shoulder, running a thumb over the cold, metallic cartridges inside. "These alchemical rounds, they're still metal. If Eric had stayed, he could have seized them, turned them on us, or worse, handed them straight to Apocalypse. At least now we know he won't side with our enemy." Natasha nodded grimly. Together, they slipped away from the edge of the city, weaving down narrow alleyways that would carry them far from Cairo's burning rooftops, and closer to whoever was waiting in Apocalypse's shadow. Chapter 935, Failed Transfer Ritual. The Prophesied Phoenix? A golden tetrahedron soared to the summit of the ancient pyramid. Bathed in sunlight, the cube seemed to ignite with life. Mystical runes etched across its faces flared to brilliance. Streams of liquid gold traced the pyramid's carved grooves, flowing downward until they spilled into the vast temple below, a structure long ago built for apocalypse. There, the radiant light slid across stone walls, pooled on the mosaic floor, and at last crept up onto the twin sacrificial slabs at the chamber's heart. The transfer ritual had begun. Steve Rogers watched the pyramid's surface glow through his visor, jaw set in determination. He pressed the activation switch on his headset. "Barton, take out the one in the sky. Don't let him interfere." "On it, Captain." Clint Barton was already in position, lying prone atop a shattered column. He grinned slightly, knocked a sleek black arrow, and scanned the storm-choked skies. Through the howling wind and crackling energy beams, he picked out his target, an angelic being darting among arcs of lightning and streaks of laser fire. "Now!" Steve's voice crackled in Barton's ear. Clint released. The arrow hissed through the tempest, its golden-tipped head flashing against the swirling darkness as it hurtled toward the airborne combatant. Angel barely had time to react. He snapped his metal wings shut in a split-second attempt to block the incoming shot, but the arrow tore right through the alloy and drove straight into his heart. His eyes went wide with disbelief as he pitched forward. Cracks spidered across his metallic frame, flames bursting from his chest. Even the blood searing from the wound ignited and vanished into embers before it hit the ground. Clint Barton whistled in appreciation. "I love this thing to death." He patted the shaft. "One arrow costs almost 100 million. Natasha Romanoff rolled her eyes. "You fire those off like popcorn. Nick's going to have a fit when he finds out." Clint shrugged. "That's his problem." Across the crumbling courtyard, Salaki pressed her advantage. A violet whip of psychic energy coiled around Hank McCoy's neck, and with a yanking twist she slammed him into the rough-hewn stone wall. Chunks of masonry spalled off as Hank sagged to his knees. Before he could even catch his breath, Psylocke flicked out another lash of glowing light and looped it around his throat. She drew back her arm, prepared to snap his neck, when a sudden, sharp whistle cut through the air behind her. Psylocke's head snapped around, pupils widening as a round object blazed into view. Bang! The shield struck her squarely in the gut. Psylocke's legs folded out from under her, and she crumpled to the ground, out cold. Hank flipped to his feet in one fluid motion and shot Steve a grateful look. Steve snapped his shield back onto his arm, tapped his headset, and called out, "Jean, status?" "Found him," came Jean's breathless voice through the comm. A collective sigh of relief swept through the team. "Bring him out of there. Storm and Cyclops. Rendezvous at the pyramid's main entrance and wait for my orders." "On it, Captain," Storm replied. Jean focused, extending her telepathy through the shifting corridors of stone. In seconds, she charted a direct path through the labyrinthine pyramid. Meanwhile, deep in the inner sanctum, the ritual had reached its critical moment. A massive stone slab rose into the air, lifting Charles, helpless and bound, above an ancient altar. Beside him lay Apocalypse's inert body, yet his essence had separated into a shimmering stream of liquid gold. It crept along the floor, winding its way toward the slab, coiling around Charles's legs as if determined to drag him under. "Get out! Get out!" Charles whispered to himself, fighting for every ounce of awareness. His arms and legs were secured by mystic restraints that bit into his flesh. He could feel Apocalypse's consciousness invading his own, inch by excruciating inch. Summoning every scrap of willpower, Charles hurled his head forward and crashed it into the underside of the floating slab. Pain exploded behind his eyes, jolting him fully awake. If he lost consciousness now, the battle for his body was lost forever. But despite the searing pain and the steady pull of Apocalypse's golden tide, his defiance only bought him a few precious seconds. Seconds he and his friends desperately needed. "Professor!" Just as Charles's eyes turned coal-black, Jean and Piotr lunged forward and yanked him free from the stone slab. "Almost. Just a little more," Charles whispered, trembling. His telepathy was unparalleled, but facing Apocalypse was like piloting a skiff into a maelstrom. One wrong move, and the waves would swallow you whole. "We have to go. He'll wake any second." Jean urged, snapping her comm link into place. Team, we've got Professor Xavier. Prepare for immediate extraction. Hold on. Natasha's voice cut in over Jean's headset. We need to leave Apocalypse a trail. There's a special surprise waiting for him at the pyramid's entrance. Lure him there, and whatever you do, don't let him slip through the portal. Jean and Piotr exchanged determined glances. You think we can pull it off? Jean asked. I'll do my best, Piotr replied. Hoisting Charles onto his shoulders, he sprinted for the chamber exit, each thunderous footstep cracking the stone beneath him. Stripped of a new vessel, Apocalypse's disembodied mind recoiled and was yanked back into his inert body. Then, with a rasping gasp, the ancient conqueror's eyes snapped open. Apocalypse flexed his newly formed hands, trying to probe this body for Charles's telepathic signature, but found nothing. A flicker of panic crossed his ancient visage before his gaze landed on the stone altar beside him. The slab was empty, save for a smear of blood, clear proof that Charles Xavier had broken free and the ritual had failed. With a roar that shook the chamber, Apocalypse shot to his feet. His rage burned in his eyes, until he noticed faint gouge marks etched into the floor tiles leading away from the altar. A cruel smile curled his lips. Through the psychic bond they still shared, Apocalypse hissed into Charles's mind. You belong to me, Xavier. You can't escape. Charles tightened his jaw and looked over at Piotr Rasputin, Colossus, who was crouched beside him, clutching the hem of Charles's cloak. Come on, move faster, he urged. Piotr puffed out his cheeks. Professor, this is already as fast as I can go. Charles swallowed hard, then willed himself to push past that boundary. We don't have a choice. Break your limit, Piotr. Now. Behind them, not far from the pyramid's entrance, Captain America, Hawkeye, Black Widow, Storm, and Cyclops gathered in tense formation. Their weapons were ready, but their eyes betrayed their unease. Steve Rogers raised a hand. Listen up. We've got one shot at this. No do-overs. A hush fell as each of them steeled themselves for the rescue mission about to unfold, and the inevitable confrontation with the world's first mutant, Apocalypse. When Apocalypse appears, hit him with everything we've got, Steve Rogers ordered, his voice calm but resolute. Natasha Romanoff glanced at her tablet, then back at him. Our Black Ops team is already in position at the optimal firing points. The moment you give the signal, they'll open fire simultaneously. A thunderous voice answered from the shadows. Regular bullets won't faze him, will they? Aurora Munro, Storm, strode into the light, her eyes crackling with electricity. Clint Barton nocked an arrow and pulled it halfway from his quiver. The tip shimmered with an otherworldly hue. Not ordinary rounds, he said. But these are grade 8 alchemy bullets. They might just slow him down long enough for the rest of us to strike. In a candlelit chamber far from the battlefield, Aaron sat before a tall mirror, his reflection wavered by doubt. He understood Steve's plan. If they caught Apocalypse off guard, they stood a fighting chance. But even a perfect ambush might not be enough. Apocalypse, its powers were too vast. If he managed to recover, none of them, including Chin, would survive. Hela lounged across from him, one leg elegantly crossed over the other. She studied Aaron's troubled face with dark amusement. On your knees and plead for my aid, she said softly, and then perhaps I'll lend you my power. She leaned forward, her lips curving into a knowing smile. I'll give you 10 seconds to decide. She signaled to a nearby figure. Jane, darling, start the countdown, please. Jane's voice trembled as she counted down. 10, 9, 8. Before she could reach one, Aaron slammed his palm on the table. Enough with the countdown. Startled, Jane bowed her head. Master, please forgive me. From across the room, Hela offered a haughty smile. With a flick of her wrist, she summoned the night sky sword, its blade shimmering in the dim light. She sat up straighter, every inch the regal sovereign, and addressed Aaron coolly. I see you've made up your mind. Very well, I stand ready to assist you. Aaron rolled his eyes. Your Highness, please, he said with forced politeness. Holster the sword. Hela blinked in surprise. But I'm not one to lose face. Don't be ridiculous, Aaron replied. Of course I care about honor, but sometimes a bit of humility is more valuable than pride. If worse comes to worst, I won't hesitate to beg or even kneel or kowtow if it helps us achieve our goal. Hela's proud expression wavered into a dry, uncertain smile. That wasn't what I meant. Aaron leaned back in his chair, crossing his arms. The tension in the room eased by a fraction, leaving only unspoken questions hanging in the air. Jane glanced nervously between them, wondering what would happen next. Hela leaned back on the low stone bench, her dark eyes flicking toward Aaron with a teasing glint. They'd shared the same makeshift refuge for weeks now, and she knew him almost as well as she knew herself. Every stubborn streak, every hidden grudge. He was nothing if not petty when crossed. If she forced him to kneel before her today, she mused, who could say how he'd repay the insult once his powers returned? So don't even think about it, she said lightly. If you make me kowtow to you once today, I promise I'll figure out how to make you do it 3 times tomorrow. Aaron's lip twitched in irritation. You're impossible. I wasn't asking for actual kowtows, only a humble apology for our contract's sake. It's just a formality, she pouted, though amusement danced in her voice. He ran a hand through his hair, looking every bit the exasperated wanderer they were, hiding from the Imperials, stripped of divine power, bound by a contract neither dared break. I'd love to, but I can't risk it. We're both in hiding, like grasshoppers dangling on a single thread. If one of us is exposed, the other's done for. Hela rose, turning away to conceal her smirk. If I go alone, you'll still be exposed, just a little later. She paused, glancing back over her shoulder, the challenge clear in her posture. And if you go, you're not planning to, are you? He met her gaze, resolution hardening his features. Horn's prophecy is clear. The only thing that can stand against Apocalypse's rise is the Phoenix. A mere fox won't do. It has to be me, the Phoenix's master. Silence stretched between them, heavy with unspoken fear and fierce determination. Outside, the world teetered on the brink of annihilation, and fate had chosen them both to play their parts. Neither was willing to bow, yet both knew that, sooner or later, one of them might have to. Aaron rubbed the bridge of his nose, trying to ease the tension. Don't worry, he said, forcing a calm smile. I know what I'm doing, and I won't take unnecessary risks. Hela crossed her arms, arching an eyebrow. Let me rephrase that, she teased. I'm not worried about you. Aaron shrugged. All right, then. She studied him for a moment. But what's your plan? You can't defeat Apocalypse without using magic, and if you do, the backlash will make a scene. We'll attract every nosy reporter in town. He said nothing, merely turned his gaze upward to the shadowed branch where the phoenix was perched. Its dark plumage shimmered with ember-like sparks. When the time comes, Aaron said quietly, I'll need you to send me in, and afterward bring Chin back. The phoenix cocked its head. Bring her back? Shouldn't I return you? There were misunderstandings today, Aaron replied, fingers tracing the silver ring on his hand as he watched the swirling image in his pocket mirror. She needs space. Send her back to the Mutant Academy, and make sure she stays there. Don't let her wander off, and whatever you do, don't reveal more than necessary. The bird ruffled its feathers and let out a soft, melodic trill. Master, rest assured, my judgment is as sharp as ever. Aaron gave a curt nod, his eyes locked on the faint shapes shifting in the mirror's depths. The moment of reckoning was drawing near, and everything had to be perfect. If fortune smiles on me, the next turn of events will play out just as I've foreseen. Aaron grinned to himself. Suddenly, he remembered something important. System. Open the mission panel. Right away, host. A translucent screen materialized before him, listing 2 new objectives. 1. Rescue Charles Xavier. Reward 600 magic points. Failure penalty, none. Accept. 2. Eliminate the mutant progenitor on Nur. Reward 3,000 magic points. Failure penalty, none. Accept. Aaron tapped both accept buttons without hesitation. Done. Now let's see those rewards appear. At the tunnel's far end, Piotr's 4 powerful legs churned the earth beneath him, each thunderous step hurling him forward. If only his parents had given him 2 fewer limbs, coordinating this sprint would have been a lot easier. Beside him, Chin strained every muscle to keep pace, doing exactly as Charles Xavier had instructed, push until you can't push anymore. Professor, I see the exit. Piotr's voice rang out, hope lacing his words. Charles cast a glance over his shoulder and fought a shudder. I see it too, but look who's right behind us. There, emerging from the gloom, was Apocalypse. He walked with an unnervingly casual gait, neither hurried nor slow, but with every deliberate stride, the distance between hunter and hunted shrank. He could end them with the flick of a finger, yet he chose to savor the chase. Charles's heart sank. They were so close to freedom, yet so perilously close to oblivion. He watched their panic with the smug amusement of a cat toying with a cornered mouse. At last, Piotr lunged forward, hauling Charles and Jean from the pyramid's depths and sprinting for the exit. Apocalypse's eyes blazed pale white as he lifted a hand. In an instant, the rough stones framing the doorway crumbled into sand, reforming into 3 colossal hands that reached out to snatch them. Bang! 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 Steve Rogers hurled his shield, guiding its momentum in 3 powerful arcs that shattered the rock arms before they could close in. Apocalypse barely blinked. His only goal was to crush Charles's spirit, whether now or later. When Piotr, Charles, and Jean tumbled clear of the collapsing portal, Steve shouted, "Positions!" Aurora Munro lifted her hands, electric blue arcs crackling at her fingertips. Scott Summers secured his visor, ready to unleash a devastating optic blast. Natasha Romanoff and Clint Barton leveled a pistol and an arrow at the pyramid's entrance, nails them every angle covered. As Apocalypse stepped fully into view, Steve braced himself and roared, "Attack!" In the same heartbeat, Storm's lightning bolts and Cyclops' crimson lasers streaked toward Apocalypse, converging on the ancient villain in a dazzling strike. "Ignorant fool, you've picked the wrong side." With those words, Apocalypse swept his arms outward and summoned a translucent barrier that swallowed the twin energies in an instant. He barely had time to register his triumph when a golden arrow hissed through the air. It spun so violently that ripples blossomed across his shield. Lightning crackled along its shaft, and its brilliance was almost blinding. Tianchi's jaw dropped. Bow and arrow magic simply wasn't supposed to be this potent. Before he could wonder further, a series of deafening explosions erupted. Bang, bang, bang! As more than 20 alchemically enchanted bullets, each charged 8-fold, erupted from every direction and slammed into Apocalypse's shield. The concussive force birthed a surge of crimson fire. Flames coalesced and roared upward, taking the shape of a 10-meter-tall phoenix whose wings set half the sky ablaze. Crack, crack, the blazing bird pounded the barrier, spiderweb cracks blossoming across its surface as searing flames seeped through and scorched Apocalypse's skin. With an earth-shaking roar, the inferno grew, devouring both shield and warlord. In a blinding flash, they were hurled backward, crashing through the heart of the pyramid's chamber. Then, boom! Stone and flame thundered in the aftermath. Explosions thundered from deep within the pyramid, shaking its freshly erected walls and rattling the ground beneath everyone's feet. Dust and debris billowed upward as the once magnificent structure began to implode, collapsing from the inside out. Spectators stood frozen, eyes wide with disbelief. They knew alchemical bullets were powerful, but witnessing so many detonated in unison was staggering. Rumor had it that even a Chitauri dreadnought couldn't have withstood such a barrage. It would have been reduced to ash in seconds. Chapter 936, Gods Who Can Be Hurt, Bleed, and Die. The Universe's Most Secret Barrier, Part 1. In the SHIELD Command Center, Director Phil Coulson and Nick Fury sat before a bank of monitors. On screen, the ancient pyramid, once a symbol of Apocalypse's might, crumbled into rubble. Both agents exchanged stunned glances. "No wonder that relic fetched such a high price," Coulson murmured. "Its power was worth every penny." Fury leaned back in his chair, arms folded. "That's not even the point, Phil. We're still not sure whether Ansaba Nur actually died in that collapse." Coulson frowned. "You mean our friends, Steve and the rest, can't confirm Apocalypse's fate yet?" Fury smiled wryly. "Exactly. And since we just witnessed the Phoenix's reemergence, let's chalk this whole mess up to her." Coulson nodded. He tapped a datapad, bringing up the Stone Tablet's prophecy, a foretelling that Apocalypse's downfall would coincide with the Phoenix Force. What they'd seen moments ago aligned perfectly with that ancient warning. "So, you really think the captain and his team have won?" Coulson asked. Fury shrugged. "I'm not declaring victory yet, but we'll make sure Professor Xavier is safe first. Send a covert extraction team to whisk him out of there." "Right away, sir." Somewhere deep within a hidden chamber, Aaron stared at his reflection in a polished obsidian mirror. He took a steadying breath and straightened his shoulders. "Almost ready," he said softly. "Fox, take me to Apocalypse." At his command, the living phoenix, its fiery plumage shimmering like molten gold, unfurled its vast wings. With a powerful beat of air and light, It swept Aaron onto its back and soared toward the heart of the ruin where Ansaba Nur still awaited. The red flame flared one instant, and then both the man and the phoenix vanished. In the next heartbeat, they reappeared in the pyramid's deepest vault, a vast hall half collapsed by centuries of neglect. Rubble choked every exit, and shattered stone pillars lay strewn across the floor. At the center of the devastation, Apocalypse lay motionless in a jagged pit. His once gleaming armor was cracked and broken, great swaths of his body scorched raw. Despite the severity of his wounds, his eyes remained clear. His regenerative gifts were already knitting torn flesh back together. Aaron stepped forward, phoenix feathers drifting around him like embers. Apocalypse's gaze flickered open. "Who are you?" he rasped, the words twisting through cracked lips. He made no move to rise. Pride stayed his strength. Damn arrogance, he thought. But then, what was the use of arguing with a man on death's doorstep? "A humble alchemist." Aaron replied with a polite bow. He held up a gloved hand. "All the weapons that crippled you at the pyramid's entrance, every blade, every bullet, you can credit to me." For the first time since he'd fallen, Apocalypse seemed taken aback, confusion clouding his eyes. "And what do you intend to do with me?" A cold smile curved Aaron's lips. "I intend to finish the job. I have no love for loose ends." Apocalypse laughed, a sound that cracked the vaulted ceiling and echoed like war drums through the ruined hall. The clash of gods and demons thundered in that single, defiant roar, unbowed, unbroken. "In all my countless reincarnations, no mortal has ever dared speak to me like that. Do you truly believe your weapons can kill me?" Aaron met his gaze without flinching. "These are 8-fold enchanted alchemical bullets, strong enough to rattle anyone up to just below the father level, but not to slay a true god. I knew the individual power was limited, so I made up for it in volume. You saw how they broke through your defenses, but they still weren't lethal." Tianqi's lips curved into a cold smile. "I am a god." Aaron's voice was steady. "Can gods be harmed?" "Of course not," came the instantaneous reply. "Actually, they can." Aaron paused, letting the words sink in. "Can gods bleed?" Silence. "Can gods die?" Despite himself, Tianqi's eyes flickered. "Ere you have it," Aaron concluded. "If you can be injured, bleed, and even die, then you're no god at all. Just a false idol." Tianqi's expression darkened. "You are, bold beyond reason." With a graceful motion, he tapped the ground. A razor-sharp beam of sand shot skyward, transforming into a blade that drove straight for Aaron's heart. A piercing cry split the air. Fox, Aaron's draconic companion, unleashed a gout of flame so intense it turned the surrounding gravel to ash. Dust, fire, and steel met in a single shattering moment, testing the limits of both mortal resolve and so-called divinity. "Okay, Fox," Aaron said. "Take her back first. Come find me when I call." Fox hovered for a heartbeat, then burst into flames and vanished. Tianqi's eyes narrowed. "Who are you?" "I'll tell you. Just before you die," Aaron replied, his voice calm. Arrogance soured Tianqi's expression. His eyes flickered white as he clenched his fists. With a roar, the gravel from the pit around them lifted into the air, surging toward Aaron like a living wall. Undeterred, Aaron slipped the red spider lily flintlock from his spatial ring. He cocked the hammer, raised the gun, and squeezed the trigger. The inlaid red spider lily on the barrel shimmered as arcane energy and alchemical blessings fused into the bullet. With a thunderous bang, it erupted from the muzzle in a blazing fireball, cutting through the churning gravel and sand. Tianqi snorted. At his command, the shattered stones were formed into countless razor-sharp spikes, converging on Aaron from every direction. "Let's see how you handle this," he taunted. Aaron's gaze remained steady. He slammed his fist into the ground. Cracks spiderwebbed outward, tearing the earth apart and swallowing the onrushing spikes as the battlefield itself rose to his defense. A thunderous impact rippled through the air, scattering gravel and rattling the already dilapidated palace. Tianqi fixed his gaze on Aaron, who stood completely unharmed. His pupils narrowed in astonishment. "Astounding power and an incredibly resilient body," Aaron offered a faint smile. "Not bad. If you convert it to capture level, I'd say around 70. Ever since unlocking his culinary inventory, Aaron had never held back on acquiring exotic fantasy ingredients. With each rarer delicacy he consumed, his body continued to evolve. He was still a long way from punching a star into oblivion, but his mutation level comfortably qualified as alpha. Capture level, Tianchi repeated, intrigued. By comparison, the Chitauri Leviathan only ranks around level 50. A triumphant grin spread across Tianqi's face. I see. The goddess of luck still favors me. After losing Charles, I now have you as my consolation prize. Young man, you are precisely the answer I've been seeking, and the cornerstone for my ascent to the divine throne. Aaron felt a chill creep up his spine under those feverish eyes. It was revolting to be coveted like some trophy by this old, grotesque, mentally unstable tyrant. I'm not a mutant, in case you were wondering, Tianqi said with a light shrug, stepping closer to Aaron. His lips curved into a faint, unsettling smile. After all, I've inhabited one body after another for the past few thousand years. Why would I settle for any ordinary mutant gene? Exceptional talents without the gene are far more versatile, and they extend my life. Aaron's jaw tightened. He studied Tianqi with equal parts disgust and pity. You're twisted, he spat. I was originally going to let you die quickly, but after hearing that disgusting spiel of yours, I've changed my mind. You'll die slowly, painfully. Tianqi's grin widened. Perfect. I'm in a bit of a hurry, though. He glanced at the ornate stone pillars overhead, some already splintering under unseen pressure. This hall won't hold together much longer, and I can't afford to make a racket, so you're going to have to help me out, at least by not making a fuss. Aaron's eyes blazed. Over my dead body. Without warning, Tianqi's pupils flashed white. He raised his scomper, and the air around him seemed to warp, gravity itself bending to his will. With a sudden tug, Aaron was yanked off his feet. He gasped as Tianqi pinched his throat midair, dragging him closer until their faces were inches apart. Arrogant, Tianqi whispered, his voice low and resonant, but not uncooperative. He let the gravitational field tighten, lifting Aaron clear off the ground. Stones rattled on the floor as the great hall groaned, its collapse imminent. And there, suspended in Tianqi's invisible grip, Aaron realized too late that this fight was far from over, and the death Tianqi promised was only just beginning. Aaron leaned forward, a triumphant smile playing on his lips. Now you can appreciate the vast gulf between gods and ants. Apocalypse's eyes narrowed. You captured Charles for his mind control ability, didn't you? Aaron shrugged casually. So what? Here's a little secret. My psychic powers are far superior to his. Before Apocalypse could gather his thoughts, a soft green glow flared in Aaron's pupils, and the etched image of a sheep shimmered in the light. A jolt of vertigo tore through Apocalypse's mind, and the world around him dissolved into a brand-new dreamscape. Through a polished obsidian mirror, Hala watched the pair standing motionless in that illusory realm. She snorted and folded her arms. No wonder he didn't need my assistance. An attendant bowed deeply. Your Highness, what is happening? Hala's gaze remained fixed on the mirror. They're locked in a battle of spirits. Unless something unexpected intervenes, they will continue this fight in the very plane where your council convenes. The attendant frowned in admiration. It's ingenious. If he'd unleashed his magic in the physical world, his identity would have been revealed. But on the spiritual plane, no one can breach that veil. Unbound by any restraint, he can do exactly as he pleases, and nobody will notice, the strategist whispered. Is victory even possible for our master? Have more faith, came the reply. Once you invoke Ma, Went will unleash his power. Without total confidence, he wouldn't dare make such a move. He'd be crushed. Only if Tianqi can beat him in the spiritual realm, or wields a force capable of shattering that realm itself, could he hope to survive. Otherwise, he's just a fish on the chopping block. Now, restore the mirror. This battle is over. Welcome to my spiritual domain. Aaron waved a hand, and a simple chair appeared beneath him. He sat, smiling. You're standing atop the highest peak. It's where my family and I meet whenever trouble looms. Better to change scenery before anything goes wrong. With a sharp snap of his fingers, the mist-shrouded summit dissolved. In its place stretched a boundless plain of midnight black grass, each blade waving in an imperceptible breeze. This is the black grassland, Aaron explained, plucking a handful of inky stalks and chewing thoughtfully. Every strand here is edible. When I make a vegetable salad, I sometimes toss in a handful of black grass, Aaron said lightly. It lends a delightful peppery edge. It's a pity, though, that everything you see here is an illusion. Until I learn to manifest it in the real world, I can only taste it. I can't actually satisfy my body's needs. Apocalypse stared at him, his expression turning grave. He'd heard of spiritual realms. Everyone had one, in theory, but they were considered untouchable, abstract places no one ever truly entered. Yet here was Aaron, not only wandering through his own soul space, but shaping it into something astonishingly concrete. Had Aaron not told him outright, Apocalypse might have believed he'd stepped into a genuine, physical world. Achieving that level of illusion-woven reality demanded soul power beyond imagining, power that neither Charles nor anyone Apocalypse knew could muster. "Who are you?" Apocalypse managed at last. Aaron shrugged, a faint blush coloring his cheeks. "I'm Aaron Gaius. The one who sealed you away 1,000 years ago was Horn Gaius, my forebear who took life with impunity." A crack of tension snapped through the air. Apocalypse's eyes flashed with a mix of mortification and seething rage. "Go to hell," Apocalypse snarled, his eyes flashing white as he stretched out his hands like he was about to crush the world itself. In the next instant, he clenched his fists, and a wave of raw, terrible power burst forth. Vast fields of jet-black grass ripped free from the earth, transforming into countless obsidian spikes that slammed into Aaron. At the same time, several larger spines shot up around Aaron's feet, piercing his body and locking him in place. Swish! 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 The air filled with the hiss of falling blades as the dark grass rained down like a storm, impaling Aaron from every direction until he looked every bit like a tortured hedgehog. Apocalypse's voice was ice-cold. "You should never have crossed me." He leaned forward, his contempt unmistakable. "Gaius, yes, you deserve nothing but death. I admit your spirit world is impressive, but greatness alone means nothing when you're this weak. You wield enormous magical power yet don't know how to use it. What a pitiful waste." A cruel smile twisted his lips as he circled the trapped man. "It hurts, doesn't it? No, you won't die here. I'll prolong your agony, break you until you beg for release, and then I'll erase your mind. After I leave, you'll remain conscious, forced to watch as I take your body, your strength, your magic, your enchanted blood, and even this so-called fantasy realm. Every last piece of you will belong to me, Ansabanur." Aaron watched silently as Tianqi vented his anger. At the same time, he steeled himself. He would survive. After all, being sealed away for thousands of years, painlessly trapped in sleep, was hardly torture to a vampire. Such comfortable slumbers were common for long-lived immortals. Yet even so, Apocalypse's seething hatred sent shivers across Aaron's skin. He could only imagine the loathing reserved for those who had wronged him far more deeply. With a quiet sigh, Aaron let his body dissolve, every scrap of flesh vanishing into nothingness. "Huh?" Tianka frowned. "Do you really think you can run?" "I'm not fleeing," Aaron replied, reappearing behind him. "That blow you landed a moment ago? It was only an illusion." Tianqi's eyes flashed with anger. "I get that you're furious, but don't blame me for your imprisonment. If you want revenge, go after Horn. What satisfaction will you gain from picking on a 20-something like me?" Aaron studied him coolly. "That's cowardice, nothing more." Tianqi bristled, but had no comeback. He dreamt of confronting Horn himself, yet he knew he stood no chance, so he targeted Horn's descendants instead. "It's human nature," he muttered defensively. "We bully the weak and fear the strong." Aaron's eyes shone with sympathy and understanding, and the sting of his gaze cut deep into Apocalypse's pride. In a heartbeat, the charred grassland beneath them dissolved into a sea of golden sand. The grains whipped into a whirlwind, blotting out sun and sky, and coalesced into a colossal stone effigy of Apocalypse, hundreds of feet tall. "Wow," Aaron breathed, his voice tinged with awe. "That's really something. True power bears witness to its own miracles." Apocalypse hovered atop the statue's broad shoulders, chest swelling with pride. With a showman's flourish, he thrust his right hand downward. Instantly, the stone giant mirrored his motion. An enormous palm arced in the air and thundered toward Aaron with earth-shattering force. Aaron stroked his chin as though pondering a trivial riddle. "Afraid?" Apocalypse taunted, his laughter echoing off the dunes. "You look like you're about to soil yourself." Unfazed, Aaron shook his head. "Hardly. I've seen far more spectacular displays. Remember that woman we met? She's leagues beyond you." Sand cascaded from the gargantuan hand as it closed in. Aaron muttered under his breath, running through his options. A splitting spell, a vanishing charm, perhaps form magic, or a quick transfiguration. It's B. In ages since I last cast anything substantial. Decisions. Decisions. He squared his shoulders, eyes flicking between the descending palm and the swirling sands at his feet. Whatever came next, he'd need to choose fast. Chapter 937, Tianqi's Self-Righteousness. He wants to escape but can't. Part 1. Aaron blurred into an afterimage and reappeared beside Tianqi as if by teleportation. With a single, thunderous punch, he sent Tianqi skidding sideways, teeth and spittle spraying into the air. Before Tianqi even finished tumbling, Aaron seized his arm like lightning and flung him toward the rocky ground below. But Aaron wasn't finished. He sprinted to catch up with Tianqi's downward arc, and just as his face was about to slam into the earth, unleashed a brutal uppercut. From there, Aaron's fists became a relentless storm, pounding at Tianqi's head, cheeks, chest, and abdomen, every vulnerable spot he could reach. Each impact lifted Tianqi a few feet before gravity yanked him down again, only for Aaron to strike the instant he dropped back into range. Boom! 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 For 30 seconds straight, Tianqi endured a one-sided assault. Hundreds of punishing blows flooded his body with white-hot pain, each punch driving him higher, and then sending him crashing back down again. As Apocalypse rose again, his pupils flickered with effort. With a subtle gesture, he wove a wall of sand to intercept Aaron's next punch. Catching his breath, he then opened a portal beneath his feet and vaulted to the very top of the colossal stone statue. Aaron's fist crashed into empty air, and he didn't even flinch. Instead, he threw back his head and laughed, the sunlight glinting off his white teeth. "I have to thank you," he called up. "It's rare to find a punching bag this durable. Feels good to taste flesh again, something I haven't enjoyed in ages." Apocalypse's jaw tightened. He had spent untold effort shaping this 100-foot monument, only to have it shattered by such a rudimentary blow. The insult stung worse than the crack in the stone. Through clenched teeth he muttered, "Not bad reflexes." Aaron cocked an eyebrow and chuckled. "A compliment? I'm honored. My power sharpens my dynamic vision and reaction speed. Don't believe me? Feel free to try again." "Is that so?" Apocalypse's voice was low, dangerous, and genuinely curious this time. Aaron only flashed a wider grin and vanished. Tianqi's eyes darted where Aaron had stood and found nothing. He staggered back, bewildered. "How is this possible?" Aaron sighed, a faint smirk playing on his lips as he brushed a speck of dust from his sleeve. "Speed alone can't explain it. This is teleportation, apparition magic. I may not yet be powerful enough to leap between the stars, but anywhere on Earth is just a blink away from me." Tianqi wiped blood from the corner of his mouth, but his laugh was undiminished. "I nearly had you that time. All the more reason to try again." Rolling his eyes, Aaron cocked his head. "If you insist." In an instant, he vanished and reappeared high above Apocalypse. But as Aaron materialized, he met the supervillain's wicked, triumphant grin and felt a surge of warning flare in his mind. He barely had time to twist away before he blinked back to his original spot. A split second later, the earth where he'd stood exploded in a storm of jagged spikes. They shredded the air, missing him by mere inches. Apocalypse nodded, pride evident in his posture. "My magic detects every relocation you make. You'll find your teleportation useless against me." Snap! 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 The ground rang with the ominous crack of spines emerging, an unspoken promise that the real battle was only just beginning. "It's breathtaking," Aaron said, clapping his hands with a smirk. "But since I can predict the future, your admiration is, how should I put it, a bit pointless." Tianqi's face darkened. "Cut the theatrics." Aaron shrugged. "Afraid? Believe me, this little stunt could kill you twice over. You're flesh and blood like any other mutant, swords can still slice you open, and even your healing factor and telekinesis won't make you immortal." "Shut." Before she could finish, Aaron's eyes crackled with electric light. He unleashed twin laser beams. With a metallic clang, Tianqi slammed up her Apocalypse Shield just in time. A shimmer of invisible energy flared out, blocking the blast several meters from her. "Not bad vision," Tianqi remarked, eyes narrowed. "Better than that glasses-wearing mutant's, but still no match for my defense." Aaron simply shrugged and focused again. Runes of swirling light materialized in front of him, forming a glowing spatial array. From its center, a black staff shot out and settled into his hand. "The real show begins," he murmured. With that, The staff erupted in a roaring inferno. Waves of flame poured forth like a burning tide, engulfing the apocalypse shield and turning the sky to molten red. Tianchi staggered back 2 paces as an infernal heat slammed into him. His shimmering protective barrier quivered under the strain, yet he willed it to hold. Gritting his teeth, he managed, "Your flames are strong, but you're still not at full power." A bestial roar answered him. Aaron's eyes blazed as he unleashed draconic fire, torrents of orange-red flame bursting from the corners of his mouth. The scorching wave slammed into Tianqi's shield, rippling the air and warping reality around them. Cracks spidered across the barrier's surface, and Tianqi groaned in pain as he poured every ounce of energy into patching it. Bit by agonizing bit, the shield's fractures sealed, just enough to keep him standing in the heart of the sea of fire. Aaron let out a mirthless chuckle. "Not bad, kid. Looks like we're evenly matched. No need to play it so cool." Tianchi gave a tired, wry smile. "Believe me, if I held anything back, you'd have broken through long ago." Deep down, he knew who Aaron really was, and that letting him slip away now would only invite more bloodshed down the road. The grin dropped from Aaron's face. With a deliberate sweep of his other hand, he traced a glowing red sigil in the air. Its runes pulsed menacingly, drawing on the fiery realm around them, and with that, the temperature spiked once again, threatening to engulf them both. The brilliant flames of the fire dragon swept across the battlefield. Each wave of heat burned brighter than the last, so intense it seemed to scorch the sky and boil the sea. Even Apocalypse's arms trembled under the onslaught. He knew they had to retreat. If the dragon kept at this pace, there would be nothing left to save. With a thunderous roar, the inferno detonated, reducing the black plain to scorched earth. Not a single blade of grass remained. Apocalypse gritted his teeth, then, with a flash, disappeared from view. Aaron exhaled and let himself slide down the mountainside until he reached his usual perch. He settled into a carved stone seat at the summit, the wind whipping around him. After a moment's pause, ripples of violet light shimmered into being behind him, coalescing into a ghostly portal. Apocalypse strode through, still coughing ash. Aaron turned to face him, a cold smile playing on his lips. "Thinking you could flee?" he taunted. "Not a chance." Apocalypse's eyes burned with fury. "What have you done?" he demanded. Aaron chuckled, shaking his head. "You really haven't figured it out? You're inside my spiritual realm now. Every inch of this world answers to me. Nothing hides from my sight." He leaned forward, his voice dropping to a whisper. "There's nowhere left for you to run." Tianchi's composure cracked. A flicker of humiliation, fear, and confusion passed across his face, emotions he hadn't felt in millennia. In the age when gods and demons warred across the heavens, he'd always considered himself destined to rise, step by step, to stand alongside the god-kings. Yet here he was, his life in jeopardy, and his pride relentlessly battered. Feelings long buried were now clawing their way to the surface. Apocalypse clenched his fists and roared. With a sweeping gesture, he ripped at the sea of golden sunlight clouds above them. The once placid expanse began to roil as tendrils of wind and light twisted into a furious maelstrom. "Gaius," he thundered, "you've gone too far this time." Gaius merely clicked his tongue, a mocking smirk on his lip. "Must you always lose your temper? This realm, this marvel of creation, is my doing, and you're dismantling it like an angry child." "Go to hell!" Apocalypse bellowed. "I am a god. Witness my true power." With a deafening crack, the churning clouds rose into the sky, coalescing into a titanic humanoid shape. In an instant, it blotted out the sun, casting the world below into shadow. The colossal figure before them was clad in heavy armor and bore a bald, featureless head, sort of like a gargantuan version of Apocalypse come to life. Any stone effigy they'd seen across the Black Plains looked puny by comparison. Embedded in its forehead was a mysterious pyramid carved with ancient runes. Sunlight washed over that crystal shape, transforming into brilliant streams of light that fused into the giant's rocky frame, lending it an unmistakable, almost living solidity. "Damn!" Aaron spat, his fists clenching at his sides. "What? Are you trying to scare me?" "I'm not frightened. I'm just in awe of your ego. You burned through most of my Cloud Sea energy to conjure this oversized statue. You really love showing off, don't you?" Tianchi leaned back, a cool smile playing on his lips. If he were drinking ice water in the height of summer, he'd feel just this refreshed. He'd hoped Aaron would be trembling by now, but all he saw was astonishment. "Don't misunderstand," Tianqi said, voice low and proud. "This isn't a sculpture. It's the knell of your death, and I'll personally ring it for you." Without another word, Apocalypse stepped through a shimmering portal and mounted the rune pyramid atop the giant's brow. In an instant, both of the giant's eyes ignited with searing gold light, and veins of scorching energy crackled along its armor plates, as if the very air around them had caught fire. The air trembled as Apocalypse, the colossal, horned behemoth, unleashed a deafening roar. From its gaping jaws poured a searing, pale golden radiance. Unperturbed, Tianqi raised his chin and called out, "Go to hell and repent for your blasphemy." No sooner had the words left his lips than the golden beam lunged forward, aimed squarely at Aaron. "Mirror reflection," Aaron shouted. He slammed his arms together, and before him bloomed two massive magic arrays, one glowing blood red, the other a deep electric blue. The beam struck like liquid fire, crackling and warping the very fabric of space. Sheets of flame licked outward, and the world seemed to buckle under its heat. At the point of impact, the twin circles held firm but quaked, pushing Aaron off his feet and slamming him backward. For the first time in countless battles, he felt genuine, crushing pressure. Tianqi's lips curled into a triumphant smile. If Aaron fell here, all evidence of Tianqi's humiliation would vanish, and the promised rewards would be beyond anything he dared imagine. But satisfaction turned to shock in an instant. The golden beam had rebounded, rifled back along a strange, impossible angle, as if it had struck a perfect mirror. The deflected light stabbed straight into Apocalypse's chest. With a sound like thunder cracking stone, a jagged hole appeared in the creature's armor-like scales. Staggering back, Apocalypse slammed the ground and bellowed, a roar now infused with both rage and deep, scorching shame. Aaron's palms glowed as he poured his life force into sealing the giant's wounds. Suddenly, the colossal figure, Tianqi, snorted in contempt and swung one mountain-sized hand at him. Aaron shook his head, vaulted into the air, and rocketed skyward, narrowly escaping the crushing blow. White light flickered in Tianqi's eyes as he ravenously absorbed every stray photon around him. Replenished by that gleaming power, dozens of spectral palms erupted from his torso, stretching out to ensnare Aaron in a phantom embrace. "Oi!" Aaron called, excitement flashing in his gaze. He wove his fingers into a tight seal, and in an instant a three-dimensional, fiery orange magic circle ignited around him. The barrage of ghostly arms battered against his seraphim shield, showering it with sparks, yet the barrier held firm. Without warning, one of Tianqi's true palms slammed down through the air. The gale it unleashed shredded the long conference tables and scattered the chairs like chaff. Everyone else in the hall stared, frozen with shock. Aaron's expression grew calm. He intoned a second incantation, and a ribbon of pure azure light shot from his fingertips, enveloping the giant's massive frame in a flash. Mid-descent, Tianqi's hand shuddered to a halt, its motion dragging to a sluggish crawl. Tianqi stared at his immobilized limb, brow furrowed in disbelief. "What have you done?" he demanded. Aaron steadied his breathing and whispered the incantation, "Petrification Curse." Turning a colossal creature to stone was hardly child's play for a mid-level archmage. Tianqi, trapped beyond the pyramid's force field, sneered. "You're only prolonging the inevitable." Aaron laughed softly. "Oh, please. You're the one fighting for your life. From the moment I dragged you here, your fate was sealed. Every spell you cast to change that only made your doom more certain, and frankly, it was always useless." He glanced at the crumbling walls of the pyramid. "The outer shell's about to collapse. Time's running out. I'd rather finish this quickly." With a gentle puff, Aaron exhaled onto his palm. Blue flames flickered to life, coalescing into the shape of a phoenix wreathed in sapphire fire. "Go, little one." The fiery bird swept down, plunging its blazing head into the giant's body. Upon contact, the azure flames surged, feeding on the creature's arcane energy. In seconds, the phoenix ballooned to several times its size, its power amplified by the devouring blaze. From a distance, the gigantic figure looked like butter in a skillet, poised to melt at any moment under Aaron's demonic flames. "Is fire all you've got?" Tianqi snarled, fury edging his voice. At this rate, the inferno would vaporize the cloud sea he'd painstakingly condensed in mere minutes. Aaron's eyes gleamed. I am the fire demon god. Fire is my domain, and not just any fire, but demonic flame that devours everything in its path. Only a handful of wizards can master it, and I am one of them. He summoned a wave of crimson heat that intensified the blaze. A cruel smile curved Aaron's lips. I could have finished you with fairy fire, at least to purify your tainted soul. But why settle for mercy? This fire will leave no trace of you, so I can finally rest easy. Tianqi's face went ashen. There was no way to match Aaron's power. His only hope lay in retreat. He spun on his heel and dashed toward the crumbling corridor. If the building collapsed and the shockwave rattled their bodies, maybe, just maybe, the spell would falter, giving him a chance to break free. Apocalypse tried his old trick once more, reaching out to tear open a portal in midair. A purple rift flickered into being. For a moment, it seemed real, then shattered into motes of light and dissolved. Tianqi stared in disbelief. Aaron, a mocking smile curling his lips, let out a soft chuckle. Surprised? Impressed? Don't get too excited. This chamber is under spatial confinement. I've spent years studying space magic. Here, neither teleportation nor dimensional travel can function. If you really want to leave, you'll have to outrun me by sheer speed or take to the skies. But even with your powers, you won't escape the reach of that inferno out there. So in the interest of humanity, let me offer you some advice. End this now. Give yourself one final act of dignity. After all, you're nothing more than a false god. Chapter 938, The Limit of Level 4 Mutants, Impeccable Protection, 1/2. When Aaron finished speaking, Apocalypse's face darkened with rage. He was supposed to be a god, an exalted, majestic being, and yet Aaron had just told him to kill himself as if he were no more than an insect. The humiliation stung worse than any physical blow. Victory isn't decided until it's decided, Apocalypse growled. How can you be so certain you'll win? Aaron clicked his tongue and leaned back in his chair, regarding his ancient opponent with amused contempt. You've gathered a lot of powers over the centuries, I'll give you that. In terms of variety, you're formidable, but your hardware and software are completely mismatched. Even an alpha-level mutant is still just alpha, far from omega. You've lived for millennia, swapped bodies countless times, scavenged every ability you could find, and most of what you possess is epsilon, delta, or beta level. Only a handful of your powers even reach alpha. You command legions of level 1, 2, and 3 mutants, yet you remain stuck at level 4. What good is that? Apocalypse stood under the flickering torchlight, his vast form casting a long shadow as Aaron's words cut through the air. You've climbed as high as a level 4 mutant can, Aaron continued evenly. Even at your absolute peak, you're still a world apart from level 5. Apocalypse's fists tightened. That's absurd. If incremental gains don't lead to a breakthrough, then all this effort is pointless, like adding 1 plus half plus quarter plus thank forever, and never quite reaching 2. Aaron nodded. Exactly. In essence, you're not fundamentally different from Charles Xavier or Eric Lenscher. You just happen to exhibit a broader array of flashy powers. A roar of frustration rumbled in Apocalypse's chest. You're wrong. He ground out the words. For millennia, he'd believed himself destined to ascend, yet every attempt stalled. Level 4 was supposed to be the theoretical summit of mutant potential, and he had scaled that summit long ago. Denying the truth won't change it, Aaron said softly, shrugging. I get it, you hate admitting failure. But the fact remains, you've reached the ceiling of level 4. What sets you apart from your peers isn't raw power, but the versatility of your abilities. It's like a stage magician dazzling an audience with grand illusions, impressive, but ultimately still tricks. Apocalypse stared at him, rage and disbelief warring in his eyes. Yet deep down, he knew Aaron spoke the truth. The chasm between level 4 and level 5 yawned before him, and no amount of bluster could close it. Every mutant possesses a talent all their own. You stole from them, took their money, even their lives, to claim those powers for yourself. Before long, you began to see yourself as exceptional, looking down on every other magic user. But you've overlooked the most important fact. You're still only a mage. The leap from a 4th-tier mutant to a 5th-tier one is like the gulf between a wizard and an archmage, just one rank on paper, yet worlds apart in power. Apocalypse opened his mouth to contradict that, but no words came. In that moment, he felt the crushing truth. He was nothing more than a 4th-tier mutant. Had he truly been stronger, he wouldn't be standing here so thoroughly exposed. Aaron drove his blade home in Apocalypse's chest, then withdrew it with casual ease. At my current strength, a peak level 4 mutant is no challenge. Level 5, though, only then would I need to take you seriously. Apocalypse stifled a snarl and laughed, thin-lipped. So you do underestimate me? Aaron shrugged, eyes cold. No, I just know your fate is already sealed. Below them, the Liwo Phoenix writhed in a frenzy of blue flame, tearing into the giant's legs with molten fury. Apocalypse had lived countless lives, mastered myriad powers, yet here he was, trapped. Escaping now would demand a price far too dear. Better to wait for the right moment. Aaron caught the flicker of uncertainty in his foe's gaze. Not worried? He asked. Aged confidence shone in Apocalypse's eyes. Ives, he witnessed the rise and fall of gods and demons. What haven't I seen? Aaron cracked a smile. Fair enough. He snapped his fingers. Summoning every ounce of his power, he thrust his palm toward the roaring phoenix, and in an instant, the blue flames recoiled, surging upward in a blinding explosion. Boom! The Liwo Phoenix reared its head, wings outstretched, and hurled itself at Apocalypse, carving a ribbon of cobalt flame along the giant's form. You! Apocalypse's glare bored into Aaron, fury giving way to a flicker of panic. I've known for a long time that villains die for talking too much, but heroes can perish just the same. I didn't waste these words simply to clarify your end. I needed the Lihuo to burn unimpeded. Yet your performance just now, it showed me you still have confidence. Aaron held his ground, meeting Apocalypse's eyes, confidence enough to turn defeat into victory. With perfect timing, the Phoenix dove in. Its dark blue fire surged straight at Apocalypse's face. With a crackling roar, he summoned a translucent shield. The inferno smashed against it, scattering in every direction, only to swirl back together, reforming the shape of a phoenix and striking again. Boom, boom, boom. Time and again, the Lihuo Phoenix slammed into the barrier, its relentless assault setting the air ablaze with sparks and ash. Apocalypse gritted his teeth, the shield quivering under the repeated onslaught. All around them, the battlefield held its breath, watching to see whether this fiery avian would finally break the Titan's defense. Apocalypse slammed his protective barrier into place and lashed out with telekinesis, but the surging fire phoenix barely flinched under the blow. Aaron chuckled, amusement bright in his gaze. Too bad for you. Your molecular manipulation keeps you from dispersing, yes, but it also saps your strength. You're wasting half your power on that shield. Your telekinesis can't compete. Apocalypse's lips curled in a snarl, his pupils burned white with fury. It's still. Before he could finish, Aaron struck. A thunderous crack echoed through the air as Aaron's fist drove into Apocalypse's chest like a warhammer. The barrier buckled, and a fine spray of crimson slid from the corner of Apocalypse's mouth. How is that possible? Apocalypse gasped, shock tinging his voice. He hadn't expected to be beaten this easily. Aaron hovered above him, calm and unruffled. I studied telekinesis too, you know. Why else do you think I can fly? A fusion of levitation and raw acceleration. That's real flight. He folded his arms, unwavering. If you've got a trump card left, now's the time to use it, because after this, you won't get another chance. Apocalypse's eyes darkened. You're pushing me into a corner. Fine, but don't say I didn't warn you. You're courting death. Aaron offered him a faint, wry smile. Can't help it. All at once, the world held its breath. Flames roared, sparks crackled, and two rivals faced off, each preparing to unleash the next devastating move. Who knows what might happen in the next heartbeat? If he breaks free, we're finished. Damn it! I'll kill you! Apocalypse roared. His voice shook the very stones beneath him. With a thunderous pulse, the pyramid platform trembled as Apocalypse sank into its base, his legs melding seamlessly with the ancient masonry. He poured every ounce of his spirit into the monolith. Boom, 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 a distant, hollow thump, the heartbeat of the colossal titan trapped in the sea of clouds, resounded across the sky. In an instant, its terrifying aura surged outward, snuffing out Lihuo's raging flames. You leave me no choice, Apocalypse muttered, voice low and fierce. The pyramid flared to blinding brilliance. In moments, the entire sea of clouds was drawn into the giant's immense form. A being already vast enough to blot out sun and sky swelled even larger, its shoulders brushing the dark void beyond the unformed spiritual realm. Aaron's fire phoenix screeched as that gargantuan foot came down like a mountain, crushing the divine creature into silent ash. Panting, Aaron studied the now fully awakened Titan. "Very good," he said coolly. "If you had this power all along, why didn't you warn me?" Aaron studied the ancient figure before him. "Do you have masochistic tendencies?" Apocalypse, once known as Tianqi, gave a weary, hollow laugh. "You could call it the price of the sacrificial rite. Over countless reincarnations, it was the most useless ability I possessed. I always thought I'd never resort to it. But you, Aaron, you left me no choice, and that, in its own twisted way, is impressive." Aaron managed a dry half-smile. "Thank you, I guess. But what exactly did you sacrifice?" Apocalypse folded his gnarled hands and closed his eyes. "I gave up everything I once held, my life, my soul, even my mutant powers. In return, I amplified one single ability. The cost was steep. My youthful body is gone forever, and no matter how many new vessels I claim, I'll always appear as an old man. Worse yet, I lost half of my mutant potential, half the power I'd painstakingly built over all my lives." He shrugged, as though relieved of a burden. "Strangely, I feel liberated. Those grand powers were more a curse than a gift." A raspy chuckle escaped him. "Still, I've ascended to 5th-level mutant status. It hurts like hell, but now I'm strong enough to shatter your spiritual world." Apocalypse's lips curved into a cold smile. He raised one massive hand, and the swirling mists above condensed into a long, razor-sharp sword. "This is the cost of your intrusion," he said. "If you can, try to stop me." With a thunderous step, the stone giant he controlled slammed its foot into the ground, driving the ethereal blade down, and the moment blade met earth, it shuddered violently. The giant rocked on its heels, struggling to keep its grip. "Surprised?" Aaron, known to the world as Apocalypse, gave a dark chuckle. "You're not the first to break into my spirit realm. Once, someone far more powerful than you did it. At that time, my world was still young and fragile. His magic threatened to tear it apart, so I had no choice but to force him out." He paused, letting that sink in. "And don't flatter yourself. I didn't invite you here. I could expel you at any moment. Doesn't matter if you're a level 5 mutant or an invulnerable soul like Gaius. That's my birthright." Aaron's smile turned sardonic. "If I were to release you now, the first thing I'd do on the outside is broadcast your existence to every news outlet on the planet. You'd become prey overnight, hunted by governments and mercenaries alike. So believe me when I say, I won't let you go." He stepped back, the air crackling around him. "As for what just happened..." His words were cut off by a sudden, echoing snap, as though the very fabric of his realm, and perhaps the intruder's fate, was being torn in two. Aaron snapped his fingers, and in an instant a dense lattice of magic circles sprang to life, branching out across every inch of space without leaving a single gap. Tianqi gaped at the shimmering wards, frozen for a heartbeat before he hurled himself forward, trying to shatter Aaron's defenses. "You've got to be kidding me," Tianqi muttered, panting. "Are you actually this paranoid?" Aaron feigned astonishment, one brow arched. "Paranoid? Oh, absolutely. Ever since my first year at the academy, I've been plagued by persecution delusions. Remember that dark wizard who ripped apart my spiritual domain and forced me to release him? I swore I'd never be caught off guard again. So every time I expand my spiritual world, I bury a defensive circle in every square inch. With each surge of my magic, these linked sigils grow stronger and fuse into an unbreakable network. This entire realm is cocooned in interlocking wards. No peak level 5 mutant could breach them, let alone a mid-level one." Tianqi's eyes went wide. Damn, he'd never suspected Aaron could be so obsessively thorough. All he had to do was lure his enemy into his own spiritual realm, and yet, the moment he did, his opponent turned that realm into an impregnable fortress. It was outrageous. Even worse, his damn ancestor, a second Gaius, had pulled the exact same stunt. Both of them could have slain him outright, but they chose not to. Instead, they let the untouchables seal him away with nothing more than a few empty threats. From start to finish, it had been one hollow warning circle after another, and he'd been made to look like a fool, not a conqueror. Apocalypse ground his teeth. His pride had been trampled by these two Gaiuses. This is too much. With a roar, he swung his greatsword in a furious arc, cleaving at Aaron's spiritual barrier. At the same time, he commanded his giant to unleash a devastating torrent of energy. The assault struck the dense defensive wards and flickered across their surface like raindrops on still water. No crack, no breach. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Rage flared behind Apocalypse's bloodshot white eyes. The power he'd bled and suffered to acquire, this was the result. Utter impotence. He couldn't accept it. All he could do was seethe. Aaron shook his head, emotion warring in his eyes. Just as he opened his mouth to speak, a jagged stone slammed into his arm. "Is the pyramid about to collapse?" he whispered. Across from him, Apocalypse froze mid-swing, sword caught in midair. In that instant, he looked like a drowning man clutching at the last driftwood, hope flickering in his gaze. Fifth-level mutants such as themselves couldn't shatter this illusory realm with sheer power. But if their real bodies out in the material world registered the impact, they might just wrench themselves free. Fourth-level mutants were no threat to Aaron, and even a fifth-level rival like Apocalypse couldn't break his defenses. If they could simply hang on until their consciousness returned, escape was still possible. "There's always a way out," Apocalypse laughed, adrenaline crackling in his voice. He turned to Aaron with a mocking bow. "It's over for you. Once we snap back to reality, get ready to run. I'll never allow another Gaius to exist in this world." Aaron's lips curled into a disdainful smile. "You really think I can't counter you?" he asked coolly. "Is the answer not obvious?" "I admire your confidence and your ignorance," Apocalypse replied, voice slick with condescension. Aaron met that smug look head-on. He'd only unleashed half his magic just to force Apocalypse to a standstill. Now, with his reserves still brimming, the real battle was about to begin. He could have reclaimed the other half of his power and hit even a fifth-level mutant with devastating force. But there was no time. He and Apocalypse had been locked in combat far too long. Calling upon the Shadow Dimension now would be overkill. Using an entire pocket realm just to suppress Apocalypse wasn't necessary. "You asked me earlier what I could do besides playing with fire," Aaron said, forcing a wry smile. Tianchi looked genuinely puzzled. "My previous answer was that you're the fire demon god, and your specialty is fire. If that's the wrong topic, I don't know what else to say." Aaron's grin turned sheepish. "All right, let me clarify. I'm not only the fire demon god, I'm the sky demon god too. Along with flame, I command wind and weather. With a single thought, I can churn clouds across the sky or part the mist and make it vanish." Tianchi blinked, speechless. Chapter 939, The Death of the False God. The Budget Has Not Been Spent Yet. Part 1. Apocalypse stared down at the colossal figure formed of roiling clouds, a cold unease creeping up from his boots to the top of his skull. The giant's misty tendrils writhed as if alive, a silent testament to Aaron's whispered promise of power. "Do you really expect me to believe you?" Apocalypse asked, his voice deceptively calm. "If you possess such ability, why didn't you simply—" "In the real world, I can't just flaunt my magic," Aaron interrupted bluntly. His eyes never left the cloud giant. "I needed to witness the full might of Ansaba Nur. Out there, I hide my sorcery behind a dozen mundane personas, alchemist, fortune-teller, pharmacist, gourmet specialist, with regenerative talents, but never a magician." He took a measured breath. "The moment you declared yourself, mutants could no longer remain in the shadows. Humanity will spiral into chaos, and who knows how many innocents I might lose in the upheaval. Before I decide whether to unleash my magic against mutants, I needed hard data. Testing the power of a fourth-level mutant seemed the only rational course." A flicker of anger crossed Apocalypse's face, but it was tinged with something darker: resignation. "So I was your guinea pig," he said, each word laced with bitter irony. Aaron offered no apology. "Consider it a cost of research. If I understand your full capabilities, I can choose when and if to summon my magic in the battles ahead." Apocalypse's lips curled in a snarl, yet even as fury burned in his eyes, a cold truth settled in his bones. This confrontation was no accident. Fate had its own designs, and he was bound to play his part. Thousands of years ago, at the very height of his glory, he was sealed away by Aaron Gaius. Now, after a millennium of growth and triumph, Aaron Gaius has reappeared as his greatest obstacle. "Watch your tongue," Aaron said, waving a hand dismissively. A devilish red glow flickered in his pupils, and his voice took on a harsh, metallic edge. "I prefer to think of you as nothing more than a sandbag, a combat power tester, if you will." He stepped forward, chest rising and falling with confidence. This little exercise has been enlightening. Against mutants up to level 4, my physical form is more than enough. Above that threshold, well, aside from their immunity to mental attacks, I doubt I'd fare any better. Pausing, he offered a mocking bow. Thank you for the sparring session, but now it's time to put an end to this. No sooner had the words left his lips than a pair of slate-blue, demonic wings sprouted from his back, each easily several meters wide. With a single, languid flap, they unleashed a shockwave that rippled through the air and directly into the massive, cloud-constructed Colossus Tianqi had summoned with his 5th-level mutant ability. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions thundered from every joint of the 10,000-meter giant. Like an avalanche of mist, the cloud body collapsed in on itself. Stripped of its form, the Titan disintegrated, and Apocalypse, his footing gone, plummeted in a freefall toward oblivion. Apocalypse plummeted toward the earth, his descent unbroken. Desperation flared in his eyes, his irises bleaching to white as he reached out with molecular manipulation, striving to conjure a pair of giant palm-shaped cushions beneath him. But before the hands could fully form, the frail Li Huo phoenix darted in with terrifying speed. In a single motion, it snapped its beak around Apocalypse and swallowed him whole. Ah! His scream cut through the air as dark blue flames roared to life across his body, using him as fuel. In seconds, his night-hued skin blistered and peeled away like scorched parchment, exposing ordinary flesh, which the Phoenix's inferno in turn incinerated to ashes. Beneath the flames, Apocalypse's self-healing factor kicked in, tearing his body apart and rebuilding it over and over again, extending his agony to its absolute limit. Aaron stood by, watching in cold silence until every last ember died. When only a pile of gray dust remained, he finally exhaled, tension draining from his shoulders. "It's over," he murmured, his figure dissolving into nothingness. No sooner had Aaron slipped back into reality than a massive boulder tumbled from above, crashing toward him with earth-shaking force, proof, perhaps, that the battle was far from finished. He dodged to the side just in time. The boulder smashed into Apocalypse, spraying blood, shattered flesh, and bone fragments across the ruined hall. The coppery stench of blood instantly filled the air. Aaron flicked crimson froth from the back of his hand, his lips curling into a sneer. He'd lost interest in dissecting the fallen warlord. Far more intriguing was Ansaba Nur himself, the so-called false god, whose blood might yield unprecedented alchemical wonders. But right now, the corpse held no appeal. Let S-Shield haul it off. He imagined Nick Fury would be delighted to collect Apocalypse's remains. Fox. At his command, a globe of flame erupted overhead. From its fiery heart, the phoenix materialized, talons outstretched. With a graceful sweep, it seized Aaron's shoulders. In a shimmer of apparition, they vanished. Moments later, they stood in the divination chamber, a circular sanctum lined with swirling mist and crystal runes. Fox settled obediently on its carved perch, eyes aglow. Hala reclined on a plush settee, her dark robes pooling around her as she leafed through an ancient grimoire. "Cleaned up?" she asked without looking up. "No traces left behind?" "Not a single one." Aaron strode to a low table, poured himself a glass of water, and drained it in a single swallow. He sank beside Hala, folding one leg beneath him. "Consider it done. No one will ever know we were here." I completely obliterated his soul. His body was already so rotten it couldn't decay another moment, and nobody witnessed it. No one will ever suspect I had a hand in his end. All the glory, of course, goes to Captain America. Steve Rogers rallied humans and mutants alike and vanquished the would-be world destroyer. It fits perfectly with the official storyline. "Ha! Let's hope they buy it," a voice drawled. "Fox, how's Jean?" "Don't worry, Master," Fox replied with a proud tilt of her head. "I've sent her to the headmaster's office. Professor Xavier is infinitely better at comforting distressed students." She gave a satisfied nod. "You'd best be on your way now." "Already?" Professor Xavier's solace is the teacher's sort. Mine is the lover's. Entirely different realms of consolation. Fox nodded thoughtfully and then apparated away. No sooner had she disappeared than Abe, the small dragon curled at Aaron's side, sprang up and pressed his snout into Aaron's palm. All right, Aaron laughed, stroking the dragon's scaled head. "Even if I couldn't stop her, you still get an extra ration tonight." "Thank you, Master. You're the very best." Aaron smiled, a genuine relief settling in his chest. Aaron tapped the air and summoned the translucent hollow panel. System, opening task panel. On the screen floated 2 mission entries. Rescue Charles Xavier, reward 600 magic points. Status incomplete. Kill Ansaba Nur, reward 3,000 magic points. Status completed. Aaron's stomach sank. 600 magic points, just spent on that mirror projection spell, vanished before he could blink. He'd been counting on this rescue mission to make up the difference. System, he demanded, voice tight. Explain this. Weren't we the ones who rescued Professor Xavier? Why isn't it marked complete? The speakers crackled, then a cool, emotionless voice replied, Host, please maintain some dignity. Charles Xavier was indeed rescued, but not by you. The system does not reward freeloaders. Aaron's jaw twitched. I did help, didn't I? I provided the rescue gear to S-Child. Clarification, the system said. Those devices were sold to S.H.I.E.L.D. by you, not donated. No bonus points for commercial transactions. He clenched his fists. But I stopped a pakal. Yips. A beat of silence. Then the system chimed, confirmed, and Saba Nur has been eliminated. 3,000 magic points have been credited. The Charles Xavier mission remains unfulfilled by your direct intervention. Aaron stared at the glowing panel, frustration and determination warring in his eyes. His points might be gone for now, but he wasn't about to let the system, or anyone, write off his efforts. He would find a way to prove himself worthy of every last magic point. Chapter 7. Primary and Secondary. If I hadn't taken him out, Charles would already be on his second attempt, the system intoned coldly. His consciousness transfer is complete. Aaron's jaw tightened. Finishing the main objective doesn't mean the side tasks are done, too, he shot back. The completion of the primary mission does not excuse you from your secondary obligations, the system replied, its tone as unyielding as steel. My esteemed host, you must learn to distinguish what truly matters. Aaron opened his mouth to argue, but the system cut him off. There will be no negotiation. Had you shown even a shred of caution before rescuing Charles Xavier, I wouldn't have had to intervene like this. Aaron stared at the empty air where the system's holographic interface hovered, frustration boiling over. He had risked everything to save Charles. Now the system was lecturing him on priorities. He swallowed hard. Then tell me what to do next, he said, at last, voice low but determined. The system pulsed for a moment. First, secure the neural stabilizer. Charles's mind may have transferred, but it's still vulnerable to corruption. Retrieve it from the East Wing lab without alerting Central Command. After that, Aaron squared his shoulders. Consider it done. As he turned to leave, he cast one last glance at the glowing interface. The stakes had never been higher, and there would be no room for mistakes. Forget it. Just collect the reward for the second mission. System. Host has slain the mutant progenitor and Shaba Nur and earned 3,000 magic points. System. Opening mall interface. Aaron tapped the confirmation. The shopping window unfolded before him, divided into 3 categories: magic, materials, and items. Magic. Star Chart Archive, 1,800 MP, a supreme spell channeling the power of all 88 constellations for seamless, lock-on assaults. Magic Sealing Wave, 1,200 MP, conjures sealing energies bound within a container. Empty Slot, in Fairy, 100 MP, raises corpses as obedient undead soldiers. Psychic, 300 MP, facilitates communication with spirits, requiring dead tissue to serve as a conduit. Materials, Snakebone, Tree Man's Root, 30, Wind Demon's Energy, 3,000 megpes. The howling gale power of a wind demon, capable of summoning hurricanes, swallowing clouds, spewing fog, and manipulating airflow and pressure. Note, the combined energies of the 8 demons and the Panku box can even command the demon realm. Heart of the Flame Demon, 300 megpe. Human Face Rose, 50 megpes. Items, Confession Compass, 500 megpes. The Time Lord's Ancient Torture Device. Shiva Temple Bracelet, 300 mep-PC. Grants the wearer 2 additional arms. Blood Flower, 300 mep. Deepens the user's mastery over their own flesh and blood, allowing self-crawling and regeneration unless fatally destroyed, but at the cost of sporadic insanity. God's Armor, 1/500 mp-piece. A relic of the immortal deity Dikui's conqueror, Lan Kaihe. Upon activation, it becomes a full-body battlesuit, bestowing immense physical might. Mummy, 10 meps. Aaron paused to tally his balance. 3,644 magic points in total. Aaron checked his balance, 3,600 consumption points, and 44 refresh points. He scanned the shop's inventory, weighing his options. First up was the Demon Wind Magic, Xiaofeng's power, for 3,000 points. He could just about afford it, but he passed. He already wielded fire magic and celestial magic. A third element wouldn't boost his strength enough to justify such a steep price. Instead, Aaron focused on only thing he truly needed, divine armor, priced at 1,500 points. He had no shortage of weapons for close quarters or ranged combat, but lacked any real protection. The divine armor promised to enhance the wearer's physical resilience, exactly what he was missing. In a world beset by disasters, conflict was unavoidable, and this armor would not only keep him safe, it would lend a believable source to his formidable combat prowess. With his decision made, he exchanged the points and prepared to claim his new gear. Purchase the divine armor, store it in system space. Do not extract it for now. Yes, host. As the system confirmed the order, Aaron winced at the sudden drain on his resources. After a beat of hesitation, he swept through the list again. Acquire the Confession Compass, the Shiva Temple Bracelet, and the Blood Flower. The Confession Compass, the Time Lord's infamous instrument of torture, was as valuable and versatile as Captain Jack's legendary compass. It was a must-have. The Shiva Temple Bracelet and the Blood Flower held less immediate appeal for him personally, but they'd prove useful to his lieutenants and further enrich his secret vault. All right, host, the system replied, its tone positively gleeful. It hadn't sounded this pleased in ages. With a soft chime, 1,100 magic points evaporated from his balance, leaving exactly 1,000 behind. Aaron exhaled quietly and shifted his focus to the materials section. He passed over Snakebone without a second thought. If he could buy it with gold, there was no reason to burn magic points. He'd conserve his remaining points for truly indispensable purchases. Aaron surveyed his shopping cart one last time. Alongside the wind spell, he'd added the Tree Man Roots, the Flame Demon's Heart, and the Human-Faced Rose, materials totaling 380 magic points. He planned to imbue the Tree Man Roots with heavenly punishment magic before planting them in the spiritual realm. Someday, when that realm took on physical form, he might even seed a tribe of tree men. The Flame Demon's Heart, an elemental being he'd forged earlier, was already siphoning ambient energy in spiritual space, but its growth was agonizingly slow. With the heart in his possession, however, it might leap from steady accumulation to a sudden, qualitative transformation. As for the human-faced rose, its petals were ideal for alchemical work. Once refined, they would yield a versatile living skin mask with countless practical applications. Satisfied with his selections, Aaron clicked to spend another 300 magic points on psychic magic modules, a calculated investment in his mana reserves. With that final purchase, his basket was empty, the system mall transaction complete. Aaron surveyed the system's store once more. 5 items remained: the Celestial Atlas, the Tempest Spellbook, and the Zephyr Grimoire, all tantalizing, but far beyond his current reach. The Necrogeist Codex and the Mummy's Shroud held no appeal. One promised dubious power, the other could be bought with mundane currency, so he dismissed them outright. After deducting the magic points he'd spent refreshing the inventory, he still had 320 points left. For the first time in ages, he hadn't burned through his entire budget, and he found the restraint strangely satisfying. System, display my status window. A translucent panel shimmered into existence before him. Host, Aaron Gaius, arcane power, physical vessel, 18,911, intermediate grand mage. Astral conduit, 18,911, intermediate grand mage. Total, 37,822. Ranks, mid-holy mage, apex shadow lord. Talent, once-in-a-lifetime surge, +4 arcane power daily, +2 to vessel, +2 to conduit per day. Inventory highlights: Magic Carpet, Captain Jack's Compass, Book of Prophecies, Wei Zheng's Jar, Meditation Basin, Ice Chest, Divine Plate Armor, Confession Compass, Shiva's Bangle, Blood Flower. Magic points, 364. Aaron scrolled through his burgeoning hoard, artifacts, relics, curiosities, and then let his gaze settle on the magic point tally. With 300-plus points at his disposal, new opportunities loomed. He closed the panel, a slow grin spreading across his face. The game was just beginning. After a few seconds' thought, Aaron decided to set his total mana at 38,000 points. He liked the round number. The floating data panel flickered, then updated itself. 19,000 points now flowed through his physical body, and another 19,000 into his astral form. A familiar surge of power pulsed through him, something he hadn't felt in ages, but his budget was almost spent. Only 186 magic points remained. With 142 points left in the allocation, "I can," he muttered, tapping the table with his index finger to think. Then, before he lost the moment, he swept Abe up into his arms. "Let's shorten the wait until your next evolution." Abe froze, stunned, then a wide, innocent grin split his face, his eyes curving into joyful crescents as excitement danced across his features. Chapter 940, Transforming the Immortal God's Armor, S-Shield's Contingency Plan 1, Status Report, Pet. Abe Race, Holy Dragon, Unawakened. Magic Power, 9,871. Daily Growth, Limitless Potential, the Peerless King of Young Dragons. Flight, Dragon's Breath, Healing, Weather Manipulation. Aaron allocated the remainder of his resources to Abe's cultivation. With only 4 months left until the dragon's next evolution and the awakening of a new talent, Abe could hardly contain his excitement. He sprang into the air, beating his wings in joyful arcs as he soared alongside his master. "You seem pretty pleased with yourself," Aaron teased, watching the young dragon wheel overhead. Abe settled on a nearby ledge, his claws clicking in anticipation. "More than pleased, Master. Thanks to your support, I've cut nearly 5 months off my training cycle." Aaron reached up to stroke Abe's scaled head, smiling at the creature's boundless enthusiasm. Struggle, he thought, was hardly the right word for Abe's favorite pastimes: eating, napping, and the occasional weather show. Pushing off Abe's shoulder, Aaron crossed the chamber to a hidden panel set into the wall. With a soft click, the secret door slid open, and he stepped inside. Aaron stood before the vast collection. The ghost mask seated with shadow dimension energy, the artifact Xingyuan, the meditation basin, Wei Zheng's jar, the violent warrior's cane, the cryogenic capsule, and a personal favorite, a faded photograph of his family. He lifted the photo into the soft light, studying the smiles and waves frozen in time. A quiet warmth crept into his chest, and he couldn't help but grin. "In less than 10 years, I'll be home," he murmured to the still image. "Maybe for you, it's only 2. With a careful hand, Aaron set the photograph back on its shelf. He then arranged the confession compass, the Shiva temple bracelet, and the blood flower in their designated spots, each piece adding to the secret vault's growing catalog of wonders. The tree man's roots and the fire demon's heart, by contrast, he chose not to store here. Instead, he transferred them directly into his thought body, the unseen master of Bohart Star. No one had ever laid eyes on this aspect of his being. It was fitting that such volatile relics remain in its care. Exiting the hidden chamber, Aaron retrieved the armor of the gods. With a resonant clang, the blue-black helmet and breastplate landed on the table. Heavy yet graceful, the armor was edged in intricate gold filigree, a testament to both understated elegance and unyielding might. It lay there like a slumbering titan, ready to awaken at its wearer's command. Hela's eyes narrowed. She snapped her book shut and stepped over with genuine curiosity. "Where did you get this?" "I bought it," Aaron said, trying to sound nonchalant, although he'd really spent 1,500 magic points on it. "What, you don't believe me? It's a divine weapon." Hela raised an eyebrow. Aaron shrugged and leaned back, a proud grin tugging at his lips. "You always said a good set of armor would boost our combat power, so I asked Yak and the others to track one down. Hard work pays off, right? It cost a bundle, but it's totally worth it." Hela bit her lip, still skeptical. A divine weapon on par with Thor's hammer shouldn't just be up for sale, certainly not for pocket change. She frowned. "How much did you really pay?" 1,500 magic points," Aaron answered offhandedly. 1,500. Hela's eyes widened. Who on earth would sell something like this for that little? Aaron's grin widened. "Let's just say the true price tag was 15,000 and change. I'll leave the rest to your imagination, Princess." Aaron laughed. 100 million versus a trillion, those are entirely different scales. But enough about numbers. "Princess Hela, what do you think of this armor?" Hela reached out, her fingers lightly tracing the gleaming surface. Admiration flickered in her eyes. It may not be as versatile as Odin's destroyer, but it's still a rare treasure. Aaron raised an half eyebrow. Not as powerful as the destroyer? I thought it would at least rival it. She smiled knowingly. You're underestimating the destroyer's true strength. If it were merely strong, Odin wouldn't have entrusted it with guarding his vaults. In fact, it excels at executing its master's commands in ways no other armor can. The destroyer has 3 distinct modes. The first is controlled by others and handles surface-level threats. The second is piloted by Odin himself, powerful enough to challenge demigods. And the third is worn by Odin, a form that surpasses even his own all-father might, wielding universe-scale power. Hela paused, then turned her gaze back to Aaron's armor. Yours would, at best, allow a mortal to stand against demigods, and only the lowest tier of all-father beings when pushed to its limits. It's impressive in its own right, but still a far cry from the destroyer's ultimate form. Aaron frowned as he examined the armor laid out before him. So, let me get this straight. If you're weaker than Father, it gives you a huge boost, but if you're stronger than him, your only benefit is a slight reduction in energy drain during combat. Hela nodded. Exactly. Bottom line, only those who aren't naturally powerful can truly exploit this armor's potential. Aaron let out a wry chuckle. Got it. I'm no powerhouse. Otherwise, I wouldn't be leaning on enchanted gear in the first place. Relying on outside tools isn't shameful, Hela said, flipping her dark hair over one shoulder. Look at me. I wield the night sky sword. Father bears Gungnir. And brother, well, he's got his hammer too. The universe's top names all owe their reputations to legendary weapons and armor. Aaron raised an eyebrow. So depending on gear isn't weakness? Not at all, Hela replied, a teasing note creeping into her voice. Without his hammer, my idiot brother is basically useless. For real? Aaron said with a half-smile. Even though he's your brother, you'd still call him useless? Hela shrugged. I'm not insulting him, just stating facts. Aaron shook his head, at once amused and exasperated. At his side, the divine armor, a sleek combination of dark metal and faintly glowing runes, waited in the studio's display stand. He stepped toward it, and Hela, arching a brow, silently fell in beside him. Together, they would see if this weak man's armor could turn the tables in the battles yet to come. Aaron laid the blue-black armor on the workbench. In an instant, a pale blue-white light crackled across its surface, and the heavy plates flowed together to form a sleek, dark blue bodysuit. Master, what is this? Jane asked, tilting her head in confusion. I'm designing new attire, Aaron said, inspecting the suit. A dark blue windbreaker robe, something loose and flowing that still complements my soothsayer persona. Hela chuckled. Of course you would come up with something like that. Very creative. Aaron tapped the fabric thoughtfully. Traditional armor or tights always feels too restrictive. I want a garment that's lightweight, affords full mobility, and still provides divine-level protection, a cloak born from a sacred weapon. Wouldn't that outshine any ordinary defensive enchantment? It's an ambitious idea, Hela agreed. But are you certain you can pull it off? Aaron nodded. I'm not forging a new artifact from raw materials. That's beyond me. What I can do is reshape an existing relic. I've dabbled in tailoring, too. It should take no more than a month of work. Suddenly he paused. Oh, and we'll need another mask. He reached into the system space and withdrew a rose with a human face. Meanwhile, in the Tri-Wing building at SHIELD headquarters. Chapter 1, The World Exposed. Aaron sat at his sewing table in the SHIELD Armory's tailoring bay, carefully aligning each stitch on a prototype Kevlar-lined jacket. The steady whir of the sewing machine was the only sound in the room, until the lights dimmed and a hollow projector flickered to life before him. Nick Fury stood beside the table, arms crossed, brow furrowed as a trio of council delegates materialized in midair. Their voices crackled through holographic transmission. Fury rolled his good eye and muttered, "They move fast." A SHIELD director pacing behind him shot Fury a sharp look. "We're out of time," she warned. "What happened in Cairo is already public knowledge. The existence of mutants can't be concealed any longer. By morning, the world will be in chaos." Another officer leaned forward, tension etched on his face. "Director Fury, you've known about mutants for years. Surely SHIELD had a contingency plan?" Fury snorted. "Yes, but..." "Enough," the director snapped. Right now, our priority is to stabilize the situation and calm the public. Fury met her gaze and nodded. Effective immediately, we're unveiling two new branches within S.H.I.E.L.D., the Sentinel Secret Service and the Department of Mutant Affairs. Both have been in covert development for months. Today, we activate them. He turned back to the projection. The Sentinel Secret Service will handle all violent outbreaks, apprehending rogue mutants and restoring order. The Department of Mutant Affairs will manage diplomatic outreach, monitor mutant communities, and serve as a liaison to civilian authorities. Aaron paused, needle in midair, absorbing the gravity of Fury's announcement. In the space of a single afternoon, the world had shifted on its axis. Now, armed with the Sentinel Secret Service and a dedicated Mutant Affairs office, S.H.I.E.L.D. would step into the light. Mutants and humans alike would see just how far the world's foremost peacekeeping agency would go to keep the peace. The boardroom's long oval table was surrounded by representatives from the United Nations and S.H.I.E.L.D., all focused on one pressing issue: how to keep the fragile peace between humans and mutants on the surface, and, more urgently, how to prevent any large-scale conflict from erupting. As director of the new Department of Mutant Affairs, Nick Fury began, I propose we appoint Henry McCoy, better known to the public as the blue-furred mutant beast. Before he joined the X-Men, Hank served as a government researcher. He's also an old friend of both Magneto and Professor Xavier, which should help bridge the trust gap on both sides. At Fury's words, the UN delegates exchanged cautious glances. After a few whispered comments, one of them cleared his throat. Which organization will have ultimate oversight of these two departments, Mutant Affairs and the Allied Office of Human-Mutant Relations? It will be the United Nations, Fury replied. S.H.I.E.L.D. is stretched thin with global threats. We'll provide technical support, personnel, logistics, whatever's needed, but the UN will hold the reins. The directors relaxed visibly. One leaned forward. Very well, what's our next step? I'm concerned about the budget, another admitted. The mandate is enormous. Fury waved a dismissive hand. Funding isn't going to be an issue. You'll have the resources you need. Silently, Fury noted how easily they'd pledged money once it served their own interests. Damn, he muttered under his breath. They only get this generous when it's their own neck on the line. Just then, a soft knock sounded at the door. Come in, Fury called, bracing himself for whatever, or whoever, would walk through that threshold. Nick Fury clicked off the council's holographic display with his remote and leaned back in his chair as if nothing out of the ordinary had happened. Come in. Maria Hill stepped through the door, tablet in hand. Director, the Pentagon wants to talk. They've taken a keen interest in the weaponry our Cairo team deployed. They'd like to partner with S.H.I.E.L.D. Fury's jaw tightened. Tell them we're not interested. He shrugged. They're a bunch of fearmongers who can start wars but don't know how to clean up afterward. Short-sighted. Otherwise this whole mess wouldn't exist. Hill gave a sympathetic nod, then hesitated. There's another issue. Word of Aaron's exploits has already reached the military brass, William Stryker included. It's only a matter of time before they locate him. He's not one of ours, and you know how the army attracts its share of loose cannons. Fury chuckled. You think Aaron's some magic lamp you rub for intel? We never exploited him, and I highly doubt they'll do any better. Hill tapped her tablet anxiously. But what if they decide to push him? Coercive measures, interrogation, something brutal. Fury's grin was cold. They won't. Any heavy-handed move on their part only gives S.H.I.E.L.D. bargaining power, and we'll be ready to cash in that favor when the time comes. If only he could prove it, becoming a full-fledged S.H.I.E.L.D. agent would be incredible. Hank McCoy, Aurora Munro, Scott Summers, and Pyotr Rasputin touched down at Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters in their fighter jet. No sooner had they climbed out of the cockpit than Professor Charles Xavier's telepathic voice filled their minds. Please come to my office. They exchanged looks. Pyotr gave a wry smile. We're not getting another mission, are we? I could really use a few more hours of sleep. Hank chuckled and ruffled Pyotr's bandaged shoulder. If there were, Professor Xavier would have told us directly. Clearly, something else is up. He wants a group meeting. Then let's not keep him waiting, Aurora said, falling into step beside them. They made their way to the headmaster's study and paused at the threshold. Charles sat behind his desk, his body swathed in green bandages, looking frail as though just emerging from a serious ailment. Jean Grey stood nearby, her eyes red and puffy. "Jean?" Hank asked softly, stepping forward. "Are you all right? You look like you've been crying." Jean forced a small, tight smile. "I'm okay," she said quietly. "It's just, our vacation was cut short by more than 20 days. Scott opened his mouth, hesitated, then said, "That really is a pity." Silence fell as they waited for the professor to speak. It seems this sudden mission drove home for him just how wide the gap is between ordinary people and mutants, Charles began, pacing the length of the room. "None of our business," Hank snapped, crossing his arms. "This was his idea, and we both agreed we needed a cooling-off period." "I'm just asking a question," Piotr said, brows knitting together. When Hank shot him a warning glare, he shrugged and added, "Fine, go ahead, Charles." Hank gave Charles a pointed look. "Then tell us, why did you summon us?" Charles stopped pacing and let out a long sigh. "It's about Eric. I discovered him tinkering with the psionic enhancer earlier, and in the process, I saw more of his thoughts than I intended." Hank and Piotr exchanged grim glances. "He's plotting something," Charles continued, his voice low. "Something dangerous." "Dangerous? Eric?" Piotr scoffed. "Even Apocalypse wasn't as bad as him, right?" Xavier met Piotr's eyes calmly. "I wouldn't be so sure. This plan is the closest thing to Apocalypse's insanity that I've seen, maybe even worse." Piotr fell silent. Hank leaned forward. "What is he planning?" Charles folded his hands in front of him. "Eric intends to use the enhancer to transform the world's leaders, hundreds, maybe more, into mutants." A heavy silence fell. "Mutate governments?" Hank's tone was incredulous. "Turn every head of state into a mutant? That's not liberation. That's tyranny." Charles nodded. "He believes that if the people in power share our mutant nature, they'll be forced to change the world's attitude toward us." Piotr's fists clenched. "We can't let him do that." Xavier's eyes held both sadness and resolve. "Exactly why I called you both. We have to stop him, together." Professor Xavier studied the holographic schematics flickering before him. "Magneto's new plan is unprecedented," he said quietly. "He intends to turn key human leaders into mutants." Beast's blue eyes widened in disbelief. "That's impossible. The difference between humans and mutants lies at the genetic level. To convert a human into a mutant, you'd have to rewrite their DNA, an operation that no one has ever before made successfully. And even if you could, the side effects would be catastrophic. Unpredictable mutations, physiological breakdowns." Storm folded her arms, the wind rustling her hair. "So he's talking about human experimentation?" Charles nodded gravely. "Yes, by forcibly mutating world leaders, Magneto would ensure that if those leaders ever pointed their weapons at mutants, they'd effectively be pointing at themselves. But this isn't just a tactical ploy, it's biological terrorism. Success would trigger a global backlash against our kind." Hank rubbed his temples. "Eric is too strategic to launch it prematurely, but the very fact that he has a plan is chilling. He's already moving pieces into position." "Precisely," Xavier said. "He's enlisted Caliban to find a mutant who can absorb and mimic other powers. That one subject will serve as the prototype. Once Magneto understands how to harness that genetic flexibility, he believes he can apply the process to ordinary humans." Storm's eyes narrowed. "Then our first priority is to locate Caliban and his quarry. If Magneto perfects this method, the fragile peace between humans and mutants will shatter forever." Beast stood straighter, determination in his voice. "Let's move. We can't let him cross that line. This mutant will serve as the experiment's regulator and buffer." Hank explained, eyes fixed on the schematics before him. "He can absorb the excess energy bleed-off and prevent our subject from suffering permanent power loss. Once we secure him, we can proceed." Ororo stood, voice firm. "Then our first priority is to find and protect this individual. We don't even know if he exists, but I'll exhaust every lead until we do. Hank, I need your support on this." Hank adjusted his glasses. "Understood. I'll get the encephalo-enhancer fully operational and fine-tune it for the task." "Thank you," Ororo said, relief softening her expression. "With your help, we just might pull this off." Chapter 941, Lena's Failed Evolution, The Great Divide Between Ideal and Reality, Part 1. Aaron stood before the full-length mirror, taking in the result of more than 2 weeks of non-stop work. Within that short span, the existence of mutants had been thrust into the open, and countless long-hidden secrets exploded into public view. Social order had rattled. Humans and mutants staged protests and marches that stretched for blocks. Banners and slogans plastered every street corner. Yet the government's swift response, creating the Department of Mutant Affairs and activating the Sentinel Special Forces, quickly quelled the unrest. The passage of the Mutant Registration Act and the high-profile arrests of superpowered criminals made headlines, and before long the city settled back into a tense but stable routine. None of this distracted Aaron. After logging his daily check-in, he locked himself away in his design studio, determined to push his creative limits. Today's project was especially ambitious. He'd taken the legendary Immortal God armor as his inspiration and reimagined it as a sleek, hooded ensemble in deep blue and black. The result was a flowing robe layered with a streamlined windbreaker, every seam and silhouette honed for both drama and function. He turned this way and that, studying the drape of the fabric, the way the hood fell across the shoulders, the subtle interplay of dark tones. It was a bold departure from conventional armor, and exactly the kind of statement he wanted to make. With a satisfied nod, Aaron set down his seamstress's tape and reached for his sketchbook. There was still more work to do, and time was short. Tomorrow, the city would wake to another headline, but tonight he had a vision to perfect. Aaron stepped back, giving the outfit a final once-over. The tailoring was impeccable. The fabric caught the light, its polished sheen accentuating the sharp lines of the cut. Gold embroidery bloomed along the collar and cuffs in intricate, swirling patterns, at once regal and a little enigmatic. "How does it look?" he asked, holding out the jacket for its wearer to examine. Jane's cheeks warmed as she surveyed the garment. "It's very elegant, rich as jade," she said earnestly. "If you step out in this, you'll turn every head." Aaron's grin was sheepish. "You flatter me, but I won't deny I love hearing it." From the doorway, Hela chuckled softly. "Flattery won't get you anywhere," she declared, her tone cool. "I've had half the Asgardian court's royal designers dressing me for centuries. Compared to them, your work is middling at best." Aaron blinked, taken aback. "Oh, thank you? Are you thanking me for praise?" Hela raised a single eyebrow. He ran a hand through his hair. I'm not usually so confident in my sewing. To hear it ranks in the middle of Asgard's finest is surprisingly flattering." Hela simply stared at him, her lips twitching as if she wanted to laugh or curse him out. In that brief silence, the two men exchanged a look that said more than words ever could. The door swung open abruptly, and Aaron looked up with a raised eyebrow. "Looks like we have a customer." Jane bristled, shooting him a glare. "I put the closed sign out there. I'm about to kick them out." Aaron gently lifted Abe from the sofa, settled him on his hip, and shook his head. "Not today. I'm in a good mood, and it's been too quiet around here. Let's hear them out." He strolled past the partition into the divination room, with Jane stomping behind him. Inside sat a stranger draped head to toe in a long gray hoodie, hood pulled tight, dark sunglasses, a face mask, and gloves. Not an inch of skin showed, as if they were afraid of the light itself. Aaron cleared his throat and offered a polite smile. Welcome. Please, have a seat." He motioned to the single chair opposite the divination table and then took his own seat. "What can I help you divinate today?" The figure hesitated, making a muffled sound behind their mask. Aaron leaned back, folding his hands. "Oh, just so you know, our rates start at $10,000, and there's no upper limit. If that's too rich for your blood, you can head back out, turn right, walk 2 blocks, and you'll find another fortune teller who charges less." Jane snorted, but Aaron's eyes stayed fixed on the hidden visitor, curious to see what would happen next. Aaron's little tent sat on the edge of the evening market, its only advertisement a hand-painted sign announcing "Fortune reading, $1." A bargain, by any standard. A slender figure in a hood and mask brushed past the hanging beads at the tent's entrance and dropped into the rattan chair opposite Aaron. She didn't wait for him to offer a greeting. "I'm not here for divination," she said, voice low and urgent. Aaron blinked. "Then what are you doing here?" She took a steadying breath and began peeling off her hood, then her sunglasses, her face mask, and finally a pair of black gloves. Aaron's eyes widened as he watched her reveal hair and skin bristling with ebony spikes, pupils slit like a wild animal's, and claw-tipped fingers that glinted under the lantern light. "A mutant? Or an Epsilon class?" he blurted. She shook her head. "I'm not a mutant." "Most mutants refuse that label at first," Aaron said, leaning forward. "Eventually they accept it." "Don't you recognize me?" she broke in, voice fluttering. "Though, honestly, I can't recall meeting anyone quite as unusual as you." Aaron frowned, trying to place her features behind that monstrous exterior. Then recognition flared in his eyes. "Lena? Is that you?" She hesitated. "I work for Garrett now. You used to like the one in the floral dress." Aaron let out a strangled laugh, half relief, half shock. "Holy crap, how dare you show up here? And what on earth happened to you? You're not entirely human anymore, and you're not a spirit either. You were never exactly a beauty queen back then. But this—" He trailed off, gesturing helplessly at her spikes and claws. "This defies all description." Lena stared at the low table between them, fingertips trembling. "I came because you need help, and I can't do it from the shadows any longer." Aaron studied her in silence. The carnival lights flickered around them, the air humming with distant laughter and the scent of fried dough. For the first time that evening, something resembling hope stirred in his chest. Slowly, he reached across and tapped the $1 bill on the table. "All right," he said, "let's talk." Raina turned away from the group, her spine-studded silhouette cast in the dim light of S.H.I.E.L.'s safe house. "What you're seeing is the result of an evolution," she said, voice tight. Aaron cocked an eyebrow. "You're sure that's evolution, not, say, a mutation?" Raina's frustration flared. "It's evolution all right, just a failed one." She paused, gathering herself. "Sky and I were both chosen by the obelisk." "The obelisk?" Aaron leaned forward, intrigued. "What's that?" Raina explained evenly. "It's a fragment of Material 084 that S.H.I.E.L.D. recovered. They use it to screen for the worthy. Anyone unfit who touches it turns to stone, while those who qualify can actually lift it. Then, if you find the right temple and place the obelisk to trigger the ceremony, it awakens the latent superpowers in your body. That's what I've been searching for." Aaron fought a smirk. "So your grand quest was all just to turn yourself into a hedgehog? Kinda odd, spending years to end up, well, like that." Raina's shoulders slumped. "I didn't expect it to go wrong. Sky and I entered the temple together and inhaled that mysterious gas. She hardly changed, but She opened her arms. Jagged spines traced the curve of her back and arms. "You see the rest." Aaron sipped from a bottle of crystal Coke and shrugged. "Maybe it's all about the heart," he said lightly. From across the table, Jane slid another soda toward him. "Here you go, boss." Aaron glanced back at Raina, expression softening. "To failed evolutions," he toasted, raising his bottle. "May we still find a way to make them work. This calls for a proper sell." "Abration," Aaron announced, the sharp edge of amusement in his voice. "Right, boss," Jane replied, offering Raina a sly smile. She reached for a cobalt-blue bottle of crystal Coke on the shelf and plucked 2 slender glasses down. Holding one out toward Raina, she taunted, "Here, drink up. Think of it as a little gift to go with your unique new look." Raina recoiled, her hair tangled with thorny vines that punctuated every movement. "No, thank you." Jane rolled her eyes. "Suit yourself," she said, then handed the glass to Aaron, who accepted it with a predatory glint. He swirled the pale liquid, watching it catch the light, before raising it to his lips. Raina closed her eyes, hearing again her grandmother's proud prophecy. "You were born to be holy, an angel." "Now look at me," she thought bitterly, a twisted monster bristling with spikes. Aaron set the glass down with deliberate calm. "Sometimes the gap between our ideals and reality is so vast that disappointment becomes inevitable." A sudden, sharp sting lanced through one of Raina's shoulders. She flinched and bit back a cry. "These stings are unbearable." He let a slow, cruel smile spread across his face. "Call it divine retribution. You slaughtered countless innocents for your so-called centipede plan. A woman who adored silk and jewels deserves no finer punishment than this. Thorns instead of a gown." Raina's gaze flicked toward the doorway. "Then why is Sky unharmed?" Aaron took a leisurely sip of his drink, as if the question bored him. "Ah, now that is the real mystery, isn't it? She's still as beautiful as ever." "Naked jealousy. That's enough." Raina slammed her hands on the divination table so hard that the crystal ball trembled in its stand. I need you to restore my face to how it was. Aaron took a casual sip of his fizzy Coke and set the glass down. You've got the wrong person. I can't help you. He paused, studying her. By rights, I should report you to Coulson and have you locked up. But frankly, your current situation is worse than death. So I'll skip that step. Raina's voice wavered. You can help me. I know it. Tears gathered in her eyes. When Garrett tried to arrest you, I dug into your background. You have extraordinary powers, medicines and medical techniques beyond anything humanity has ever seen. Changing my face would be a simple matter for you. She dropped to her knees, begging. Please help me. I can't live like this, looking like this monster. Aaron leaned back, folding his arms. You came here on a hunch. You're resourceful, I'll give you that. If you're desperate, you could have sought medical treatment elsewhere. He allowed a wry smile. But you're right, I can help you. Raina's sob of relief echoed around the chamber. Aaron's eyes glinted as he reached out toward the trembling crystal ball. The first step in a transformation more profound than mere cosmetics. Why should I help you? Aaron's voice was cool, his gaze unreadable. Sky. Raina's response was urgent, her fingertips brushing the edge of the divination table. I've been working with her father. I know who he is, where he's hiding, everything. Aaron raised an eyebrow. And what does that have to do with me? He leaned back, folding his arms. Isn't Sky your friend? Raina opened her mouth, but he cut her off. We're just friends. I don't go around rescuing people's fathers, and if I ever decide to find mine, I can handle it alone. I'm sorry, but your assumptions are off. Now please leave this parlor quietly, or I'll have to call the police. Anger flared in Raina's eyes. She clenched her fists, lips trembling, and stood abruptly. For a heartbeat, she hesitated, then spun and lunged at Aaron, claws sliced through the air with inhuman speed. Aaron remained unruffled, a faint smirk playing on his lips. Just as Raina's claws neared his throat, her vision exploded in crimson. Two blood-red pupils floated before her mind's eye, and a soft, chilling voice whispered, Pain! Ah! Raina screamed, clutching her head. A wave of torment, ashed through her skull, and she collapsed to the floor. Her body convulsed violently, limbs thrashing as the agony consumed her completely. Jane flicked her wrist, dispelling the smoldering aura around her. In one fluid motion, she clamped her hand around Raina's throat, hoisted her into the air, and slammed a fist into her abdomen. The sharp crack of bone echoed in the room. Raina choked, tears streaming down her pale cheeks. I was wrong. Please, just let me go. I swear, I'll never do it again. Aaron leaned against the wall, arms folded, his expression cool. He didn't recognize Raina, but her frantic, treacherous scramble had made her intentions clear. She was a ruthless schemer, willing to betray anyone to get what she wanted. Taking her word was about as sensible as expecting pigs to fly. Still, her threats left him unmoved. An angry insect posed no real threat. More to the point, he had no desire to kill an intruder, especially not in his own home. He gave Jane a slight nod. This is Jane Volturi, my personal assistant, and yes, he added as Raina's eyes widened, she's a vampire. Raina's face went ashen. She stared at Jane's flawless porcelain skin and those deep crimson eyes, unblinking and hungry. There was no illusion here, no trick of the light, just a young woman effortlessly holding her aloft with one hand. Raina's bravado vanished in an instant. So she really was a vampire. The thought struck Raina like an ice dagger, turning her face ghostly pale. Aaron's expression stayed unmoved. He wouldn't help her, no matter how desperately she begged. Despair closed in, and for a moment she welcomed the idea of death as a release from this living nightmare. She ran through every possible exit, wrecking a car, a shooting, an explosion, jumping off a building, swallowing poison, anything but becoming vampire food. Relax, Aaron said with a cruel little smile. She belongs to me now. I won't have her feasting on humans, at least not publicly. Consider this your one warning. If you ever cross me again, you'll learn that death becomes the most extravagant wish of all. He turned to his bodyguard. Jane, toss her out and let her figure things out on her own. As you command. Jane's lips curved into a smirk as she seized Raina by the arm, hauled her to the doorway, and flung her across the pavement. Raina landed hard with a jarring thud. She lay there for a moment, chest heaving with fury. but the burning resentment faded almost as fast as it had ignited, replaced by a hollow, numbing despair. Maybe dying now, quickly, unregretted, would be a welcome end. And as for revenge, well, perhaps that could wait for a next life. Raina laughed softly to herself, then glanced at the steady flow of traffic in the distance. Taking a deep breath, she strode into the roadway. Cars speeding past veered sharply to avoid her, their tires squealing just inches away. As each vehicle thundered by, Raina's heart thudded in her chest. She closed her eyes, steeling herself against the rush of near disaster. A moment later, she heard a chorus of slamming brakes, and realized it wasn't just 2 or 3 vehicles, but half a dozen screeching to a halt around her. Doors flew open, and over a dozen agents in dark suits spilled onto the asphalt, weapons trained on Raina before they even reached her. "Don't move," one of them barked. "We don't want to hurt you. We just need to bring you in." Raina's jaw tightened. "No," she said, her voice steady. She knew exactly what awaited her if she went back to S-Shield. Endless experiments and victims left broken or worse. "Either you kill me now," she warned, "or I'll make you do it." Before anyone could react, a humming energy field, shifting from deep purple to electric blue, bloomed around Raina. The agents froze, caught in its shimmering glow, as the air crackled with power. A crackle of blue energy split the air, and in an instant a man materialized, landing before them like a comic book hero. He dusted off his immaculate coat and offered Raina a calm, reassuring smile. "You're safe now, my lad." "Why?" Raina stumbled backward, stunned. The man had no eyes, only flawless, unbroken skin where his sockets should have been, as if he'd been born without them. He brushed at an invisible speck on his collar, then reached out and gently swept Raina into his arms. "I will guide you," he said. A soft hum built around them, coalescing into a shimmering field. Before the agents could react, the pair vanished without a trace. "Master," Jane whispered, her gaze fixed on the empty air. "Something's gone wrong. She's been taken." Aaron didn't even look up from his console. He tapped the side of his desk and allowed himself a small, amused smile. "Don't worry. Even if she thinks she's greater than an ant, she's nothing more than an ant at heart." He swiped across his holographic display. "System, open the food commodity module." "My new outfit is ready. I deserve a treat. In fact, why not indulge a little?" "Right away, host." Available rewards. Gourmet feast, 10,000 delicious points. Unlimited fine dining, with all calories stored as energy. Sheep taxi, 60 delicious points. Food tree, 20 delicious points. Spray pear tree, 1,000 delicious points. Milk star, 300 delicious points. Current balance, 20,000 delicious points. Exchange rate, 1 point equals $10,000 universe credits. Daily redemption cap, 1,000 points. Chapter 942, Artifacts also need maintenance. Sky's awakened ability, half. Aaron stared at the tally of delicious points blinking on his interface, then let out a contented sigh. After more than 20 days of scrimping and saving, his long-awaited payoff had finally arrived. Food was essential, especially on a frontier world like Bohat Star. He tapped into the trading network and began placing orders. First, a batch of pear saplings, perfect for anchoring a durable food supply. He'd transplant them on Bohat Star and savor fresh pears at his leisure. Next, he added 10 of those massive, multi-meter-tall sheep taxis to his cart. There was no way to keep creatures that size on Earth, but as astral mounts, they'd be invaluable for traversing Bohat's wild plains. He paused to consider other luxuries, assorted fruit trees to grace his orchard, each tree's yield to be stored as portable snacks. And one more indulgence, a chunk of milk star the size of a whetstone, ripe for grinding into a fine seasoning powder. "Perfect," he murmured. With every order confirmed, a warm excitement filled him. It was as if a hidden cosmos had unfurled in his stomach. No matter how much he consumed, hunger remained an endless frontier. Yet today, at least, the feast had begun. Aaron stared at his hands in astonishment. The power he'd unlocked was incredible. In a pinch, he could draw on the energy he'd stored over time to instantly heal wounds, mend broken bones, even restore a corpse, so long as a single breath remained. "This is supercharged regeneration," he murmured. "The only catch is that the rate and extent of healing depend on how much energy I've banked, and the tougher the injury, the more it costs." He grinned. But that won't be an issue. My dog talisman and horse talisman are perfect energy reservoirs. All I have to do is feed them. With that settled, Aaron turned his thoughts to a far-off mind space, his thought body farming operation on Bohart Prime. He tapped into their mental link. I'm sending over the pear spray tree and the food tree right away, he said. A familiar, exasperated voice crackled back. You'd better leave me at least half the harvest. Aaron laughed. Deal. Then he added, and one more thing. Starting today, we're tripling our food quotas. No more calling me a glutton. From now on, I'm an infinite rice bucket, all day, every day. He chuckled at the thought. With unending supplies of energy and food secured, there was no limit to what he could accomplish. Aaron leaned back, a wry smile on his lips. You and I are inseparable. No need to be so uptight, right? His astral projection's voice crackled inside his mind, tinged with irritation. Uptight? You're the one who has to keep a low profile on Earth. Quiet in speech, quiet in action, even in what you eat. Here on Bohart Star, though, I call the shots. I built my own food base. I can feast to my heart's content and recharge faster than anywhere else. Aaron chuckled. All right, then. Feel free to indulge. I'll stick to half the portion. And my daily ration stays the same. Reasonable, the projection conceded. He glanced toward the ornate wall panel. Jane, what time is it? 11 o'clock, master. 1 hour until your usual lunch. Perfect. With a snap of his fingers, Aaron crossed the room and pressed a concealed switch. A secret compartment slid open, revealing a slender longsword that gleamed like liquid starlight. He lifted it carefully, admiring its untarnished edge. At the sight of the blade, Hela, who had been watching from a nearby alcove, straightened and strode over, her brow furrowed. It's been ages since you drew that sword. Something's up. Aaron ran his thumb along the hilt. Don't read too much into it, Your Highness. This sword was custom-made for me by my Gaius ancestors. I barely used it in our last duel, so it's overdue for some sharpening. He sheathed the blade with a soft click and met Hela's gaze. That's all. It can't just stay hidden away, collecting dust, Aaron said, setting the sword carefully on the workbench. Hela raised an eyebrow. Sharpen it? Sinuan is an artifact. Artifacts don't need to be sharpened. Aaron shook his head. Even the finest artifact dulls with use. Nothing lasts forever. Respectfully, he fetched the golden milk star grinding stone and positioned the blade's edge against it. He took a steady breath and began to run Xingyun along the crystalline surface. The room filled with the crisp, rhythmic ring of metal on stone. Hela watched in silence, puzzled. When he finished, she finally asked, What drives you to do this? Aaron wiped his hands on a cloth and replaced the milk star. I'm not entirely certain. Master must have his reasons. Now let me start on lunch. Hela rolled her eyes. Aaron was the perfect attendant, loyal, capable, and unfailingly attentive. She couldn't help but envy him. Her own ruthlessly decisive nature treated servants like expendable tokens. They served their purpose, then were discarded and replaced one by one. An hour later, Aaron returned to the workshop. Forest green light gleamed off the freshly honed blade. He lifted the sieve atop the milk star, carefully gathered the fine golden dust and poured it into a delicate glass jar. With a final nod, he closed the lid, satisfied that Xingyun was as powerful as ever, ready for whatever lay ahead. Aaron held the little glass jar up to the light, watching golden flecks swirl around. A satisfied grin spread across his face. There, finally finished. Hela's eyebrow twitched. She folded her arms and shot him a skeptical look. Let me guess, you spent the last hour sharpening the sword just so you could grind down the whetstone into powder? Bingo, Aaron tapped the jar proudly. And this, he announced, is the finest seasoning imaginable. Hela groaned inwardly. She'd wasted an entire hour watching him meticulously hone the blade, or more accurately, the whetstone. Still, she had to admit that when they stirred a spoonful of this mysterious milk star into today's rations, the bland, recycled meals they'd endured lately finally tasted worth eating. In their recent food desert, Milk Star had felt like discovering an oasis. After lunch, Aaron sauntered over to the fruit basket, plucked a plump autumn pear, and poked a straw through its skin. He closed his eyes, savoring the sweet, layered flavors. He'd poured over 2 weeks into reworking the god armor. Now he just wanted to kick back and relax. Then his phone buzzed. The caller ID read, Phil Coulson. Aaron's lips curled in annoyance as he swiped to hang up, only for Coulson to ring him again 2 seconds later. With a heavy sigh, Aaron braced himself. There would be no rest today. Aaron flopped back onto the sofa, determined not to move an inch, even as the phone rang again. He groaned. Jesus, they're relentless. Coulson appeared in the doorway, his own phone still idle in his hand. I thought you liked being called beautiful, he teased. Aaron offered a lazy thumbs up. They actually came to my house to stall me. Pretty damn committed, huh? Coulson's face turned serious. I really need your help this time. Not this again, Aaron shot back, scowling. When have you ever dropped by without needing something from me? Remember, I can refuse a shield's requests. Coulson raised an eyebrow. I'm well aware. Aaron stretched, exasperated. Fine. I refuse. It's not that I don't want to help, but I'm exhausted and swamped right now. Suspicion flickered across Coulson's face as he surveyed Aaron's sprawled form. In one hand, a glass of fizzy soda. In the other, he was absent-mindedly stroking a small dragon curled beside him. You call that exhausted? Aaron took a long sip of his drink. I spent the last 2 weeks transforming a magical artifact. It drained every last bit of my energy. I need some downtime, understand? This is about Sky, Coulson said, leaning forward. Aaron paused, his mind drifting to the strange changes in Lena's body. He clenched his fists in solidarity. You've got this, Coulson. I truly believe in Team Coulson's bond. We can pull off Mir, Ackles, well, except for Ward, who turned out to be a Hydra mole. Coulson's mouth twitched. Ward broke out of prison. Aaron laughed, a harsh edge to his voice. That's on you. I warned you not to be so merciful when you first caught him. If you just crippled him, we wouldn't be scrambling now. S.H.I.E.L.D. has rules, protocols, lines we can't cross, Coulson said, sounding uncharacteristically uncertain. He cleared his throat and shifted gears. If I could go back and do it again, I'd follow your advice. I thought Garrett's death would crush Ward's spirit, but I was wrong. The guy's falling apart, yet he's still trying to tap into Hydra's own dark power. Aaron shook his head. That's not my fault. Silence fell between them for a moment, each man lost in his own regrets, and in the looming question of how to stop Ward before it's too late. Phil Coulson cleared his throat. Listen, Aaron, if he leaves you alone, I won't either. But this isn't just about you. It's about Sky and the Inhumans. Aaron leaned forward, curiosity ignited. Inhumans? What are you talking about? Sky isn't entirely human, Coulson began, choosing his words carefully. She carries alien DNA. In fact, the compound GH325 was synthesized from her blood, and when she came into contact with Obelisk, Artifact 084, her latent abilities were unlocked. Aaron blinked. Alien blood? She has powers now? Exactly, Coulson replied. Nick Fury filled me in on the rest, at least as much as he would. He made it clear that Sky's background is tangled and volatile. He wants us to follow standard S.H.I.E.L.D. protocol. And that means? Aaron asked. Assessment. She needs a psychiatrist, or a psychologist, really, to evaluate her mental state and any potential risks. Fury suggested I come to you first. He trusts your judgment. He's worried that a more clinical approach might upset her further. Aaron rubbed his chin. Suppose I turn him down? Coulson gave a regretful shake of his head. Then you'll have to talk to Andrew. He's Agent May's ex-husband. Fury thinks he'd be gentler with Sky. May's ex-husband? Aaron gaped. She was married? Divorced? I thought May was, well, you know, that's news. Coulson managed a small smile. You'll have to catch her up on all the gossip later. Right now, we need your help with Sky. Aaron folded his arms, consideration etched on his face. All right, I'll talk to her, but if this gets messy... He let the threat hang in the air. Coulson nodded, relieved. Thanks, Aaron. You're the best chance she's got. Aaron shook his head in mock disbelief. Seriously, a career-driven woman like Agent Mai actually fell in love? Don't underestimate our female agents, Coulson replied with a grin. May was gorgeous in her day. I couldn't say, shrugged Nash from the corner. But whoever won her heart must be a remarkable man. Andrew's a stand-up guy, Carson chimed in. Nash cleared her throat. I hate to disappoint you all, but I still can't bring myself to believe it. Her protest died on her lips as Aaron suddenly froze, a strange electric tingle coursing through his arm. Hold up, he whispered, eyes narrowing. With one swift motion, he pulled the small leather-bound prophecy book from his space ring and flipped it open to today's page. Scrawled in ink that seemed to shimmer was a brand-new prophecy, With Sky's awakening, the origins of the Inhumans shall be revealed. Almost at once, a soft digital chime sounded inside his mind. Host, a new task has been triggered. Please check the task panel. Aaron nodded to himself. Open the task panel. On the air hovered the system's prompt. New task. Investigate the origins of the Inhumans. Reward, 300 magic points. Failure, no penalty. Do you accept? A slow smile spread across his face. If I don't do it, who will? I'm in. Coulson blinked. You're changing your tune fast. Aaron shrugged, tucking the prophecy book safely back into his ring. Let's move. Sky needs us. With that, the team sprang into action, racing toward their next great discover. Why? When we wrap this up, I'll come back and finally get some rest, Aaron said. By evening, Coulson had driven onto the tarmac of S.H.I.E.L.D. Air Base, where their Airbus, nicknamed Lola, was in her hangar. The low light cast long shadows across the concrete. Aaron hopped out of the car and called into the open bay doors. Long time no see. Fitz, Simmons, May. He exchanged quick hugs and handshakes as his old friends emerged to greet him. Then he noticed someone new, a tall, broad-shouldered African-American man inspecting Lola's wing hinges. Aaron approached with a curious smile. And who do we have here? Coulson leaned against the car and nodded toward the newcomer. This is Mike, our mobility expert and a top-notch mechanic. After Ward's betrayal, Director Hill personally recommended him. Mike offered his hand. Nice to meet you, but please, just call me Mike. Aaron shook it firmly. Aaron. Mike chuckled and glanced back at Coulson. Don't be fooled by Agent Coulson. When he recruited me, he told me there was a maintenance shortage on Lola and that I'd be helping out with her systems. Coulson winced. Maintenance, right, maintenance, he said quickly, shooting an apologetic look at Mike. Mike rolled his eyes good-naturedly. Thanks for sticking to the story, sir. Since I joined, you've never let me near Lola, and yet you've sent me out on missions. I'm just a mechanic. Coulson walked over and placed a hand on Mike's shoulder. Mike, don't underestimate yourself. You're exactly the person we need in the field. S.H.I.E.L.D. is going through a major overhaul, and we need talent like yours to get us through it. Aaron watched the exchange with interest. He could already tell Mike would fit right in, both as the team's go-to riveter and as a capable operative in the field. And for now, that was just what they needed. Agent Phil Coulson stepped off the Quinjet, toolbox in hand, forcing a tight smile as Agent Grant Ward approached. Hills finally recognized your ability, Ward said, a sarcastic curl to his lips. Coulson cleared his throat, offering only a muted shrug. It wasn't easy to convince her. Ward crossed his arms. You've really changed, Coulson. Last I heard, you were gunning to recruit Barbie, Betty Page, but Hill's sharp eye shut that down. Coulson's shoulders sagged slightly. S.H.I.E.L.D's always cautious. Ward glanced toward the hangar doors. Where's Sky now? In the interrogation room. Before anyone could answer, Fitz and Simmons emerged from the jet, their expressions grim. Her emotions are still unstable, Fitz said. Simmons nodded. Until she can control her powers reliably, that's the safest place for her. Coulson pulled a folder from his jacket pocket and laid it on the toolbox in front of Ward. Here's the latest test report. He paused, meeting Ward's eyes. Sky's been officially classified as an asset of S.H.I.E.L.D. Ward flipped through the pages, arching an eyebrow. Only S.H.I.E.L.D. would label even a cigarette-lighting trick as a potential threat. She may have abilities, but she's on our side. We can't treat her like she's sitting in a cell. Coulson sighed, rubbing the bridge of his nose. You're right. Sky is our teammate and our friend. We'll make this right. The four agents exchanged determined looks, united in purpose, to help Sky master her gift and prove that loyalty runs deeper than any registry. We're not trying to lock her away forever, Agent Coulson said evenly over the comm. This is just standard procedure. You still don't appreciate how uncontrollable her abilities can be. No sooner had the words left his lips than the entire jet shuddered as if hit by an 8-magnitude quake. Overhead lights flickered, luggage tumbled from the overhead bins, but Coulson, Agent May, and their colleague Aaron barely batted an eye, as if this level of turbulence was routine. See? Coulson asked, his tone low and calm once the shaking subsided. How's that for negotiable? Aaron's face fell. He ran a hand through his hair, then forced a polite smile. All right, I take it back. Sky will stay in the interrogation room. Inside the Stark interrogation chamber, Skye folded her arms. You're kidding, right? A psychologist? Her tone was sharp with indignation. May leaned against the far wall, arms crossed. It's not about you personally. Of course it is, Skye shot back. I'm the one in custody. You're sending a shrink to pick my brain. It's standard protocol, May replied calmly. Skye let out an exasperated sigh. I get that. But you're also one of our own, May continued, cutting her off. So you should understand there's no discussion. This is happening. Skye pushed to her feet. May, I've been through these sessions before. I don't like them. I know, May said, nodding. But believe me, we're doing this because we're genuinely worried about you. Coulson personally requested the psychologist. He trusts him. Skye looked skeptical. Really? May offered her a reassuring half-smile. Really, just give it a chance. It looks like I haven't yet received the full chapter you'd like rewritten. Just the line, how do you know? Could you please paste the entire passage or chapter here? Once I have the full text, I can transform it into a coherent, idiomatic English version that retains all the plot points, characters, and details. Chapter 943, Evaluating Skye, the pond's most precious fish, half. The door to the interrogation room swung open, and Aaron walked in with his usual ease. Sorry to barge in, he said, flashing a quick, apologetic smile. Skye blinked in surprise. Aaron? Then realization dawned, and she turned to Mai. Is this? Mai nodded calmly. Coulson arranged for you to see a psychiatrist you know. We all agreed it'd be easier for your evaluation if you were with someone familiar. Relief washed over Skye's face. She shifted into a more comfortable position and let out a breath. That's wonderful. Please thank Coulson for me, and thank you too. May shrugged, offered a curt nod, and slipped out of the room, closing the door softly behind her. Aaron approached a metal chair, dragged it over, and sat down across from Skye. He leaned back, hands clasped in his lap. To be honest, I've been exhausted lately. When Coulson called, I was actually planning to take a break, my first real vacation in months. I had every right to refuse. Skye raised an eyebrow. Yet you came. Aaron's lips curved in a small, wry smile. With a practiced motion, he drew a small gourd-shaped pear from a concealed pocket in his ring. He held it out to her. I'll admit, we do share a history, he said quietly, but that isn't the real reason I'm here. He paused, offering the pear. Consider this a peace offering and the start of our session. Skye's pulse quickened. The faint fragrance of the pear filled the room, and for a moment the tension between them dissolved into something like anticipation. Whatever evaluation lay ahead, she realized, having Aaron here would make all the difference. Light filtered through the pear's translucent skin, illuminating tiny air bubbles clinging to its pulp. With a soft pop, Aaron slid a slender straw into the top and took a careful sip. A satisfied sigh escaped him. This is incredible. It feels like standing on a mountain in autumn. Skye glanced across the table. What are you drinking? Aaron set down the straw and smiled. A dream pear, a super rare delicacy. No such fruit grows on Earth. I tracked it down through some very special channels, and trust me, it didn't come cheap. He tapped the folders labeled Fitz and Simmons. But enough about fruit. Let's get started on your psychological evaluation. Skye's brow furrowed. She shifted in her seat, nerves tightening her voice. You're starting right now? Don't worry, Aaron said smoothly. It's just a few standard questions. I promise you'll be treated very differently than most people on the list. Just go through the motions. She hesitated. What guarantee do I have? You're practically Coulson's equal in S-Shield. What guarantee can you give me? Aaron's expression turned grave. Because I'm on the list too. Skye's eyes went wide. What? S-Shield runs on cold hard facts, he replied quietly, and Nick Fury is about as realistic as they come. To be honest, everyone on that list is already under a Shield's watch, I explained to Skye. They're scanning for capable people, those with a strong sense of justice, the right moral compass, and no massive family connections. From the start, they wanted to recruit me as some kind of mystical asset, a fortune teller, but my gift isn't like ordinary divination or herbal alchemy. It can't be duplicated. They couldn't muscle me into compliance. If they'd tried, I'd still be locked in that interrogation room. Fortunately, I have Tony Stark's ear, and that turned S-Shield's approach from aggressive recruitment to simple cooperation. Skye stared at me, torn between disbelief and amusement. Is that actually true? I wouldn't lie to you, I replied. If you doubt me, go ask Agent Coulson yourself. Talents like this aren't something you can suppress. You either learn to work with them or else they rule you, and I've learned to work with mine. Sky shook her head. I wish I had some special talent like that. At that moment, Aaron appeared in the doorway, a knowing grin on his face. You me? Got not think you have it, he said warmly, but you've officially joined S.H.I.E.L.D. Nick Fury, of all people, is always on the lookout for gifted operators. You don't know him yet, but trust me, he'll be eager to meet you. Agent Coulson stood before the wall of surveillance feeds, Fitz and Simmons flanking him. He cleared his throat, running a hand through his hair. Here's the situation, Coulson began. S.H.I.E.L.D. does have a few operatives with enhanced abilities, but they've never been anything to write home about. And after the Civil War, we lost a lot of manpower. Then you, Sky, showed up, and your shock powers were off the charts. Best of all, you're already an official agent. He paused, meeting their eyes. In plain English, you're our most valuable showpiece. As long as you don't go off the rails, we'll keep you safe and healthy. So don't overthink it. Fitz and Simmons exchanged a quick look, then both turned back to Coulson. Is that really it? Fitz asked. Coulson shifted awkwardly. Look, people with extraordinary powers need to be monitored and protected, and recruiting them gives S.H.I.E.L.D. the edge when we face other powered threats. But that's not the question, Simmons replied. We understand the theory. Fitz leaned forward. What we want to know is, if that's how S.H.I.E.L.D. sees superpowered agents, what does it mean for Sky's role here? Aaron folded his arms and studied Sky carefully. Whether you're allowed to wander free again depends entirely on the assessment results. You've proven to be too volatile. It wouldn't be responsible to just let you loose. Sky flashed him a wry grin, tension draining from her posture. Is that supposed to reassure me? Fine. Do what you must. Aaron nodded, steepling his fingers. All right, I have a few questions. What's your reaction to your powers? Fear, dread, or surprise? Sky tilted her head, an odd sheen in her eyes. All of the above, she admitted. I've even dreamed of using them to play the hero. He tapped a pen against a file. Next question. Sky held up a hand. Wait, just one question? Aren't you going to follow up? What if I lie? A laugh escaped Aaron before he could stop it. He raised 2 fingers to his temple, mockingly solemn. My eyes are my gauge. I can see deception from a mile away. He cleared his throat. Second question. Would you say you're more fearful, more terrified, or more surprised by your abilities? Sky's lips twitched. Really? You're going to split hairs? She sighed. If I have to choose, terrified. Aaron leaned back in his chair, folding one leg over the other. I've been an agent for a long time. I know how S.H.I.E.L.D. treats people with superpowers. He took a sip of pear juice, eyes fixed on Sky. Third question. Do you feel you can control your ability? Sky hesitated, her gaze flicking away. I'm not sure. Aaron nodded. I won't pretend you can fool me. Fourth question. Is your power tied to your emotions? For instance, could anger, excitement, pain, or panic trigger it without your realizing? Sky met his eyes at last. Yes, I try to control it, but it still happens, sometimes in my sleep, during nightmares. I don't have much confidence. He tapped the table thoughtfully. Fifth question. Once your power is active, can you shut it off? Usually, she said, exhaling, but it takes a few seconds. He smiled reassuringly. That's not a deal-breaker. Sky's eyes widened. You really think it's no problem? Aaron finished his juice. Take Bruce Banner, the Hulk. His situation is far worse than yours. When he loses control, it becomes an unstoppable disaster. Sky let out a shaky breath, relief mixing with lingering doubt. At least, she thought, she wasn't the worst case S.H.I.E.L.D. had ever seen. He's learned to rein in his emotions ever since the military began hunting him. Even a slap to the face no longer provokes an uncontrolled rage. Over time, he and the Hulk have forged a silent understanding. Your innate talent actually surpasses his instructor said. What you lack is structure, detraining. Spend some weeks honing your technique, and you'll learn to harness vibration power. Sky's eyes widened. Are you saying I could become a superhero, one of the Avengers? Her mentor offered a wry smile. Don't get too excited. Mastering vibration makes you a capable hero, but you're still a long way from Avengers caliber. Captain America, Iron Man, Hulk, Thor, they'd each outmatch you without breaking a sweat. Sky returned an awkward grin. She had never imagined standing on equal footing with legends. Yet, despite the gulf between them, she felt a spark of hope. With enough training, she might carve out her own place among heroes. "What about Hawkeye and Black Widow?" Skye asked, her voice tight. Aaron frowned. "Unless they decide to go crazy, neither of them will come at you in close quarters. Barton can drop a target from a kilometer away with one arrow to the throat, and Natasha, she was one of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s top operatives before." Skye swallowed hard. "I overestimated myself." Aaron shook his head. "Don't say that. Once you've mastered your powers, you'll be every bit as formidable." She managed a small, grateful smile. "Thank you." "Just one more thing," Aaron said, his tone serious as he studied her. "Would you be willing to sacrifice yourself for your teammates?" "Of course," Skye replied without hesitation. "How far are we talking?" "Any extent necessary to keep them safe." Aaron held her gaze. "No half measures. Are you sure?" Skye's eyes flickered with resolve, and something like pain. "They're all I've got." "Good." Aaron's expression softened. "Then you'd better learn to control your abilities. Fast. The world's growing more chaotic every day, and ordinary people are the ones who suffer most." He reached for the straw beside him, popped the last nibble of pear into his mouth, and chewed thoughtfully. "I'm done with the questioning. What about the assessment? I've graded your danger level mostly on raw ability. Until you've had formal training, I don't want you running unsupervised. I'll call Nick Fury and arrange for Melinda May to be your direct supervisor. He'll owe me a favor." "Perfect. Don't get too excited. There's one more factor in your rating." "Me? I've got nothing to worry about. I'm optimistic." Skye sat up straighter, confidence bright in her eyes. Since joining Coulson's team, she'd learned how much of the world lay in shades of gray and how to tell right from wrong. "I'm not talking about you," Aaron said quietly, "but your parents." Skye's smile faded. She clenched her hands in her lap and looked away. Aaron watched her for a long moment before continuing. "Kids pick up everything from their parents. I don't know your mother's side, but your father." "He slaughtered dozens of people," Skye whispered, her voice trembling. "He was cruel, an absolute monster." No sooner had she spoken than the jet bucked violently, rattling the overhead bins. Skye gasped and grabbed the seat in front of her. Aaron exhaled, producing 2 small vials from a concealed compartment in his uniform. "Here," he said, handing them over. "If you ever feel like you're about to lose control, take a sip. It'll calm you down." Skye took the vials without a word, her knuckles white around the cold glass. The plane steadied, but the questions and the revelations were only just beginning. "Consider it a little spiritual support," Coulson said, handing over the vial. "Thank you," May replied, tucking it away. No sooner had they left the interrogation room than Fitz and Simmons came charging up. "Let us go in," Fitz insisted. "Those 2 sedative vials should calm her in no time." Simmons shot him an eager grin. "Exactly. Let's check on Skye." Coulson managed a wry smile. "I need to request another batch of those potions from Dr. Fredo. Our allotment was used up before Skye even woke." May shook her head. "That's not my problem." "It really is," Coulson countered gently. "Skye's situation is more complicated than you know. The world's changing faster than we realize, with Hiddo and forces at play. She doesn't need restraints, she needs guidance. The right training will teach her to harness her power instead of fearing it." May raised an eyebrow. "That sounds almost too neat. So who's going to do this training?" "I'd send her to Professor Charles," Coulson said thoughtfully. "His academy specializes in helping people with extraordinary abilities." May paled. "The Mutant Academy? Fury will have my head." Coulson shrugged. "Possibly, but it's her best chance, and it aligns perfectly with S.H.I.E.L.D.'s mission to understand and responsibly nurture these new powers." Agent May stared at Aaron across the cabin of the S.H.I.E.L.D. transport. He lowered his voice. "Their mandate isn't just observation. They're tasked with preventing any contact between Inhumans and mutants." "Maybe they've already struck a secret alliance," May ventured. Aaron shook his head. "It's a thought, but unlikely. Nick Fury told me the Inhumans never fractured into opposing factions the way mutants did. Their best defense is anonymity, evolving quietly in isolation. Partnering with mutants would draw unwanted attention." "Perhaps," May replied non-committally, folding her arms. She glanced toward Coulson, seated a few feet away. "Why don't you rest? I can arrange for you to return to base. Aaron waved her off with a faint smile. There's no hurry. I need to dig into something first. Mind if I linger on the plane a bit longer? Of course not, May said, concern lacing her tone. But what are you investigating? He met her gaze, his eyes glinting. A cryptic prophecy, something to do with the origins of these aliens. Aliens, she echoed, frowning. Are you talking about Sky? There's a connection, Aaron admitted. She's at the heart of this secret, though I haven't unlocked the specifics yet. I'll take a nap now. Check in with me tomorrow. May nodded and turned to Coulson. Their eyes met, each recognizing the burden they shared, and the mysteries still unfolding. Do you think we should tell Fury? May's voice was barely above a whisper. The alien's origin, it sounds like something he should know. Not yet, her companion replied firmly. Let's exhaust every lead first. If we truly hit a dead end, then we bring in Fury. Portugal, Faro. Night had settled over the Algarve coast. Gentle waves rolled onto the shore, where a smattering of tourists gathered around a makeshift grill, singing and laughing under the moonlight. Suddenly, a lone figure emerged from the surf, sword in hand. The beachgoers froze, eyes widening in disbelief. The woman was unmistakably the Asgardian warrior Sif, though she wore simple earth clothes. Fresh scratches marred her forehead, and her emerald eyes, usually composed, burned with fierce determination. Kava, she murmured, scanning the dimly lit beach. I must find Kava. One brave tourist cleared his throat. Sorry, miss, we don't know anyone by that name. What's going on? Sif didn't reply. With a swift pivot, she turned away and strode up the sand toward the dunes beyond. Amused, a man lounging nearby set down his beer and sauntered after her. Hey there. A beautiful girl like you shouldn't be wandering alone at night. I can help you find Kava, was it? Or anything else you need. Snap! The man's fingers closed around Sif's shoulder, but before he could react, her open palm struck him with such force that he sailed nearly 20 meters through the air and crashed hard onto the beach. He'd been bold enough to accost a stranger, and by sheer luck he walked away unscathed. Hey, who the hell are you? He demanded, scrambling to his feet. Sif took a step forward, her boots sinking slightly into the damp sand. She paused, head tilted, studying him with cool, unreadable eyes. I don't know, she whispered. Chapter 944, Amnesiac Sif and a Growing Rift, Part 1. The next morning aboard S.H.I.E.L.D.'s Airbus, Aaron woke to the familiar yet strangely distant ceiling overhead. He rubbed his eyes, sat up, and said aloud, System, sign in. The calm, mechanical voice replied, Host logged in aboard the Airbus, +1 magic point. Thoughtbody logged in aboard the Bohart Star, +3 magic points. Aaron ran a hand through his hair. A single point felt trivial, but he reminded himself that steady accumulation would carry him to his goal. He sprang out of bed, dressed quickly, and headed to the washroom to freshen up. By the time he entered the mess hall, May, having just finished sparring with Sky, was already at a table, tablet in hand. Nick sent us to Portugal, she said, tapping the screen, as guardians have reappeared there. Finally, a proper mission, Aaron replied with a relieved smile. Here's hoping it has nothing to do with that cryptic prophecy I keep hearing about. Coulson joined them, peering over May's shoulder at the tablet. After a few seconds, he frowned. That's too precise to be a coincidence, he said. Turning to Aaron, he added, By the way, how are things between you and Sif? Aaron paused, caught off guard by the question. Then he nodded quickly. We're fine. Agent Coulson leaned back in his chair, tapping the edge of his tablet. My relationship with Sif is about as distant as the one I have with you, he said, glancing at Agent Aaron. Aaron raised an eyebrow. That's comforting? Why did you call me in today? Coulson swiped the screen toward him. On it was a grainy photo of Sif, her golden hair tangled, eyes unfocused, clearly in a detention center. We need you to go to Portugal with me. Aaron stared for a long moment. Portugal? Why her? Coulson sighed, running a hand through his hair. That's what I want to know. And there's more. Sif has apparently lost her memory. We figure you might be the best person to jog her recall. Aaron frowned. Wouldn't Thor be better? He's closest to her. Thor isn't on Earth, Coulson explained quietly. He left some time ago. Aaron's expression turned incredulous. He and Jane fostered a split? Nothing like that. Coulson's voice grew tense. He went searching for his brother, Loki. Agent Aaron whistled softly. That sounds awkward, considering Loki tried to kill you. Coulson pinched the bridge of his nose. You're telling me Loki faked his death, escaped Asgardian custody, and here we are. Aaron clapped a hand on Coulson's shoulder. Well, life's unpredictable. I can only imagine how Loki's disappearance must have hit you. Coulson offered a tight smile. Let's focus on the mission. Aaron straightened. So we're flying to Portugal to pick up an old friend. Got it. Coulson nodded, closing the folder on the desk. Prepare for anything. Sif may not remember us, or how dangerous this could get. As Aaron headed for the door, Coulson called after him. And Agent, keep your phone on. I'll be in touch once we land. Moments later, the two agents disappeared into the corridor, setting in motion a rescue that would test loyalties, uncover hidden truths, and bring them face to face with gods they thought they knew. No problem, May. I'll fly the jet and meet you there as soon as I can. Faro, Portugal. Agent Coulson slipped his shield credentials across the desk at the detention center without so much as a raised eyebrow from the guard. Thanks for holding her for me. The desk officer smiled. No trouble. The Prime Minister's office phoned ahead, said to keep this crazy woman here until you arrived. So I did. Coulson raised an eyebrow. How did you manage without force? I'm surprised she didn't fight back. The officer chuckled. She didn't. I told her I'd located someone named Kava, said he'd be here to see her. She bought it and stayed put. Coulson shook his head. We're not Kava. Fortunately, the officer replied, I never had to tell her that. He glanced up the stairwell. She's on the second floor. Don't forget to grab her sword before you. I'll leave. Got it, Coulson said, and headed for the stairs, Agent Aaron Ward at his side. On the landing, they found a lone figure seated on a metal folding chair, her back ramrod straight, staring at the far wall as though it held all the answers to her questions. Her glossy black hair was pinned back, and a long, slender sword lay at her feet in its scabbard. Aaron took a cautious step forward. Hello, who are you? The woman's dark eyes finally flicked to him. Who are you? We're here to get you out of here, Aaron said gently. Agent Coulson and I, we've been looking for you. Her gaze sharpened, confusion mixing with something like relief. Aaron smiled sympathetically. It looks as if you're suffering from memory loss, Sif. Sif? She blinked, as if waking from a dream. I am Sif? She reached out, touching the hilt of her sword, as if to remind herself who she was. Coulson offered her a hand. Yes, and we're going to help you piece everything back together. With that, the two agents guided her downstairs, retrieved her sword, and led her toward freedom and the secrets of her own forgotten past. Who am I? Aaron demanded, turning to Coulson. Why don't you tell her? You've got the most direct evidence. Coulson gave his trademark gentle smile. First, let me be clear. We're not agents of Kava. He tapped the tablet and brought up the footage of Lady Sif and her 3 Asgardian warriors in New Mexico. You are Lady Sif of Asgard. You called me Kor's son once. Doesn't that make us friends? Sif arched a dark brow. Coulson is Thor's friend, and I am Thor's friend. By that logic, I suppose you and I are barely acquaintances. Thor. Sif's lips curved in amusement. Just hearing that name makes me want to laugh. Aaron jumped in on Coulson's behalf. Simple-minded, as strong as an ox, and unintentionally hilarious. He paused, then fixed Sif with a steady look. What about Loki? Do you remember him? The ghost of a smile vanished from Sif's face. That name makes me itch to smash something. Aaron nodded solemnly. Clever mind, clumsy body, and dangerously manipulative. If we can neutralize the two of them, Odin won't have to worry about the succession, the masked commander had said. Now, standing before Sif and Agent Coulson, Aaron Gaius cleared his throat, hope flickering in his eyes. Do you still remember me? He asked softly. Aaron Gaius. Sif's expression went blank for a moment. Then she reached out, grabbed his left wrist, and rolled up his sleeve. Her brow furrowed. There's no mark here. You aren't Gaius. Aaron winced inwardly, no matter how hard he'd tried to conceal it, but forced a strained smile. It pains me, but I really am Gaius, he said, his voice barely masking his embarrassment. Coulson's eyes lit up. Maybe the mark's on the other arm, he suggested. Sif hesitated, about to inspect his right arm. Before she could touch him, Aaron whipped up his sleeve himself. See? Nothing at all. Sif crouched and stared. It really isn't there, she murmured. Coulson leaned forward, curiosity evident in his tone. Sif, isn't there something unique about Gaius? Some indicator beyond that mark? Sif opened her mouth, paused, and then shook her head. I'm sorry, I can't remember. Aaron rolled his eyes in exasperation. So much for a thorough examination. His memory's shot, but his instincts and judgment are still sharp. Otherwise, he wouldn't have led the uprising at all. Coulson exchanged a glance with Sif, weighing their next move. Then how do we verify who he really is? He muttered. Sif met Coulson's gaze, uncertainty in her blue eyes. I'm not sure, she admitted. But if he truly is Gaius, lost memories or not, he could be more dangerous now than ever. Sif, forgive me for asking, but do you remember why you came to Midgard? Agent Aaron's voice was gentle but insistent as he studied the Asgardian before him. She tilted her head, silver locks brushing her shoulders. I don't, she admitted softly. I know only that I am from Asgard, my home. I cannot recall. And perhaps you remember what happened to you recently. Aaron leaned forward. You're one of Asgard's greatest warriors. Your body and mind should be far stronger than ours. Amnesia of this kind simply shouldn't occur. Agent Coulson exchanged a look with him. You think she was attacked? There's no other plausible explanation, Aaron replied. Heimdall wouldn't have brought her here if her memory had already been wiped in Asgard. Yet she clings to one fragment, a mission to find something called Kava. He paused, voice dropping. Let's entertain a theory. Odin himself sent Sif to Earth for Kava, whether that's a person, an artifact, or even a place. During her search, an enemy of great power ambushed her and erased her memories. That's what left her like this. At that moment, Agent May appeared at the doorway, holding up a tablet. Director Coulson, Sky found something that might help. Coulson took the device and tapped the screen. As the display flickered to life, a grainy video began to play, casting dancing shadows across their faces. The video froze on a single frame. Sif locked in fierce combat with a short staff-wielding opponent on a creaking dock. Steel sang against wood, and neither fighter gave an inch. Sif studied the image, voice flat. I don't remember any of this, but one thing's certain, I still had my memory at the end of this battle. Anyone who can hold their own against you is no joke, May murmured, leaning closer to the monitor. To her, every Asgardian was a super soldier in their own right, and Sif was the pinnacle of them all. Aaron folded his arms, thoughtful. He's not necessarily from Earth. We don't have many people with that level of skill. Even S.H.I.E.L.D.'s top agents would struggle to keep up. If he's Asgardian, it would make sense, Coulson piped up. Aaron shook his head. Maybe, but there are plenty of humanoid races across the 9 realms and beyond. Whoever he is, he's dangerous. The clip resumed. Sif lunged forward, her sword carving a golden arc through the air. Sparks flew as the blade bit into the man's chest. He screamed in pain and collapsed onto the weathered planks, the fight finally over. As Sif's blade arced through the air, she sensed, too late, her opponent's swift countermove. The man leapt up, one knee dropping to the deck for balance. Spinning on his heel, he brought a short, black baton crashing into her abdomen. Ding! The metallic ring echoed across the hollow projection, and every agent in the command center flinched. Even through the grainy feed, they could see Sif's hand slam against her stomach as if she'd absorbed a mortal blow. On screen, she froze, sword suspended mid-swing. Her brow furrowed in confusion. She seemed unable to gather herself. With a savage grunt, the attacker seized her by the waist, hoisted her overhead, and flung her body into the churning sea below. Director Coulson turned to Agent Aaron, who was already stepping forward. That was no ordinary weapon, Aaron said, voice tight with concern. Coulson nodded. Agreed. We've finally tracked down the cause of Sif's memory loss. That baton, it must have some neurological effect. Aaron crossed his arms. He's searching for her. But why? What's his true objective? Coulson studied the fading ripples on the digital waves. That's what we need to find out, and fast. Meanwhile, far from the waves, the same shadowy figure strode into a hospital lobby, baton in hand, his intentions as ominous as the weapon itself. Chapter Text. The man at the reception desk stepped forward, his hand casually tucked inside his coat. The nurse offered a friendly smile. Hello, can I help you with something? Supply room, he said, his voice low and insistent. And power components. He tapped a short metal baton on the windowsill, the hollow ring cutting through the quiet of the corridor. The nurse's smile faded. Before she could react, he jerked her through the half-open window, slamming her against the wall. Don't try anything, he hissed. Someone in your world has gone missing. I'm here to find them. Her voice trembled. What do you want me to do? He raised the baton. Its tip glowed faintly, and in an instant his skin took on a sickly blue hue. Relax, he said. When I'm done, you won't remember a thing. Aboard the S-Healed jet, Agent Phil Coulson and his team watched the monitors in the operations bay. Sif, barely conscious, lay strapped to a gurney. Fitz and Simmons pored over the latest footage they'd extracted from security cameras around the facility. We found multiple clips of the same assault pattern, Simmons said, pointing at the screen. Different locations, same signature weapon, but there's nothing new, no faces, no leads. Fitz shook his head. Every time we think we've isolated something, it turns out to be dead ends. We're missing the key. Coulson frowned. Keep digging. There has to be a thread. The emerald green lines of schematics and timestamps scrolled across multiple screens as Simmons tugged at her hair in frustration. Just then, Fitz leaned forward, his eyes narrowing. Hold on, he muttered. Rewind to 2:14. Simmons hit the controls. The footage jumped back. They watched as the assailant raised his baton, the glowing tip igniting with that same eerie blue light. Look at his gauntlet, Fitz said softly. That module, it's the same power cell architecture we recovered from the relic in Oslo. Simmons stilled. You're right. This is alien tech. Coulson's jaw tightened. So our mystery man isn't just raiding storage rooms, he's after something far bigger, and he's already got a head start. Silence fell over the cabin as the team absorbed the implication. Whatever they were facing, it was far more dangerous than they'd realized, and the hunt was only beginning. Fitz tapped the screen until it zoomed in on the moment Sif's sword bit into the intruder's chest. Metal gears and wires gleamed beneath torn fabric, and then, with a high-pitched hiss, blue-tinged fluid spattered across her blade. What is that? Coulson asked, leaning forward. Blood? Skye ventured, eyes wide. If it is, we might have something to go on. Aaron cut in, his tone flat. Let's hope not. Even if it's blood, what then? Is our mystery man an alien? Vampire? Something our database can't even classify. Fitz and Simmons exchanged a glance. If the fluid really was extraterrestrial blood, not even S.H.I.E.L.D.'s combined resources, let alone the rest of Earth, would have a match in their files. Whether it's blood or something else, Coulson said, we need samples. Fitz, Simmons, you and Mike will collect whatever residue you can find once we land. Skye, Aaron, start canvassing the area's witnesses. Find out if anyone saw which direction he went. And Skye, bring tranquilizer darts, just in case. Skye nodded. On it. Coulson switched off the monitor. All right, let's move before we lose our window. Okay, sir. Director Coulson divided the team into 4 units. Fitz and Mike would collect samples. Coulson and May would walk Sif along the dock, hoping the sea air might jog her memory. Aaron and Skye would track down any trace of the fugitive, and Simmons would stay with the Quinjet, guarding their only ride home. Mike knelt beneath a bent-over street lamp. I don't see any blood, he reported. Fitz, is there some special wavelength of light we could use to pick up blood residue? Fitz crouched beside him, scanning the lamp's surface. Deep, parallel gouges ran up and down the pole, like the score of a sword swipe. Maybe it's not blood, he said thoughtfully. He reached out and tapped the metal. Crack! The lamp snapped in two at the touch of his finger. Whoa! Mike jumped back. Fitz stood, managing an embarrassed grin. That wasn't supposed to happen. I really didn't expect it to be that brittle. Believe me, Fitz, Mike teased. If you damaged it on purpose, Coulson wouldn't have let me drag you into the field today. Fitz shrugged and broke off a thin sliver of metal, examining it closely. Simmons, I'm uploading our readings now. Whatever fluid he was leaking, if that's what it surely it isn't blood. Got it. Simmons's calm voice crackled through the earpiece. I'll run it through the lab scanners right away. Mike rose, dusting gravel from his knees. Let's hope we find something more telling than an empty lamppost. As they packed up their gear, Fitz tucked the jagged sample into a secure container. Between lab results and Sif's memory returning, they were inching closer to the truth, whatever it might be. Sif shook her head, frustration creasing her brow. My mind's as muddled as a lost teenager's. I can't. Not quite, Agent Coulson interrupted gently. Judging by your clothes, you're on an undercover mission. You should have picked that up last time you were here. Your regular Asgardian armor is a little too conspicuous. Armor. Sif's eyes widened in surprise. So I normally wear armor. Does that make me a warrior? A very powerful one, piped up Agent May. A great warrior. You serve a king, don't you? Odin? Yes, of course I serve him. Before Sif or the agents could speak again, a middle-aged man at the back pointed abruptly. It's her, he exclaimed, drawing everyone's gaze. Sir, you know her? Coulson stepped forward, nodding politely. Yes, I saw what happened here yesterday. That's excellent. Please tell us exactly what you witnessed. The man swallowed hard. They fought, both of them, like two dangerous monsters locked in battle. Sif bristled. I'm not a monster, she snapped. I'm only dangerous to those who deserve it. She hesitated, eyes flicking to Coulson. I don't even know if I truly only. Coulson offered her a reassuring smile. You do. Relief washed over Sif's features. She straightened her shoulders, regained her composure. Very well, she said, turning back to the onlookers. Old man, answer your question. Chapter 945, No Contest, No Harm, The Capture of a Purebred Cree, Part 1. Agent Coulson folded his arms and stepped around the wreckage of a small balloon stall. A middle-aged man in a bright polo shirt glared at him, gesturing angrily at the twisted metal frame and a tangle of balloons on the ground. That man came through here and smashed my whole setup, the vendor spat out. He wasn't after money. He wanted my helium. He yanked off the valve and walked away with my tank. Why would he need helium? Agent May asked, inspecting the scattered balloons. Her tone was more curiosity than accusation. Coulson crouched to examine the wreckage. That's the million-dollar question. At that moment, Simmons's voice crackled in both agents' earpieces. Sir, Fitz ran a spectrometer scan on the residue. Good news, it's not blood. Then what is it? Coulson said into his mic. Liquid nitrogen, came Simmons's calm reply. The lamppost next to the stall turned brittle in the cold and snapped. Whoever did this must have brought a nitrogen canister, and Sif likely punched a hole in the tank to release it. May raised an eyebrow. So he didn't come for helium at all, but for the valve itself, to fix his nitrogen supply. Coulson sat back on his heels, fingers steepled under his chin. That makes sense, but why carry around liquid nitrogen? Could be fuel, May suggested, or even a weapon, given how quickly it can freeze things solid. Agent Mike Peterson, hovering nearby, piped in, if he's an alien, maybe he uses nitrogen to breathe. Coulson nodded. Good point. Let's find out exactly what we're dealing with before we jump to conclusions. He stood and faced the balloon vendor. Sir, sorry for the trouble. Would you mind describing exactly what you saw? The vendor let out a heavy sigh, wiping his brow. I was tying off a batch of balloons when I heard a hiss, like a soda machine spitting out soda. Then I turned and saw him. He had a dark suit with silver piping and a backpack with hoses. He popped the regulator off my helium tank in seconds. I tried to stop him, but he kicked over my lamppost and bolted. May exchanged a look with Coulson. That matches Sif's report of a strange figure with a pressurized pack. Let's retrace his path. Coulson tapped his comlink. All units, this is Coulson. We have a suspect armed with a homemade pressurized device, most likely nitrogen. Approach with caution. Repeat, nitrogen, potentially hostile. Let's move. As they spread out down the street, the broken lamppost lay in shattered pieces at their feet, a silent testament to the power of liquid nitrogen and a clue to the extraordinary threat they faced. No, Sif said firmly. Across all known space, there are only 7 intelligent species that require high nitrogen atmospheres, and not one of them is humanoid. May and Coulson froze. They exchanged a glance so simultaneous it was like a mirror. Finally, Coulson cleared his throat. You learned that as a child? Sif inclined her head. The two agents looked away, cheeks burning. It was an uncomfortable reminder. Asgardian youths studied interstellar biology before human children had even left their own solar system. While Sif played war games in the palace corridors, Earth kids were still splashing in mud puddles. A few blocks away, Aaron and Sky pulled up outside the city hospital. Sky thumbed through her tablet. This is it. The last place our guy was spotted. The security footage shows him slipping in here late last night. A hospital? Aaron arched an eyebrow. But Sif walked away from his attack without a scratch. She never sought treatment. Why would he show up where there are cameras and witnesses? Sky hesitated. I don't know. Maybe he's chasing her, or hiding among patients. Either way, we need to get inside and see what he's up to. Aaron nodded. Let's move. They slipped out of the car and headed for the entrance, determination on their faces. I don't quite follow you, Aaron admitted, frowning. Skye smiled, tapping her tablet as she spoke. It's simple. If you're hungry, you go to a restaurant. Thirsty, you head to the bar. Tired, you check into a hotel. He isn't injured, so whatever drew him to the hospital must be one of his own needs, or something the hospital can provide. Or perhaps he doesn't even realize this is a hospital, she added with a chuckle. After all, he is an alien. Aaron stared at her for a moment, speechless. Before he could answer, a head nurse approached. Can I help you? She asked, her tone polite but brisk. Skye swiped her tablet, bringing up a clear photograph of the alien from the recent dock incident, staff in hand. We're looking for this man. Have you seen him here? The nurse studied the image, shaking her head. No, I'm sorry. He doesn't look familiar. I can make some inquiries, though. We're a bit short-staffed today. One nurse just called in sick, so it may take some time. That's fine, Aaron said. We don't mind waiting. Just then, another nurse rounded the corner. She stopped short, looking bewildered. Why are you calling me that? Is that even my name? She demanded, her eyes wide with confusion. Skye exchanged a puzzled glance with Aaron. What's going on with her? She whispered. Amnesia, Aaron said with a faint sigh. It's not just similar to Sif's condition, it's exactly the same. Skye's eyes widened. If Sif was here only moments ago, then he can't be far off in this hospital. She tapped her headset. Coulson, I'm certain he's inside, but this place is massive. He could be anywhere. Don't waste time on a compass, Aaron snapped. No compass, Coulson's voice came through crisply. What he actually needs is liquid nitrogen. The surgical suites keep tanks of it on hand. That's where you'll find him. Understood, Skye replied, glancing around the busy corridor. Should we clear the floor? If he got the jump on Sif, I'm not confident I can stop him alone. Have more faith, Coulson said. You might struggle, but you're not alone. Aaron's there too. He's the one who can handle this alien. Skye hesitated, then looked at Aaron. Do you really think I can? Aaron smirked, amusement in his eyes. Lucky for you, you're not my girlfriend. He straightened, determination replacing the teasing grin. Now let's find this guy. Aaron flashed Skye a cocky grin. If someone bets I won't be able to crawl out of bed tomorrow, consider it a sure thing. Skye's cheeks colored. I'm serious. This isn't a joke. Perfect, Aaron teased, because I've got zero interest in you. He sobered instantly. But back to business. I can handle this. Over the years, I've fought countless battles, and I've never lost. Well, except once, to a woman. Skye raised an eyebrow. You actually lost to a woman, and you still sound so convinced of yourself? Aaron merely twitched his lips, ignored her, and strode toward the hospital's storage wing. Skye smirked and fell in beside him. A few minutes later, they arrived at the cryogenic nitrogen vault. The moment Aaron swung open the door, they spotted the same combatant who'd tangled with Sif. His skin was an alien blue from head to toe. He turned, casually sealed the nitrogen tank valve behind him, and as the gas dissipated, his complexion gradually reverted to normal. Aaron's brow shot up. A Kree? What's a Kree doing on Earth? The man frowned in surprise. You know the Kree? Some time ago, I traveled to Harlem for an auction, and by chance, I overheard your accusers swaggering through the rooms as if they owned the place. Ronin? Aaron prompted, eyebrows raised. I'd assumed you were just another warmonger. The Kree tilted his head. Warmonger? Me? I abhor needless violence. Aaron's eyes narrowed as he studied those unflinching pupils. No sign of deceit. Could it be that this Kree had come to Earth without ill intent? Still, descending on our soil uninvited was hardly courteous. He let his tone soften. Even so, it's impolite to cross into someone else's territory without permission. He gestured to the woman beside him. Agent Skye of S.H. Shield, she handles all alien relations on Earth. To prevent any misunderstandings, I'd ask you to accompany her. Skye's eyes went wide, her heart thudding so loudly she could almost hear it. Sell me out before the negotiation even begins? She seethed inwardly. She was, by her own admission, a green agent, still on watch list status. What chance did she have against a battle-hardened Kree warrior? Footsteps echoed behind her. Coulson was approaching. Sky squared her shoulders, determined not to flinch. Ronan regarded her in silence for a long, unreadable moment, then turned away, lips curling in a contemptuous half-smile. And so their unlikely alliance began. Sky stepped into the narrow corridor and closed the door softly behind her. The man paused in the doorway, his posture relaxed but alert. To him, she looked like any other ordinary human, no threat, not worth his time. Yet something in the set of her shoulders gave him pause. "I'm sorry," he said with bland courtesy. "I can't help you. I'm busy, and I have other business to attend to. I bear no ill will toward your planet or its people, but if you stand in my way, you'll regret it." Sky's pulse quickened, but she forced herself to stay calm. "Before you go any further," she countered, taking a cautious step forward, "why don't you tell me what you're after? Then I can decide whether I need to stop you." A shadow of amusement flickered in his eyes. "Trust me," he replied. "It's better if you don't know." He turned toward the exit, clearly intending to leave. In an instant, Sky's hand dove behind her back. She wrapped her fingers around the cool grip of her pistol, yanked it free, and swung it up until its black muzzle was leveled squarely at him. The corridor lights gleamed off the barrel. "I don't think you want to test Earth's weapons," she said, voice steady despite the adrenaline surging through her veins. "I'm warning you. Don't push me." The man halted, his expression unreadable. He produced a short black baton from beneath his coat, flicking it open with a soft click. "Neither of us wants a firefight," he replied, trying for calm. Beneath his calm lay a promise of danger. For a heartbeat, they stood locked in a silent standoff. Sky, gun-trained, determination in her eyes. The stranger, baton at the ready, measuring her resolve. Neither would back down. The corridor seemed to shrink around them, charged with the electricity of impending conflict. Then the man's lips curved into a faint, almost rueful smile. "Very well," he said quietly. "Let's see what you've got." He stared at Sky with cold impatience, twisting the short metallic rod in his hand. With that device, he meant to erase her memory, quick, painless, and utterly thorough. But the moment he triggered it, the room around them began to shudder. Sky's eyes widened as the rod in his grip vibrated violently. In under 2 seconds, the so-called carbon-based biological corrector collapsed into a tangled heap of wires and carbon filaments. Snap! Aaron's hand came down hard on her shoulder. He pulled a loaded syringe from his coat pocket and forced Sky's mouth open, administering a fast-acting tranquilizer. Within moments, her racing heart slowed and the tremors subsided. When silence fell, Sky slumped against the wall, trembling. "Thank you," she managed to whisper, voice edged with lingering fear. Aaron offered a wry smile. "Don't mention it. Did you really think Director Coulson sent me along just to fetch coffee? No, my job is exactly this, dealing with unusual situations." The man, recovering from his shock, fixed Sky with a wary gaze. "Who are you exactly?" Aaron's expression went professional. "S-Shield agent. Civilians can't hold their own against Kree warriors, but Earth has its own super soldiers. As for what happened just now, it's only natural. Sky's just beginning to awaken her abilities." The man's eyes narrowed. He looked at Sky as though she were a puzzle. "A beginner?" he echoed. Sky swallowed hard, feeling the weight of his scrutiny and of the strange new power stirring inside. "Air. It doesn't matter." The man shrugged, unfazed. "Do you really intend to stop me?" "We have to follow protocol." Aaron shot back, activating his space ring. From its inner compartment, he drew a pistol, an old-fashioned flintlock etched with a crimson spider lily motif. "I thought Earth's guardians had moved past muskets. What is this? Some sort of Renaissance fair?" Aaron's lips curved into a confident smile. "This isn't an ordinary flintlock." He raised the weapon, took careful aim, and pulled the trigger. A golden bullet screamed past the man's ear. Bang! It tore a bowl-sized hole right through the storage room wall. "A friendly warning," Aaron said quietly, his voice steady. "I don't know if a Kree's skin is tougher than these bricks. If not, you should turn back now." "Appreciate the heads up," the man replied with a shrug. Without hesitation, he flicked a short metal baton into the air, caught it with ease, and charged. Aaron didn't blink. He squeezed the trigger again. At under 7 paces, the old flintlock's shot was at its most lethal, fast, precise, unstoppable. Yet before the bullet could find its mark, the man brought the baton down across his thigh in a single, fluid motion. Ding! Ding! 2 bullets ricocheted off the gleaming metal and buried themselves harmlessly in the wooden floor. In that instant, the legend of Kree durability was proven beyond doubt. Aaron raised his gun, but before he could fire again, his assailant closed the distance in a few swift strides. He slammed the short baton into Aaron's abdomen with a muffled crack. Aaron staggered back, colliding with a shelf that toppled behind him. The attacker immediately followed with a spinning roundhouse kick that sent Sky sprawling across the floor. Hiss! Aaron ground out, rubbing his side. He tasted blood on his lips but felt no real pain. That actually wasn't painful or itchy. Somehow it's oddly refreshing. Sky scrambled to her feet and rushed to his side. Aaron, do you even remember who I am? He studied her for a moment, then recited flatly. Sky, S-Shield agent, member of Coulson's team, unfortunate soul chasing her missing parents only to be crushed by the truth. Sky's face fell. Must you put it that way? Their attacker frowned in disbelief, raising his baton again. This is impossible. My weapon should have stopped you. Aaron's lips curved in a faint smile. You don't know what's possible. If I'd really wanted to incapacitate you, you wouldn't have dared lay a hand on me. But I wanted to run an experiment, and I'm very satisfied with the results. Preposterous. The man lunged once more, swinging the baton overhead. It connected with a sharp snap, echoing across the ruined warehouse. Aaron plucked the telescoping baton out of midair as easily as if it were floating, then held it at arm's length. Save your strength. You can't win. The man yanked at the baton, but Aaron's grip was unshakable. Who are you? He demanded. Not an alien, if that's what you're thinking, Aaron replied coolly. Impossible. The man ground his teeth, dropped the baton, balled his fist, and struck out at Aaron's face. The impact sent Aaron skidding back into the wall, where a spiderweb of cracks blossomed across the plaster. Aaron recovered instantly. He stepped forward, pressed the flat of his hand Bianhua in the man's forehead, and leaned in close. Cooperate, or things are going to get worse. The man glared at him, rage flickering in his eyes. But faced with Aaron's unyielding stance, he reluctantly raised his hands in surrender. Fine, he spat. You win. Aaron pocketed the baton. Sky, secure him. He turned, then paused. Actually, take our guest to the Airbus facility. We've got a holding room ready. The captive's eyes darted to his missing weapon. Where's my stick? We'll return it once we've confirmed you're not a threat, Aaron said. He tapped his earpiece. Coulson, have the team seal off the area. With that, Sky moved in to bind the man's wrists as Aaron watched, every bit in control of the situation. We foe, and him, a full-blooded Kree. Coulson stiffened. A Kree? How can you be so sure? His blue skin gave him away, the agent replied. He's been using nitrogen infusions to make his skin tone look human, to hide in plain sight. Coulson ran a hand through his hair. What's a Kree doing on Earth? Never mind. Keep him under surveillance until we get back. No problem, Director. He ended the call and strode over to Sif, who was standing by the cabin window. The warrior you fought. Kava, he's Kree. Sif frowned, her dark eyes narrowing. Kava means key in the Kree tongue. Coulson leaned against a seat. Have you studied alien languages before? I learned many when I was younger, she replied softly, glancing out at the clouds. But that's not the point. If a Kree shows up without an invitation, he's almost certainly here for trouble. We've already got him in custody, Coulson said, straightening. We'll know his motives soon enough. Sif nodded. Then we'll be ready, whatever it is he's planning. Chapter 946, Unavailable. We're sorry, but this chapter is currently inaccessible. You may either jump ahead to Chapter 947 or click the Report Error button below to let us know about the issue. Thank you for your patience. Chapter 947, Another Presence in the Temple, Part 1. Van Dyke paced in the temple's ancient hall, his boots echoing on the stone floor. We have to locate the prophets and any other mutants, he said, his voice clipped with urgency. Earth may be beautiful, but human society is still vulnerable. If we don't neutralize the prophets and mutants before the Kree return, they could not only invade again, but corrupt humanity itself. Agent Coulson folded his arms. We've already dealt with the temple that activated one prophet. The ruined city they constructed has been destroyed too, and we now have a suspect in the case of the mutated woman. Sif's expression darkened. So there really is a new mutant, another Kree slave warrior born among us? Has she been eliminated? Mai exchanged a quick glance with Sky before answering. No, she escaped. Van Dyke's eyebrows shot up. What do we know about her? Very little, Sky admitted. Only that her name is Lena. We don't know the full extent of her mutation. Aaron cleared his throat and raised a hand. I can fill in some of the blanks. I saw her. She's become something horribly inhuman. Black, jagged spikes cover her skin and her pupils look more animal than human. She even approached me, begging me to help restore her humanity. She said she couldn't bear living as something neither fully human nor ghost. Van Dyke shook his head in disbelief. This is impossible. Coulson exchanged a glance with Sif. Neither spoke, but the weight of Aaron's report and the looming threat it implied settled heavily in the silent corridors of the temple. End of Part 1. The mutation can't be reversed, Coulson said flatly. Aaron lifted his chin, a triumphant glint in his eyes. True, but I can give her plastic surgery. I can transform fur into flesh and muscle, tendons and marrow. I won't rewrite her genes, but I can rebuild her body, turn her from a monster into a flawless beauty with zero hidden side effects. Coulson blinked. You can do that? Aaron smiled indulgently. You clearly don't understand regenerators. We turn decay into life magic. Give me a dinosaur bone, and I'll have your brontosaurus roaming the park in no time. Coulson waved him down. No, there's no need for theatrics. Van Dyke leaned forward. Fine, but what happened to that woman? Aaron shrugged. I left her to fend for herself. She didn't want to live. You can't just... Van Dyke began. Listen, Aaron interrupted, voice smooth. I want to see someone alive when life is an option, and a corpse when it isn't. If there's even a sliver of hope she survived, that's a ticking time bomb. We'll handle it, Coulson said, regaining control. Trust that S-Shield has the resources to neutralize any threat. While we're on the subject, tell me, just how dangerous are these mutants? And is there a reliable way to identify them? Van Dyke shook his head, his tone low and grave. Some mutations aren't visible on the outside. They fester within. These creatures are living weapons, abominations whether they know it or not. No sooner had he spoken than the entire room trembled. Glasses rattled on tables, chairs scraped the floor, and papers skittered across the desks. Aaron let out a weary sigh and glanced at a startled Sky. Tranquilizer. Huh? Sky fumbled for the small vial at her belt, downed a quick dose, and the shaking eased. Sif glared at them both. Son of Cole, what is happening? Answer me. Not every Asgardian is as easily fooled as Thor. Agent Coulson studied Van Dyke, poised with his short club, and Sif, blade drawn. He cleared his throat. Back at the temple, there was someone else who activated the prophet. Sky's voice came out in a whisper. It was me. Sif strode forward, sword raised, but Aaron stepped between them. Enough. Show some respect. She belongs in Asgard, Sif insisted. Let me take her back. That would be best for everyone, Van Dyke declared. But it's not good for her, Aaron shot back. With a flick of his wrist, he summoned Bianhua's hulking form into the room. He leveled a sleek black pistol at Van Dyke. Don't move, or you'll have to answer for it. You know this gun can kill. Van Dyke's hand hovered over his baton, but he froze. Reluctantly, he lowered the stick. The device has been armed, he said. It has to be neutralized before anyone gets hurt. We won't do that, Agent Coulson insisted, stepping forward. Sky is not a weapon. No one said she chose this, Van Dyke shot back. But she's dangerous. I don't want this, either, Sky pleaded, her voice trembling. Imagine what happens if my powers grow beyond my control. It won't be just a shattered glass. You could level buildings, rip continents apart. The people I care about could get torn to pieces because of me. I can control it, she added, guilt-lining her words. I've been trying. Van Dyke's eyes were cold. You weren't built for control. You were built for destruction. Therefore, you must be eliminated. Sounds to me like you're talking about killing her, Fitz snapped, stepping up beside Sky. This isn't your decision to make. Why not? Van Dyke countered, his voice low and hard. Whose business is it then? Fitz squared his shoulders and announced, Sky's one of us, but she's also our biggest threat. We take her out first. Simmons and Mike exchanged a quick look, then stepped in front of Sky, shielding her. Sky's nose stung, and tears pricked at the corners of her eyes. You'd turn on me? She whispered. Fitz forced a crooked smile. Honestly, you look tough right now, more than I ever thought you could. Van Dyke stamped his foot. I thought Earthlings had more decency. This is barbaric. Aaron raised his hands, his expression calm. Lower your weapons. Let's talk this through. I'm certain there's a solution that works for everyone. He turned to Van Dak and Sif with a gentle nod. Especially you two. You're no match for me, the Heavenly Father. Van Dak scowled. No mere mortal can claim a title like that. Aaron's smile widened. Perhaps, but I wield an artifact capable of elevating any ordinary human to the level of a god. Silence fell as everyone registered the weight of his words and the danger it implied. If you don't believe me, go ahead and try, he taunted, folding his arms. Sif let out a weary sigh and sheathed her sword. Even with the artifact, our best warriors couldn't stand against him. Without it, we don't stand a chance. A grizzled Asgardian woman scoffed. Since when did the shield maidens of Asgard start quivering at shadows? The stranger's lips curled into a cold smile. He nearly tore the destroyer's suit apart a few years back. Don't underestimate him. In the tidy living room of Director Van Dak's brownstone, Coulson's team had just finished straightening up. Van Dak pointed at Skye, his expression grim. Your friend Skye is a ticking time bomb. She has to be taken out. Mike Peterson, known to some as Deathlock, leaned forward. Mutants aren't disposable, he said flatly. We'll decide what she is and what she might become, but we won't hand her over to you. Van Dak laughed, shaking his head. You're insane. Skye stepped into the circle of light from the doorway, chin held high. Loyalty to your friends isn't madness. It's what makes us human. Call me reckless or call me noble, but I'd die fighting for all of you before I'd let any of you face her alone. Sif's eyes were steady and unwavering as she addressed Skye. Ask her to come back to Asgard with me, she said. We have the means to help you control your abilities there. You won't hurt anyone. Agent Coulson ran a hand through his hair, exhaling slowly. She'd be giving up her freedom, he pointed out. You'd essentially be imprisoning her for life. Sif's expression softened. At least she'd be alive, she replied earnestly. I swear on the honor of a warrior, aside from her freedom, I will treat her with the utmost fairness. Caring for her until she reaches a peaceful old age is but a short chapter in my millennia-long life. Skye's jaw clenched. That's not what I want, she said, voice firm. And it's not what we want. If you tear me away from my friends, from all I know, I'll only become more unstable. Sif drew a slow breath and fixed Skye with a level gaze. But you're dangerous. Your powers are unpredictable. One moment of loss of control could be catastrophic. Aaron stepped forward, confidence in his voice. Tranquilizers would handle that, he offered. I know a pharmacist who can prepare a steady supply. We can keep her sedated enough to prevent any outbursts. Coulson's features darkened. Accidents can happen at any time, he said quietly, his eyes never leaving Sif's. And you know that better than anyone. In the dim glow of the conference room, aboard the S-Shield helicarrier, Director Phil Coulson looked up from the file in his hands and addressed the team. Leaving her in Midgard is far too risky, he began. If the Kree discover that mutants exist here, they'll come straight for us. Agent Grant Ward crossed his arms. We've flooded the city with inhibitors. Nobody's shown any mutant abilities. With every security protocol in place, detaining Skye is the most logical choice. Dr. Radcliffe, the Asgardian scientist who had joined the initiative, shook his head. You underestimate Asgard's knowledge. We've been studying cosmic laws for millennia. There are constants in this universe that no amount of human ingenuity can alter, and tampering with them can have unpredictable and dangerous consequences. Van Dak, a hardened operative from S-Shield's Black Ops division, leaned forward, his voice cold and decisive. Then we kill her. End this now, and do it cleanly. I'll make sure she doesn't suffer. The room fell silent. Finally, Dr. Gemma Simmons' eyes flared. You've never died, so how can you say she won't feel any pain? Her tone was sharp. You forget that Kree technology has advanced far beyond our own. They've developed instruments that measure and manipulate living beings' neural responses. You can't simply promise a painless death when you don't understand the science. Aaron, one of Coulson's top field agents, sighed and ran a hand through his hair. It's never that simple, is it? Some we must protect, others we imprison, a few we may have to eliminate. Everyone here believes their approach is the only right one. He met each person's gaze in turn. We're on a razor's edge. One wrong move, Whether we unleash a mutant power, provoke the Kree, or violate our own ethics, and it all falls apart. Silence settled again, more thoughtful this time. Director Coulson closed the file and met their eyes. "We'll do this by the book," he said quietly. "Protect Sky, keep our systems sealed, and maintain full oversight of Asgard's contributions. Any deviation, and I won't hesitate to call it off, no matter the cost." As the team dispersed to their posts, each carried the weight of that decision. The line between shield and sword had never felt so perilous, and with the Kree watching, there was no room for error. Chapter X, Van Dak slammed his fist on the table and rose to his feet. "Mutants are already caught up in the Kree's cruel experiments," he said, eyes flashing. "Isn't it far too rash to negotiate peace now?" There was a sudden crack as Aaron slammed his pistol butt onto the glass-topped coffee table. He ejected the magazine and began loading rounds one by one, each click ringing through the room. "I'll give you one chance to rephrase that," he growled. "Sif is our ally. Heimdall and Odin both know she came to Earth on a mission. We will not touch her. But the Kree? We can eradicate them completely. Wipe them out, and none of their people will ever learn that Prophet-activated alien genes are loose on our planet. Their evil faction would be forced to start from scratch." Van Dak swallowed hard, then eased back into his chair, tightening his jaw to disguise how rattled he felt. "If you can't refute the issue, eliminate the person who raised it. How cowardly." After a tense moment, he tapped his fingers on the tabletop and spoke more, quietly. "All right, let's talk compromise." A hush fell. Every eye swung toward Phil Coulson, who cleared his throat before speaking. "My proposal is this. S.H.I.E.L.D. takes Sky into custody. I and the rest of the team will supervise her directly." "Unacceptable." Van Dak and Sif burst out in unison, their objection cutting the room's fragile calm in two. "Listen up," Aaron said, raising a single finger and angling the small black muzzle of his weapon toward Van Dak. The sharp gesture was enough to still everyone. "Here's the deal. The moment Sky loses control and risks triggering a catastrophe, I will kill her." Sky's breath caught. You're serious?" "That's the compromise," Aaron continued, his tone even. "You stay on Earth. Coulson and the team get their reunion, under S.H.I.E.L.D.'s supervision, no less, which is arguably stricter than Asgard's, and Lady Sif has already given her blessing. I'll personally oversee the whole arrangement. But if you ever lose command of your powers or use them to go off half-cocked, you're dead, and Van Dak here has agreed to it too. Everyone's satisfied." Sky's lips twitched, a prickle of unease crawling up her spine. Something about the solution felt deeply wrong, but she couldn't put her finger on it. Around her, the others exchanged silent looks, none brimming with confidence. Van Dak finally broke the hush. "You'd actually pull the trigger?" Aaron didn't waver. "I've kept every promise I've ever made. You don't have to trust S.H.I.E.L.D., but don't mistake my willingness for weakness." He lowered his hand, but his gaze remained locked on Sky. "That's the bargain. Nobody backs out now." Coulson took a steadying breath and turned to Sif and Van Dak. "Here's how we're going to handle this. Sky is one of our own, a S.H.I.E.L.D. agent, and S.H.I.E.L.D.'s mission is to protect. I promise you she'll honor that mission. She has the courage to sacrifice herself when needed, and at her core, she's a good person." Sif's eyes narrowed. "Coulson, is this really your decision? You know better than anyone how dangerous Sky could be." "I do," he said quietly. Van Dak crossed his arms, skepticism written all over his face. "I still don't trust her, but I'm not about to execute someone on a hunch." Coulson allowed himself a small, relieved smile. "Then let's focus on our real objective, finding the prophets. Tell us where they're hiding." May glanced down at her notes. "Chaves, Portugal, a city built on a rich sedimentary basin." "Chaves?" Coulson frowned. "That name is familiar." May tapped her temple. "According to the Whitehall Strategic Science Group archives, Hydra excavated an obelisk there in 1945. That obelisk was one of the prophets." Van Dak's jaw tightened. He'd spent years hunting prophets and mutants to prevent disaster before it started. But this twist, it made no sense. The team stood in tense silence as they pieced together what little they knew. The so-called prophet had been unearthed decades ago, at least 60 years too late to be of any real use. In that time, entire generations rise and fall. History, as ever, is unpredictable. 60 years is more than enough for anything to happen, Aaron said softly, trying to lift the mood. 9 times out of 10, when you dig something up from the past, it turns out to be disappointing. Especially in this case, Phil Coulson agreed, folding his arms. The prophet that Whitehall uncovered was destroyed when the temple collapsed. Shield has no record of any others in his possession. It's entirely possible he never found more than that one. May tapped her tablet. All right, we can speculate later. My priority now is to see what's going on in Chavez. Let's get moving. She hurried outside to the waiting van, the rest of the team piling in behind her. Less than 30 minutes later, they landed the Airbus on a deserted stretch of beach. From there, May guided them to a hidden cave mouth at the cliff's base. Inside, torchlight danced across ancient walls carved with half-faded glyphs. Deep, or still, they came upon a massive crate hewn from dark stone, its surface etched with runic symbols that spoke of age and power. With a grunt, Van Dyck pried the lid loose. It scraped against the crate's rim, then fell away, revealing the prophet's vessel. For a heartbeat, no one breathed. Then Van Dyck involuntarily stepped back, eyes wide as he stared into the box's shadowy interior. "What?" he whispered. The rest of the team leaned in, anticipation and dread warring on their faces. Whatever lay inside that box, it was about to change everything. Chapter 948, The Avenger's Name, Backed by Odin's Son. The Current Crisis Among the Inhumans, Part 1. How could this happen? Van Dyck stared at the 6 empty slots in the case, his shoulders slumping. Everything I feared, it actually came to pass. Sk. Aaron clicked his tongue. Like I always say, 9 times out of 10, life's a disappointment, and the 10th is even worse. That's really uplifting, Van Dyck grumbled, rubbing his forehead. I arrived too late. These mutants have been evolving unchecked. They're everywhere now. Then what do you propose? Sif asked, her tone level. Are you going to track them down and eliminate them one by one? Van Dyck managed a bitter smile. I wish it were that simple. 50 years is more than enough time for legions of mutants to unlock their powers. If there were only a dozen, or even 100, I could pick them off with some effort. But there could be hundreds, even thousands. I'm just a Kree warrior. There's no way I can take down so many. Mike stared across the table in disbelief. You're just a foot soldier. Are you sure you're not underselling yourself? Van Dyck shrugged. Like most Kree, I don't possess any special powers. Aaron's grin turned predatory. Special powers wouldn't matter. A living alien was standing right in front of you a moment ago, and you didn't even notice. They're hiding among us on Earth. Unless your gift is detecting hidden Kree, you'll never pick them out. Van Dyck met Aaron's gaze without blinking. Perhaps I should return to Hala, file a full report, and ask for reinforcements. Absolutely not, Coulson cut in sharply. Right now, only you, a Kree, know about this infiltration. If you escalate it up the chain, the entire Kree Empire will flood in. Van Dyck nodded slowly. Understood. This stays between us. Coulson forced a tight smile as he watched the honorable Kree at the table. Internally, he seethed. What a cosmic joke. He's so earnest that even I feel embarrassed. An honest Kree might not be dangerous, but what about the rest of them? Even if these aliens aren't part of a malevolent faction, they would never dare to experiment on human beings. Yet we can't gamble with even the slightest chance of endangering Earth. And you can't guarantee that this secret won't be exposed. In fact, a covert operation like this only raises the odds of a leak, Van Dyck said. And if what you claim is true, that aliens with awakened abilities have walked among us for decades without detection, then clearly they've chosen not to interfere with humanity. They've abided by our laws all this time. Why exterminate them now? Coulson's voice trembled with emotion, while Xiao met every objection with cool, unyielding logic. Even Van Dyck wavered for a moment before speaking again. You expect me to pretend I don't know what's at stake? He asked, his tone edged with frustration. I understand your reasoning, but the risk posed by mutants is simply too great, and ordinary humans cannot control it. Agent Phil Coulson stood a little taller, brimming with confidence. We have the Avengers, he declared. With them on our side, we can handle any alien threat. The alien emissary Van Dyck blinked in surprise. The Avengers? I've never heard of them. Coulson paused, then forced a wry smile. They're Earth's premier team of superheroes. You might recall they turned back the Chitauri invasion. A harsh, mocking laugh rumbled from Van Dyck. The Chitauri? A savage horde of bioengineered soldiers. Brutal, yes, but trivial compared to true interstellar powers. Your heroes may have repelled that army, but the mutants represent something far greater. They are, in effect, the military arm of the Kree Empire. Earth stands no chance against them. Coulson's jaw tightened. He wanted to retort, to point out what he'd seen the Avengers accomplish, but his knowledge of galactic politics ran barely deeper than the name Chitauri. In the face of Van Dyke's certainty, he found himself at a loss for words. Aaron cleared his throat and cast a sheepish glance at Sif. Actually, Thor Odinson is an Avenger too. Van Dark's eyes widened. Thor Odinson, the son of Odin I've heard whispers about? Sif sighed in resignation. Yes, he fights alongside us. So that's how you held off the Chitauri, Van Dark murmured, nodding slowly. A god, heir to the All-Father, defending Midgard. It's no small thing. Agent Coulson shifted uneasily. We appreciate your faith in us, he said, but don't rely on Thor alone. He's powerful, yes, but he's only one man. And Asgard rarely intervenes in Midgard's internal affairs unless the threat spills over into their realm. Mutants, before their powers awaken, are simply human. I doubt the All-Father will send his legions to Earth just because Thor happens to be on our side. Chapter 7. The Memory Dilemma. Aaron's voice softened as he stepped closer, his eyes earnest. I understand your hesitation, he said, but you need to act as if you've never been told. Van Dark bristled. That's easy for you to say. How am I supposed to pretend nothing happened? Aaron said nothing more, but shifted his gaze to the short staff Sigil had given Van Dark, the one he'd been nervous to wield all night. Van Dark felt a jolt in his chest. He squeezed the staff's handle, as if it might fly from his grip. No, he muttered. No, I won't do that. It's the safest course, Aaron persisted. You don't have to recall any of it. You decide the speed, the strength, even the angle of your strike. If you can't, or won't, then I'll take over. Van Dark shook his head. There's no need, he said firmly. I want to remember everything. I'll keep watch on Earth's mutant situation. If things spin out of control, I'll alert Starfleet Command and let the Kree intervene before it's too late. A snort of contempt cut through the discussion. Lady Sif crossed her arms, her silver hair catching the torchlight. Do you honestly trust the Kree? She asked, lips curling in scorn. You've read their histories. They don't intervene to help. They take over. They'll turn a bad situation into a nightmare. Van Dark swallowed hard as he felt the weight of Sif's gaze and the distrust in the others. He tightened his jaw and glanced from face to face. Why did they all look at him as if he'd just volunteered to betray them? I'm not asking you to trust them blindly, he said, trying to keep his tone even. I'm asking you to trust me. I can handle whatever comes next. Sif's eyes narrowed, but she said nothing more. The camp's usual chatter fell silent. Even Aaron stopped picking at his sleeve, the glow of the nearby generator humming in the tense air. Van Dark wrapped his fingers around the staff's shaft and stood taller. Whatever doubts they harbored, he vowed, he would prove himself worthy of their trust, Kree intervention or not, because if he lost control of his own memories, he might never find his way back. Who says the Kree can't be allies? Aaron shot back. I'm not going to let you wipe my mind. If you truly have the muscle to deal with the mutant problem, you don't need my insurance. And mark my words, if I don't report back on schedule, you can bet Kree forces will be on their way to investigate. Lady Sif's gaze flicked to Cole. Son of Cole, what do you think? Cole shifted uneasily. He agreed with Aaron's plan. Wipe Van Dyke's memory and pretend the whole incident never happened, but only if Van Dyke consented. Otherwise, what if the man's memories resurfaced later? The fallout could be catastrophic. Agent Coulson cleared his throat and pulled out his phone, managing a polite if nervous smile. At this point, I'm only a level 8 agent. I can't make that call on my own. Excuse me, permission to brief the director. He tapped the screen and listened intently. Director? Yes, sir. There's an urgent development. A Kree operative has appeared on Earth. He paused, exchanging information in hushed tones. Minutes felt like hours until finally Coulson's face went grim. He glanced up. Sir? Agent Van Dyke, Director Fury would like to speak with you. Van Dyke accepted the phone with a puzzled frown. As he listened, his expression flickered from surprise to alarm, then to resignation, and finally settled into calm. Understood, he said quietly. If it's come to this, I won't stand in their way. He replaced the handset and handed it back to Coulson. Before I return to Hala, I've agreed to have my memory wiped. Skye leaned forward, curiosity in her eyes. What did Fury say to convince you? Van Dyke offered only a small, secretive smile. That, I'm afraid, is classified. Suffice it to say, he made a compelling case. Nearby, Aaron rubbed his chin, a satisfied gleam in his eye. To everyone else, Fury's words remained a mystery, but Aaron had heard every syllable. After all, Van Dyke's absence from Earth hadn't been measured in mere decades, but in millennia. When the extremist faction of the Kree departed, the surviving Inhumans retreated into hiding, slowly rebuilding their community over thousands of years. They developed their own silent network, no grand temples or public rites, just subtle mentors who guided latent humans through awakening. Blending seamlessly into human society, they thrived unseen, until now. Do you think the Kree will ever launch a full-scale invasion? Someone pressed. Nick Fury leaned back, steepling his fingers. They only showed up once in the last century. The Avengers drove them off before they even dropped anchor. Good guy, really good guy, Aaron thought to himself, realizing he'd seriously underestimated the man. Fury was a crafty old fox, deeper and more secretive than anyone suspected. He didn't know every classified detail, but he knew almost all of them, and kept them locked safely in his own mind. Even Phil Coulson, his most trusted lieutenant, had access to only half of Fury's intelligence. If these secrets were a library, Coulson had skimmed the table of contents. Fury had memorized every volume. But the real kicker was Fury's hidden ace, a trump card powerful enough to take on the entire Kree Star fleet. At minimum, it was a demigod, maybe not the strongest one out there, but close. The only catch? It wasn't on Earth right now. Yet Fury clearly had a line of communication ready to summon it if or when the Kree returned. No wonder Fury never broke a sweat, even as one crisis after another loomed over the planet. He wasn't cocky, he was confident, for he held the ultimate safeguard, tucked away until the moment he needed it most. The next morning, several SUVs wound their way into a dense forest. Sif, once more clad in her gleaming armor, stepped out of the lead vehicle. May helped Van Dyke from another car, guiding him across the soft pine needles carpeting the ground. Are we here yet? Van Dyke peered around, bewildered. This place doesn't look familiar. Agent Coulson gave him a reassuring smile. It isn't your planet, Van Dyke. Lady Sif will return you to Hala. Van Dyke bowed his head in apology. I'm sorry. I keep forgetting. Thank you for everything. He extended a hand to Coulson, then froze mid-motion. Wait, why aren't my hands blue anymore? Coulson chuckled softly. You used a nitrogen-based cloak to hide from your pursuers. It masked your Kree features, hands included. Van Dyke nodded. Right, I'll be more careful next time. Sif strode forward, raised her hand in a crisp salute, and tapped her palm to her chest. This is where our paths divide. Good fortune to you, son of Cole. Thank you, Van Dyke replied, returning her salute. Sif turned and laid a firm hand on his shoulder. Come along. Heimdall, open the Bifrost. At her command, a swirling circle of light shimmered into existence in a nearby clearing. Then, with a thunderous crack, a rainbow bridge arced across the sky. Sif and Van Dyke stepped onto the gleaming path, and in an instant they were gone, whisked away from Earth and into the vast tapestry of the cosmos, leaving only the glowing magic circle behind. It's over. Aaron yawned, sounding almost bored. Skye's business is finished for now, but you'd better keep an eye on her. If she ever loses control again, I swear I'll kill her. Skye bristled, glaring at him. Van Dyke and Sif are gone. Don't joke about killing me. I'm not joking, Aaron said flatly. Your power is too dangerous. Skye's expression froze. She had no answer. We'll look after her, Agent Coulson interjected, voice firm, and we'll train her properly. Aaron nodded once. Good. I expect you to keep your word. The three of them climbed aboard the Airbus. No sooner had the plane lifted off Portuguese airspace than Coulson's phone rang. Agent Broyce, Coulson answered, sliding into his seat. You never call with good news. This isn't good, came Broyce's tense reply. Brian Moore Mental Hospital has been invaded. Coulson's eyes went cold. The mental hospital and S.H.I.E.L.D. Don't tell me they hit the secret basement in the North District. They did, Broyce confirmed. Everyone on the list has been taken, Agent Coulson. According to our field reports, the lead intruder is the man you asked us to watch, and he's not alone. Coulson frowned, instinctively glancing at Skye. Send me the full intel. It's already en route. The agent on the other end cut the feed, and Coulson tapped his tablet. Moments later, the hospital surveillance footage filled the office's big screen. Skye and Simmons leaned forward. On the grainy video, a squad of armed operatives stormed into the Brian Moore Mental Hospital. In their midst stood a familiar figure, middle-aged, hair starting to gray, flashing a mischievous grin at the camera. "Is that Skye's father?" Simmons asked, voice low. Skye's heart clenched. "Carl." The footage showed the intruders crippling the power and cutting communication lines, then bursting into the wards to free every patient. Next, they descended into the locked basement and emerged with two hooded figures in tow. Before leaving, one of them scrawled a single word in dripping red paint on the door: war. Skye stamped her foot in frustration. Why would he do this? Coulson's jaw tightened. That's exactly what we need to find out. Carl's always been unstable, but this was a coordinated assault. He must have help. He turned to Simmons. Pull every record on those two captives. Names, backgrounds, institutional files. I want to know who they are and why Carl wanted them. Then to Skye. I need you in the hospital today. Interview the staff. See if your father left any clues behind. Notes, recordings, anything. Skye swallowed the lump in her throat. He's my dad, but he's gone off the rails. Coulson nodded sympathetically. We can't afford to dwell on that. If he's planning a war, we have to stop it before it starts. He squared his shoulders and addressed the room. All right, team, assemble. We move on my mark. Let's bring Carl in, alive if we can, and find out what he's really fighting for. Skye drew in a steadying breath. Let's do it. Coulson met Skye's gaze, his expression grave. Ever since you left, he's been absolutely convinced we took you from him, he said quietly. I think this is him formally declaring war on us. Skye scoffed, a bitter laugh escaping her. Declare war on S-Shield? That's rich. Where does he get off thinking he has the authority to do that? It's not S-Shield he's targeting. He simply doesn't have that power, Coulson replied, running a hand through his hair. He's aiming squarely at us. Team Coulson. He wants you back, and he'll stop at nothing to drag you away. Chapter 949, A Challenge from the Mob, Favorable Treatment for Mercenaries, Part 1. Poor Skye, Aaron said with forced sympathy as he watched her. Is this the father you've been searching for all these years? I hope your mother wasn't anything like him. Skye met his gaze with a fierce glare. Could you say one nice thing? I've spent years looking for any sign of my mother, but this man, at least, showed up on his own. Aaron leaned forward. Maybe, just maybe, he knows where she is, and even if he doesn't know the details, he's in a position to tell us whether she's alive or dead. Skye's expression went taut. Then we find him first. Coulson swiped across the holographic display. The large screen flickered to life, showing several mugshots and dossiers. He tapped one image, a rugged, broad-shouldered black man, and said, John Bruno, ex-military assassin, obsessed with devising novel ways to kill his targets. He's on our list. Aaron studied Bruno's photo with a dismissive nod. He looks uncomplicated, strong, built for violence, but not very bright. If you don't mind my asking, sir. He paused, realizing Coulson awaited a question. Coulson didn't hesitate. I want to know exactly what kind of heat Bruno's been under, where he's been operating, who's been hiring him, and what kind of assignments he's accepted. Pull every file you can find, financial records, combat reports, even rumors. Aaron tapped at his tablet, already compiling data. Skye watched the exchange, her heart rate rising. Every mercenary on that list brought them one step closer to her father, and she hoped, to the truth about her mother. Coulson flicked through additional dossiers. Next, Marisol Viper Vega, one of the deadliest infiltrators in the underworld. Then there's Sergei Malenkov, a chem war specialist. And finally, we have a wild card, an anonymous contractor known only as Ghost. No confirmed identity, no fixed loyalties. Aaron glanced at Skye. We're dealing with high-caliber killers, each more dangerous than the last. Why would your father connect with any of these people? Skye swallowed. I don't know, but if there's any chance he crossed paths with one of them, maybe as an employer or a rival, that could be how we trace him. Coulson nodded. Exactly. We follow the thread through these mercenaries. Wherever they've worked, that's where your father might have been. Aaron's fingers flew over his device. I'll get our people on it immediately. Every tip, every lead, cross-reference them against your father's last known locations. Sky took a steadying breath. For years, she'd hunted ghosts. Now, she was finally closing in, one dangerous mercenary at a time. Does Bruno have any extraordinary abilities? Coulson asked, swiveling in his chair as he studied the live feed. Mike swallowed. No, he said after a moment. I can handle him, Mike added, though his voice betrayed a flicker of doubt. I've never been one for violence, but sometimes it's the only option. Coulson allowed a satisfied grin to spread across his face. I'm glad you finally see it, he said. Compared to his brother John, Bruno is downright harmless. He tapped a command on the console, and the camera zoomed in on a man whose mouth had been surgically sealed. This is John, field name David A. Angel. They exposed his vocal cords to experimental energy shockwaves. The tumor was excised, but the procedure left his voice in tune with the central nervous system. Now, a single whisper can trigger seizures or strokes, and if he hollers in the heart of a city, hospitals would overflow within minutes. Mike nodded, steeling himself. Understood. Coulson leaned forward, eyes cold with purpose. Then let's move before Angel decides to speak up. Aaron sneered as he reviewed the dossier. Sounds good, but it looks like as long as his ears are covered, his superpowers shut right off. May nodded. That's exactly how we caught him. Coulson moved to the next profile, a sharp-featured man with a wild tuft of red hair and thick glasses. This is Wendell Levy. B. Brilliant, off-the-charts IQ, but he has zero moral compass and no respect for human life. I'd much rather deal with low IQ criminals, May grumbled. These geniuses are a pain to track down. Coulson clicked to the next slide. Francis Notcher, small-time thug who wanted more muscle, so he started injecting experimental steroids. Now he's unnaturally strong, but mentally fragile. Aaron raised an eyebrow and pointed at the final image. And her? Cara Faye Gideon, Coulson explained. She worked in a medical lab under an abusive boyfriend. To protect herself, she had razor blades permanently grafted onto her fingertips. The boyfriend's dead, and he wasn't the only one she killed. So Sky's father has assembled this ragtag crew, and he's about to declare war on your team? Aaron clicked his tongue, a sly grin tugging at his lips. Are you sure he's not here to pad your roster? That's not funny, Coulson replied, folding his arms. I need a favor. To catch them? Aaron arched an eyebrow. Whatever's easiest for you, consider it doing Sky a service. Not interested. Aaron waved him off. My time's too valuable, even on my days off. Chasing this bunch of nobodies, who, by the way, aren't even remotely extraordinary, is a total waste. And don't get me started on S.H.I.E.L.D.'s protocols. None of these people are innocent. If they were truly dangerous, at least we wouldn't have to deal with their nonsense. Coulson shrugged. We still respect human life. Aaron snorted, but said nothing more. Then you take the problem. I'm done here. Coulson managed a polite, if strained smile. Please, just tell me where they are. I want to borrow your compass. The sooner we find them, the lower the risk of catastrophe. Aaron blinked slowly, his face calm as ever. You've got nothing left to offer. Not my money, not my tools. Now go. Coulson sighed in defeat. Fine. First, let me send you back. That's everything, Aaron said, sinking into the sofa. Without another word, he summoned his task panel. Task, investigate the origins of the Inhumans. Reward, 300 magic points. Penalty for failure, none. Status, completed. He tapped claim reward. A pleasant chime rang out. Congratulations, host. You have completed the system task and earned 300 magic points. Aaron allowed himself a small smile. 300 points wasn't earth-shattering. It had taken him 2.5 months of daily check-ins just to build up his reserves into the low hundreds. Yet this bonus was still a welcome boost. More importantly, the completed mission had yielded critical intelligence on the Inhumans. He had once dismissed them as inferior to mutants, but now he knew better. After millennia of hidden evolution, they must possess powerful legacies. Even if those legends proved overrated, he would treat them as fact until he had absolute proof otherwise. In a universe this treacherous, only ruthless prudence guaranteed survival. Mid-July arrived, and at the stroke of midnight, Aaron's inner world came alive once more. On the summit of the mental mountain stood a long conference table surrounded by familiar faces. Jock, Naga, Ramon Banner, Frank, Jane, Bucky, and curiously, Aaron's missing body, Slytherin. Aaron took in the gathered group with a nod. A lot has happened over the past 3 months. How is everyone doing? Slytherin leaned forward eagerly, a pleased glint in his eyes. I've never felt better, and let me tell you, tasting real food again was incredible. Experiencing flavors, textures, it's the kind of thing I never knew I'd missed until now. Words can't describe how different it feels compared to the fear I lived with before. Aaron nearly swore aloud. For the first time, he felt he deserved a good scolding. True enough, Slytherin had a point, but was it really proper for the clone to boast like this in front of the original? He shot a mock glare at his duplicate. Glad you're enjoying yourself. Anything else to report? How's construction on Bohart's star coming along? Slytherin relaxed back in his chair, folding his arms. Demand is off the charts. Every galactic civilization has placed orders. Unfortunately, our production capacity is limited, and most of the key materials have already been scooped up by the bigger powers. We're doing the best we can with what's left, but even then, our food service alone has brought in at least 10 times the profit we projected. Around the table, nods of agreement rippled through the group. Despite the challenges, it seemed the Bohart Star project was off to a remarkably profitable start. If we'd auctioned off those premium ingredients, we'd easily have made 100-fold profit. But what? Aaron leaned forward. Slytherin hesitated, cheeks coloring. I ate part of them myself. If I hadn't, we could have grown bigger, stronger, achieved real glory in a fraction of the time. Aaron waved a hand, smiling. Don't sweat it. After gaining that strange, hollow body ability, Slytherin's metabolism had shifted. One single meal now sustained a normal person for a month. And though it didn't produce true magic, the reserves crammed into his body dramatically boosted his stamina in a fight. So, Aaron continued, what's the status on the universal capsules? How's production going? Slytherin frowned. They're slow. Churning out capsules for motorcycles or simple gadgets is doable. But when it comes to airships, villas, or God help us, actual spaceships, the process drags on. We're not turning them out as fast as we need. Rare commodities command exorbitant prices, which only drives up the value of our universal capsules. On the black market, dealers are paying 10 times the official rate. Banner perked up. So, we'll never run out of money? Not a chance, Slytherin replied with a confident smile. Star Bohart has become the universe's richest gold mine, an endless cornucopia. Banner exhaled in relief. Excellent. Now that our finances are rock solid, it's time to tackle the next phase. You know what to do. Of course. Banner hesitated, brows knitting. But isn't that basically land grabbing? Slytherin's half-smile sharpened. Dr. Banner, I'm a businessman, not a warlord. I don't sully my reputation with crude conquests. One day we'll leave this universe behind. We plan to expand our holdings across multiple worlds. If we can't take our assets with us, all this effort is wasted. Besides, while I control Bohart, my military resources are limited. I can't rely on Yak and the others to wage my wars. Banner offered a sheepish grin. Sorry, so what's the alternative? We'll buy our way in, Slytherin said, tapping a button to bring up a rotating hollow array of exotic materials. The boss needs every kind of rare resource, exotic minerals, element crystals, even biological samples from endangered flora and fauna. We'll acquire them legally on the open market, wherever possible, or discreetly through trusted contacts. Once we've amassed enough leverage, we'll secure territories by investment and influence rather than force. Banner nodded, already mentally drafting budgets and shipping manifests. Understood. I'll start the procurement orders immediately. Slytherin turned back to the star map, hovering between them, eyes alight with ambition. Good. Let's make sure our next empire is built on credit, contracts, and crystal. No open conflict required. Aaron spread his hands and grinned. You can't just hoard your profits once they start rolling in. Luckily for all of us, I'm a potion master. With the right universal ingredients, I can refine our formulas, maybe even brew those little red and blue flasks from the game. As for rare minerals, my alchemy still needs time and practice to reach the next tier. But when I do, I'll be able to enchant bullets 9 times over. Only 9-fold enchanted rounds can harm Ya Tianfu, and the materials capable of holding that many enchantments, like Uru Kobelko, are extremely scarce. Any questions, Dr. Banner? Dr. Banner leaned back in his chair, fingers steepled. None at all. I prefer to judge a gentleman's heart with a villain's eye. Aaron arched an E. Yeah, bro. That's unique. Anything else you'd like to add? Slytherin's lips curved into a sly smile as he snapped his fingers. In an instant, a holographic globe blossomed above the table, its surface alive with green continents and swirling blue oceans. Everyone around the table leaned forward, captivated by the projection. This, Slytherin announced, voice low and triumphant, is the planet Borhart. The Kree fleet tried to seize this planet not long ago, but we drove them off. No sooner had he finished speaking than the dark void on the projection screen cracked open, and 3 massive Kree battleships slipped through the rupture. Banner leaned forward, astonished. Is that space jump technology? Precisely, came the dry reply. Earth's capabilities still lag far behind those of the higher civilizations. Aaron let out a derisive snort. This is just a show of force. If the Kree truly wanted to conquer us, they wouldn't bother sending only 3 ships. On the holo display, scarcely a minute passed after the vessels appeared before every gun on their hulls swung to bear on the green planet below. Energy missiles rained like meteor showers, yet each struck against a vast, shimmering blue barrier, an orbital shield enveloping the Borhart system. Rather than discouraging the invaders, the barrier seemed only to inflame their fury. They unleashed an even heavier bombardment. From the surface of Borhart, observers would have seen spectacular bursts of golden light bloom against the sky, firework-like detonations that sent rolling shock waves through the atmosphere. The acrid tang of burning propellant and ionized air hung heavy on the wind. Even after 5 minutes of unrelenting fire, the damage to the shield remained negligible, a testament both to its strength and the Kree's ruthless determination. Though the planet's protective shield was now 1 layer weaker than before, it remained impressively strong. The 3 Kree warships converged, their gun turrets rotating into formation. Instead of firing the usual energy bombs, they activated a special launcher and unleashed dozens of sleek missiles in unison. Boom, boom. The deafening explosions rang out as the barrier absorbed wave after wave of warhead impacts, until, under the relentless assault, it reached its limit. With a final, shuddering crack, the shield shattered and dispersed into the void. Aaron frowned, arms crossed over his chest. That was too easy, he complained. Borhart's shield can't even stop missiles? His second-in-command shook his head. The defensive net covers the entire planet, so it demands enormous power to maintain. Borhart is relatively small. If it were any larger, the barrier might not have held this long. Besides, today's bombardment was just a stress test, a warning to Borhart's armed forces that we're on our way. With the shield down, the Kree warships did not immediately open fire. Instead, they powered down to a slow descent, their intentions clear. The real assault was yet to come. Their objective was clear: seize control of this world, its precious dream-grist reserves, the universal capsule fabrication facility, and the extraordinary talents drawn here from across the galaxy. A reckless assault could jeopardize the Kree Empire's future holdings. In that moment, more than a dozen starships of every imaginable design descended in unison, encircling the 3 Kree vessels. Then, as if a cosmic dam had burst, a ceaseless barrage of multicolored plasma and projectile fire engulfed the Kree ships. Though their energy shields flared to life, they were no match for such overwhelming firepower. With hulls groaning under the assault, the Kree commanders had no choice but to order an emergency retreat toward the nearest hyperspace jump point. Even so, 1 cruiser emerged from the onslaught grievously wounded, nearly a third of its starboard side sheared away. There's no doubt they've failed, Slytherin observed with thinly veiled disappointment. I'd hoped to test the demon-hunting forces on them, but we didn't even get a nibble. Still, consider it a lesson. Sometimes you kill the chicken just to scare the monkey. Slytherin leaned back in his chair, fingers steepled, as the hollow display flickered to life. With the Kree Empire only serving as our opening gambit, Borhart's star will be safe for the foreseeable future. On the main screen, over a dozen colossal warships slid into view, black hulls etched with crimson lines, weapons turrets bristling in every direction. Bucky's jaw dropped. What are those things? Space predators, Slytherin answered with a dry chuckle. Think of them as the galaxy's most formidable mercenaries. We vetted predator clans across the universe. Only the strongest, most reputable houses made the cut. Each predator earns 1 million space coins per year, plus a 3 million payout if they fall in battle defending Bohart. In exchange, they get full residency here, so long as they abide by our laws. He paused for effect. For these nomadic warriors, most of whom have no permanent home and live hand-to-mouth, that's an offer they can't refuse. They'll carve their names into history, protecting this planet. Bruce Banner frowned. Isn't that a bit generous? Aaron smiled, folding his arms. You'd be surprised. In the galactic marketplace, 1 space coin buys far more than you'd expect. This is an investment in absolute security, and you'll see it pays off. With an annual income of 1 million, even the fiercest predators here could retire in luxury on a single year's salary. I can't help it. I'm flush with cash, Aaron declared, flashing a triumphant grin. Once I return to my world, this universe's currency will be worth less than toilet paper. So the sooner I blow it all, the better. Besides, mustering an army would cost a fortune, far more than simply hiring a few scavengers. If I'm leaving this place sooner or later, sinking money into troops is just wasteful. Banner looked on, utterly speechless.